頭だな。 I hear it's amazing. The coolest swivel socket with in flat jaw's face with the tuning fork does a raw blink on Mary Gary. I need scissors. 61.
They must be someone who chooses the will of God before the law of humans. Reaching the gates of heaven. What you will need once on the path is a trustworthy friend. Someone capable of controlling their own selfish desires. A person who shares no interest in sex, fame, wealth, or power.
Good afternoon, everybody. What's up? What's up? What's up? Y'all bitches thought I was gonna be late. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, I guess I am late if you consider what time it is right now, rather than the countdown. But whatever, whatever. We here. I'm here. I'm in now. Let's. My favorite time of the day is when the camera is not set up. My favorite time of the day is when I get to see y'all pretty faces that I never get to see, you know. It's like doing public speaking, but there's no like crowd to get nervous over. There's just it's me staring into the void of nothing here as I look at the chat move and whatnot. Let me give a warm welcome to our newest follower here, Spicy Melee, whose name I was like, okay. Now, I never mean to call out the lurk, but I see that you also made a comment calling out the lurk a bit more inviting here, because I'm like, okay, what does your comment mean? I don't. Wow. Y'all ever realize you were the box people were thinking about the whole time? Can you elaborate, please? I'm not sure what you mean by this. Do you mean like the box controller? Do you mean like the metaphorical box in terms of like, you know, thinking outside the box? No Taco Bell? You know, thinking outside the bun? God, am I that's an old ass ad campaign here. I'm being old as fuck right now. I'm not sure what yeah, when you say box people, that's where I'm a bit lost. I mean the metaphorical box. I'll read your comment again. Y'all ever realize you were the box people were thinking about this whole time? So you're asking here when wait, your sentence is like giving me like a brain aneurysm here. So your comment is, do you ever realize, despite having heard about it previously and not thinking that you were the target demographic in question here, that actually when commenting on and hearing of the box people, and that you are operating within a illusionary confines of behavior as dictated by societal pressure and standards here, that actually you thought you were not in the box, you were being an independent thinker, outsider, etc. You know, you're your own lone wolf, but in actuality you were within the box. You were being socially engineered, and that you were one of the many sheep. the whole time, right? Is that what you're I'm sorry, is it, the sentence is like kind of hard to like am I reading that correctly? I guess also what inspired you to say that? Seems like a pretty that's a pretty deep, it's a pretty deep comment coming during the countdown of all things. So I'm kind of like, okay, you have my attention right now. I am the wolf who thought they were the sheep. You're the first to solve the riddle. Oh, that was a riddle? Oh. Okay, well, welcome to the stream, Spicy Melee. You know, I assume you play Smash Melee. I'm gonna let you cook on that one. I wasn't aware that you were just throwing up riddles, and maybe am I getting farmed? I'm not quite sure, but you know what? Yeah, thanks. I'm gonna hit that blunt and pass it back to you now. You can go ahead and do your thing. We're gonna go ahead and move on because we have a lot to get to. So what's good, y'all? We're here, and we have I woke up early today, and I feel like I still didn't get enough done in time to be here as early as I wanted to be here. But I have been fixing and working on a whole lot of shit right now. So we are locked in. All right, so let's see what we got going on today. All right, chat. Today's stream, we have an intro Yapp. And then we have like a more dedicated real talk, and I'm not here to freak you out about the real talk. I know that commentary ratio is key, so I'm locked in here. But I feel like I've been sitting on some stuff for a while now, and I'm like tired of it not getting done. So I'm just gonna fucking get it done at this point, whatever here. So I'm just locked in right now. You feel?
Welcome back. I could use Twitch Prime. Prime sub in sheep's clothing 7.
Prime sub in sheep's clothing. Yeah, you know, when you're in a chat room that has try hard ban, so you hit him with that try soft or that try peak, and it's like, wait a minute. Which by the way, I want to give y'all a friendly reminder here that if you go over to twitch.tv/twitch, try hard is banned there. I mean, it might not be banned anymore, but when I was last there, for whatever thing I was watching, might have been the TwitchCon shit, it was like, oh yeah, Char's banned here. So I don't know, just kind of, you know, kind of an interesting situation to be in there, you know. Another day. I'm gonna go back up here real quick here. We got some love from Hayden. Was good. Mushroom back there, bro, what's up? Moist Joe, how you doing? You spying on me? Try Zuckerberg. Wait, I'm not following. See, I'm like extra lost here. Like I don't even get that one. Why am I being compared to Zuck? Zuck the cuck. Why am I getting compared to him? What gives you the implication I'm spying on anybody here? So all right. I mean, I don't like. I mean, yeah, Zuck is definitely spying on you. I mean, I have a funny clip that I don't know what the gathering was for, but was it related to when did Mark Zuckerberg last visit the White House? Because this seems somewhat recently here. Was that like whenever Tim Apple was also there? Look, I almost said Tim Cook, and I was like, oh, wait, fuck, I gotta say the right thing here. You know what I mean? He was trying to bribe Trump here. Yeah. So I'm sure you all probably heard about my political homies in here probably saw the clip with the hot mic leaked audio where, I don't know, U.S. investments, I don't know how much you're getting in there. I don't know, 600 billion, whatever number you want to hear, Trump. And it's just like, okay, yeah, sure. So, you know, we're not getting into there today. I have too many things that are already like on the agenda here, but like, yeah, it's just yeah. However, we will talk about this 10% Intel investment. Again, I'm behind right now, but that one I feel is actually a bit more important because like, yes, there's corruption everywhere. Like, what else is fucking new? But the Intel 10% investment thing is actually like, I think, a clear indication of where things are going. And again, it's like so hard because like there's all these things that I find very problematic, but I'm like, I can't. God damn it, do I talk about this shit? I guess not, because I don't know if like, does everyone care? Like, it's like I keep asking myself here, does my potential audience care about this as much as I do? And the answer I keep thinking here is that, well, the answer is no, they don't care because they don't know what the implications are. So I have to explain all that. And that's when I get stuck in the trap where I'm like, okay, well, I want to explain, you know, why the DC mayor is okay with the National Guard just shitting up the whole city and just, you know, cooperating with Trump very needlessly. And then I'm like, okay, I think this is like a Palantir situation. And then I want to get into like how Palantir is probably blackmailing her or extorting her or some bullshit. But for me to do all that, I got to talk about Peter Thiel and Palantir, which I haven't done yet. And just everything requires so much context to get my audience to understand that it's like, therefore it's like not really good content then, right? So, you know what I mean? Like, it's just like a lot. So Trump does corrupt stuff every day, impossible to keep up. That is, man, one more time for those in the back, bro. That is definitely the case here. Well, anyways, let me not get overwhelmed here right now. So, okay, back to what I was saying here. As soon as this command wants to work, which apparently does not. Yeah, so we have 3 topics during intro Yapp. The crazy dream I had last night. An update on clinker as a slur. You know, I'm gonna cancel myself here before y'all can cancel me. And then this last topic here, reaffirmation that Lola Bunny is both furry bait and waifu bait. It's complicated. Did I write this topic down really? Did I put these topics down here? I don't know if I don't remember even that. Is that even close to a priority right now? Okay, so we have, I mean, I might not have time for that one, actually. We'll have to see. And then beyond that, when we, real talk here, you know, Department of War, again, short and simple, but terrible. Figure I'll just bring it up real quick here. Zohran did an interview on CNN, and it's really fucking based. We can look at that. It's also entertaining in a depressive way because, like, y'all, when... I know that y'all know that the state of US journalism is so in the toilet, like, and it has been for a fucking while now. It is so garbage here, but pretty confident the question that gets asked in this interview, it made me want to flip a table, dude. It's like probably, if I had to really, and no, okay, maybe top 100 dumbest questions ever asked in the last like 10 years. Like, think about all the brown nosing you've seen, all the stupid shit, and like when you hear the question you're gonna hear they ask Zohran during this interview, it's like, it's not even like propaganda or like paid bullshit. It's just like, I'm hoping this doesn't work on people. I'm hoping that when you see how stupid they really think you are, that you're like that you should be insulted. Like, it's like you should be insulted. That's what I'm trying to say all the way through here. So yeah, it's got a shockingly stupid question asked to a very serious candidate, and it's like, I don't even know, dude. I really need like the fairness doctrine reenacted that Reagan blew up 40 years ago. I need like journalism to actually like grow a pair and actually like give a fuck. But I guess as long as we're in the for-profit news cycle, it doesn't fucking matter anymore. So whatever. Anyways, yeah, so Department of War, the Zohran Zohran CNN interview, and the Toy Story 5 news that I did not get to the other day. Then we get to Hollow Knight, which you may recall here, Super Air Dash, that's what I'm calling it, was acquired, whatever it's really called, and now it's time to unload and kill everything. You know, I am now here to, I am the God Slayer. I am the Hollow Knight. All right, so that's what's happening today. I listened to a hardcore rant on what the hell's going on over at the White House. I just pray this shit ends soon, if you know what I mean. It won't. I mean, look, I know what you're saying. If Trump croaks, it's just gonna, you know, in some ways, it's actually a bit scarier. Well, okay, I can't say scarier. It's not that it's scarier. It's just like, it's more unpredictable. Like, I can contemplate what happens next. You get VP Vance and shit's gonna be like extra, just, you know, there's no longer like cronies that are looking to distract Trump and then do their business. Now it's gonna be more evident that they're just doing their business now as cronies, unapologetically. But what the MAGA cult would do with Trump being dead, that's the question. And in some ways it is a bit more scary there, because like, well, then you would just politicize the shit out of glazing Trump endlessly, and you would just conflate being a patriot with glazing Trump. And if you're a patriot, therefore glaze Trump, but if you want to prove you're a patriot, you would then do this. And this would be probably some call to action by the cronies who would just like do more stupid, terrible shit. I assume. I mean, that's what I would think they would probably go for here. But I mean, I don't know. In the end, it's hard to say right now. It's hard to say what would culturally happen once Trump would pass, or rather when he passes. So, all right, scrolling down real quick here. I love y'all again. The illusion falls away because MAGA people hate Vance for a very funny and a horrible people way. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Vance is very unpopular, and Vance certainly. There's definitely an uphill battle, right? I don't know. It's like it'd be really fucking sad if, like, you know, the whole Epstein files never actually get any justice because Trump's already dead or some bullshit. I don't know. It's like a whole other topic here. Let's just move on. This topic is like it's not that important right now anyway. We have a lot to get to. So with that, let's go ahead and get to it then. We'll go over here real quick and let's see what's good. Green screen activated here. Can someone tell me why they call him couch fucker? You could explain the couch fucker meme, but I think the broader thing here is that, like, JD Vance is generally unlikable, and he has shown here that he does not have balls of steel. He definitely gets triggered by the memes, and so, you know, once he's revealed that he is mortal and human, and he cannot stand being ridiculed, and he doesn't like do like Trump. He doesn't just like bark against the noise. He complains. He's a complainer. So therefore, it's like very lucrative just to shit on him. Because he's actually replying to like random people. At least he did back in during the campaign during 24. He'll reply to like normies, like regular ass Twitter users, to dunk on them. But the problem is when you lower yourself to their level, they're just gonna outclass you on memes and shit posting. So, yeah, he's really fucking dumb. So he gets got a ton, and that was already a thing that came from Tim Walz calling the Republicans weird during the brief period where Kamal's campaign was actually pulling ahead of Trump. So him calling him weird because he was just doing his weird ass thing here, and they are fucking weird. So that's kind of like that's where I recall it starts here. But I would say him being a meme got permanently etched into his existence because, like, I forget, someone got deported because they had the JD Vance fathead meme on their phone, and I don't know, like customs like deported them at the airport or whatever because they were fucking, how dare you ridicule our vice king, whatever, some bullshit. There's some pathetic anti-speech shit like that, anti-free speech. So I think at that point it's kind of like, yeah, well, I mean, yeah, fuck this dude. Well, at least the left. Why the right hates him is probably like I don't know. It's hard for me to think here. I don't know. Like, the right hates a lot of people for a lot of irrational reasons. I mean, could be the interracial couple because he's married to an Indian. He has an Indian wife. Could be could be how he just doesn't come off strong, right? When it was him and Zelensky and Trump in the Oval Office, and, you know, have you thanked us for anything or whatever the fuck he said here, whatever fuckboy shit it was. It didn't really come off as strong. Like, Trump attacks everyone. He just like doesn't really attack in a way that's like, it's almost like, I would put it like, Vance trying to come off strong it comes off to me like him trying to do an impersonation of Meatball Ron, Stinky Ron DeSantis. It's like him doing an impression of Meatball Ron, who then is doing a shittier impression of Trump. So it's like two layers deep of like a bad impression of trying to come off like what they think being tough is. So yeah, I feel like MAGA just doesn't. They're not in the trance of their MAGA illusion. It doesn't really work at that point. So Do I think the midterms could be a chance? Man, dude, we're so far from that. I mean, right now, Dems poll ahead, but I'd argue it's more so of a Republican and MAGA resentment, more so than Democrats doing good currently. So, I mean, yeah, but you really need to see a unified message from Democrats, and you're not really getting that right now. Again, they're not even endorsing Zohran. They're not even like, they're like ashamed of where the success is coming from currently, which really tells you how really fucked the systemic rot is at the Democratic elite. They are still wanting to like, they're still like all in on their serving the elite donor class and neoliberal politics, to the point where they don't even want to attack Trump for the Epstein shit, which has been rampant and continuous because they don't want to have Bill Clinton, their boy, get also implicated publicly and whatnot. Yeah, it's just, so yeah, they're, in the end, it's like, yeah, they stand for nothing, which I would think here is legitimate, the fact that it makes Democrats more hated than Republicans, because Republicans at least serve their base, though with falsehoods and propaganda. Democrats don't even serve their base. There's no one to serve. There's no one there because they're just beholden to fascism and such, you know. Again, we look at the fact that, like, look how fucked they currently are right now with the whole like APAC funding bullshit. Like the answer is so clearly there, and they just like, nah, we want the donor money. Okay, so yeah, midterms. Now, midterms, there's always a chance if the Democrats get their shit together, but it's not really like worth talking about right now, because there's still too much shit to like shovel through at this time. Like it's not really worth talking about right now. I mean, there's some special elections where Democrats won, but it's like not really, to me, it's not really worth paying attention to right now. There is a lot that needs to be done here. So I guess I have like a boring long answer that is like not that important to get to right now. Sorry, I'm going to eat real quick. Again, I have a lot of topics in the chamber that we'll get to another day. The Chorus Dark Money group comes to mind. The Hyundai battery factory ice raid comes to mind. Other shit too. I got topics I want to get to that I think are pretty important, but again, I just gotta like let them like sit and get to them another day where it's not taking up most of my time. You feel? So one day at a time, y'all. Okay, all right. So with that, then let's hop in here. Okay, so we're gonna we are officially beginning the stream now. Okay, so we start first with, I had a dream last night, y'all, and I'm not one to normally like, I don't know, whatever here, right? I mean, this is like your time is precious here, and I need to be really whatever with that. But this dream was fucking crazy. Okay, so last night I had a dream. Usually when I have dreams, I forget them because I don't bother to log them or whatever here. Whatever, right? They're not that important. However, this stream last night, shit was crazy, okay? This stream involved Kendrick and Drake, okay? Not farming here. I will now tell you what happened in this stream. Shit was fucking wild. Okay, so in this stream, hang on, let me cook here. In this dream, me and Drake are like hanging out together. I don't know why. I don't know. I guess like, you know, I'm not sure why. We're hanging out, right? We're in a house, and I forgot my food in the bathroom. I don't know why either here. So I knock on the door, and I'm like, hey, Drake, I need to get my food real quick here. And he doesn't reply, but I know he's in there, right? Because I can hear his phone going off. Because he's on his phone, like whatevering, right? I'm like, hey, bro, I need to get my food. I forgot my food in there. So I opened up the door because he didn't respond, and it's him taking a shit. And I'm like, oh, hey, look, I'm just here to grab my food. And I just grab my food, don't look away, and get out of there, right? Not important, but that's just how the dream starts, okay? So now, again, I don't know why. So I grab my food now, and I'm eating my whatever bologna sandwich, whatever the fuck it is, right? And then in the dream, it's revealed further on here that, Drake wanted to 1v1 me in Smash. And I was like, bitch, you garbage. What's up? What you want to do? So, of course, you know, I pull up. I got my setup and everything else here. We're at the house in question. Old boy forgot his controller. He ain't got his controller. I didn't have a spare one. I'm like, man, God, you so garbage. You ain't got that thing on you, bro. Shit, bro. Fuck. So then, I get in my whip. He gets in his whip. Remember, it's strict. He has his bodyguard shit and whatnot. So he's in 3 cars. So he's got a security team and all the other people, and they're in 3 whips, right? And you got me in my car in my whip. Okay. So we're heading back. We're heading to wherever his controller's at. It's not at his house, because that's like the whole embassy, right? We're going to wherever the controller last was, or to get a controller, whatever the fuck we're doing here. Again, it's vague. I don't know. And then while I'm driving though, Kendrick K-Dot calls me on the phone, and he's like, hey man, what's up, bro? I'm in town. What's good? What you doing? And I'm like, man, I'm about to play Smash and I'm about to bust Drake's ass real quick here, and so I get his controller. And he's like, oh fuck, man, for real? Oh man, you play? Man, shit, I'm nice. I'm like, bro, K-Dot, don't say that, bro. Don't say you nice, bro. You don't want this work, dog. You don't want this work, man. What's good? What's good? He's like, hey, well, man, I'm doing a show in New Orleans soon, bro. You need to let me know if you're free. We can run that. And I'm like, well, man, well shit, what you doing right now? Because in my head, Drake kind of free, you know, because Drake, again, there's no dialogue spoken, but you know that shit where you have a dream and like, you know, shit that's not spoken. It's just like kind of like known at a subconscious level. So in the dream, like me and Drake have not played Smash yet, but I know Drake free, Drake garbage at Smash. Like, dude just not good. I'm gonna bust his ass, and I'm gonna pull out the pocket main on him, but you know, he kind of free. I'm settling for that, but I want to play someone better. So I'm like kind of like ready to bail on Drake. And so, okay, now in the dream, right, where I'm driving to wherever Drake shit is here. So I pretend to lose him at the light. And then and then we dip out, right? I split off here. So I go meet up with Kendrick. Drake, I don't know where the fuck he's at. I'm gonna tell him my phone died and I had to go get something or whatever the fuck. I'm gonna make up some shit here, right? He'll figure it out. So I'm going to where the K-Dot is. And we get to the hotel. I'm at the hotel he's at. I got my controller here. He has the shit. He plays Pro Controller. We pull up. All right, we're playing here. I got my monitor. I'm playing a little shitty ass, like hotel laggy ass TV, right? We get in there. Kendrick is a Mario main. He a Mario main, and he ain't bad either. And what happens next? What happens next is, so I have my setup. He goes in, he's picking Mario. He puts his name in, puts his controls in. His controls are not standard. They're custom, right? Tap, jump off, etc., etc. And I'm like, okay, he ain't free. Fuck, okay. And right, we're about to play. That's when I wake up. Y'all. I wake up because I have to go pee, and I'm like, fuck. I'll never know the answer here, but that's the dream. The dream was all that happened. I don't know why. That was the dream here. Is Kendrick a Mario main? You know, we'll never know. Was that going to be a warm-up secondary? We'll never know. Was he actually like cracked? I don't know. Was Drake free though? Most certainly yes. I know, dude. I know. I'm so mad. I'm mad. I want to know where this was going to go, dude. I don't even know who Drake mains. That's the worst part. So, yeah. So, yeah, I don't know. You know, who do you think Kendrick mains? That's the $1 million question. Do you think it's Mario? Does that even feel like accurate or whatever here? So, it's also crazy because I haven't given any like conscious thought to like Drake or Kendrick at all, you know, prior to like Bet or whatever here. Now I have heard, of course, when it comes to dreams that like you're ejected from a dream once your brain doesn't know the answer, right? That's the whole thing. It's like you may have imagined it or whatever, but like you don't know the answer. The subconscious is a very powerful thing here. I will say, while we're on this topic, another thing that's happened here, if you recall, the origin of Try Sleeper, the emote was, I was passed out on what's it called? The laughing gas anesthesia. Is that what it's called? I'm brain farting here, but when I got my wisdom teeth pulled, right, they put me under, and I was under, and of course, you know, Venom being anybody here, they cocaine, that's Zaza, okay, they had me under, and she's recording me while I'm like out of it and whatnot, and what's funny is, okay, I'm sorry, this is like a story within a story now, okay, so now we're gonna go to a bigger thing here, okay. So when I was put under for my wisdom teeth, very important to know, and I remember this here, this was the week, and it might have been even the day before here, where Pop Balloon or Fall in Love had old boy on, the Queen guy, the Ninja Turtle asshole. So I'm sitting here like quoting them all like, Queen, and I'm trying to look all the her on your arms. Remember that dude, right? So I'm sitting there quoting it for fun, and I'm talking to the nurse who's like administering the anesthesia on me, and I'm like, man, you ever watch Pop Balloon Fall in Love? You ever saw it before? And she's like, no. And I'm like, oh man, it's so fucking funny. They got this fuck boy on there, and so anyways, yeah. So when I come to, I don't remember any spot by here. This is all I remember because there's a video of it that Venom has on her phone that I don't think I've shown you before here, but like she's recording me coming back, awake and whatnot, and I'm, God, dude, it's just so funny because I kept saying to her, I'm like, I'm not a fuckboy, I'm not a fuckboy, I'm not a fuckboy, and she's like, what are you talking about? I'm like, I'm not like Ninja Turtle dude. He's a fuckboy. And she's like, what? And I'm like, yes, I'm not a fuckboy. And she's like, well, what's a fuckboy? And then this is where it gets crazy. Okay, so okay, I'm sorry, there's a story within a story within a story now, but like I haven't watched Scarface until somewhat recently. I watched Scarface, the original Scarface. I watched it for the first time like maybe like 3 years ago, and I've only seen it once. And I told Venom, I think I did it on like a flight somewhere or whatever, right? And I told Venom, hey, Scarface is actually really fucking good. We should. I want to watch it again because I wasn't really paying all attention, honestly, because I was like on the flight or whatever. I'd love to like lock in and like watch it like all the way because the shit's fucking gas. And so me and her have been waiting to like, it's on our backlog to watch together as a couple, blah 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 here. But for some reason, while under the influence, I attributed fuckboy to Scarface the movie, a movie I could not recall that well, but I recalled everything. I was like, yeah, I ain't trying to be a fuckboy like the brother of Tony Montana, because whenever he fucks his sister and Tony's threatening him to do all this shit here, I don't want to be like that dude. That dude's straight bitch made. And dude, I recalled like the whole like middle of the movie in detail, and I'm like, I couldn't have did that if I tried. I don't consciously remember that movie that well, but subconsciously, apparently, it just revealed to me here how much like hidden information you have in the memory banks. You just can't find the front door. It's like a file cabinet with a lock, and it's like, oh, crazy shit here. Yeah, I don't know. There's something crazy going on there. So now I go back here to the dream in question, and I'm like, okay, what does all this mean here? Why were Kendrick and Drake inserts for other people I've played in the past in Smash? I don't know. Hard to say here. Crazy work right there. But yeah, that was a fucking wild ass dream, to say the least here. I wish to one day learn how good Kendrick is at Smash, but until then, I don't know. Can't say. But thank you for listening. Yeah, maybe I'm recalling. Honestly, again, I want to reiterate here that I'm paraphrasing the whole thing here. I'll have to find you the video, because like you're not wrong. I might be recalling incorrectly here. I might be attributing the fuckboy to Manny, who's not the fuckboy. I don't even remember. I watched the movie once. I don't recall too well in detail because I wasn't paying all attention. I just remember the movie was like really entertaining and lit, but I may have fell asleep in the movie and whatnot. And I'm also trying to recall a video of when I got my wisdoms pulled back in like 2021. So I'm trying to recall a vague video about me recalling a thing that I barely remember watching, So it's just like, so hard to, you know, just bear with me here. I don't have the most concrete details here. The point being, I recalled it in way better detail than I could have. Like, and this is where I would show you the video in question, but I don't have it on me right now. So. Okay, so that's that. Okay, what we have next here? Next up here. So that's the dream I had. Next up here, let's talk about. I'm gonna cancel myself here. We have an issue. So the other day we were talking about clanker. Is clanker a slur? And I want to pull up the receipts here. Okay, so this was a stream I did last Tuesday where Aaron asked me, "What are your thoughts on clanker as a slur?" And I said this. Big thugging right now. We could all
right, let me hit you with the banger small talk topic.
Okay.
What do you think about these motherfucking white people coming in here trying to guise their funny robot racism as a way to bring up their real, you know, the clankers thing? Sure, have you seen the clankers video? You know what I'm saying?
You know, okay. I did, and I covered the wholesome portion of that. I actually didn't cover the meta, like the meta humor of it, where like you're right. I saw the viral TikTok, right, from the 1950s diner chick with the segregation, you know, parallels, right, to clankers. I saw the wholesome version of this here. I wasn't aware that in the quote tweets were all the people who were like, yeah, and the rounds too need to go as well. It's like, whoa, you're aware this is a satire of how stupid they don't. Yeah. But yeah, it's cooked though. I mean, unironically, I was seeing people that were like, you know, people who are like, oh, Cartman is base. Like people are discovering as of last year here that like they think that Cartman is like meant to be right. They're just like, because when Cartman sings the song at the water park, you know, all these minorities, right? Because now the water park is full of minorities because now the waits are too long now, and he's like he wants them all gone and whatnot. Like, yeah, and they're like, oh, yeah, Cartman, I agree with Cartman. These water parks are too fucking long. All this shit, you know, yeah. So, yeah, people are really fucking dumb now. So, white folks, yeah, they're pretty stupid. I mean,
well, what's your take? Did you see the video, right? Because, I mean, from an unbiased source, right? Like,
sure.
You saw the vid. Did you have...
God, so much yapping here. Okay, ultimately, though, I'm like, yeah, I'll use clinker. I don't care. I'll say clinker hard R. Eventually, somewhere in here, I say this part, right? But, like, I wanted to come here and, like, amend this a bit more now because I feel like I was got here. I simultaneously didn't know the full story, and I misinterpreted the one example I showed y'all that I felt was, like, quote-unquote wholesome, and I now realize the error of my ways. So... I showed this one, which I admit here, I thought we were on the same page. I thought this was about, and I'm keeping the like there because I'm keeping myself accountable on this one, okay? I thought this was pertaining to robo spam calls and shitty implementation of AI, and by having the AI pretend it's like a human being or a fucker. I thought that's what we were talking about here. Yeah, when I call these restaurants or whatever, and it's a goddamn clinker on the phone, and I want a human, or I call a business and I want to get customer service to get like an RMA or a refund going here, clinker on the phone, right? Like you call the IRS, clanker, and I thought we were talking about this because we're all in the unified idea that mass automation to robotics is going to fuck us all over because we don't have UBI or any kind of like, you know, comprehensive social safety net to like, you know, allow the offset of human labor into robotics here. I thought we were on that here, but that was me being chronically online, being oblivious and not looking into just the quote tweets over like what's going on there. So I'm aware now. So let's look at this one more time. Now that you know where I thought this was about, and then we're going to talk about what it was really about. And when we go from there, let's go back one here. Okay, so, and action.
Hi folks, what can I get started for you today? Oh, well. Look what the Roomba dragged in. Didn't you see the sign outside? We don't serve clankers here. Can't you read? What are you two called? Nuts and bolts? We only serve human food here, wirebacks. We don't have none of your old...
I didn't catch that. This is the part where I should have knew better here. She said wireback, which is of course, you know, just the robotic whatever of like the slur wetback, which of course had I caught that, I didn't catch it at first here. Okay. Had I caught that, because I'm, at this point here, I'm thinking, yeah, Clanker is like a thing I heard like in Star Wars and other, things in the future, sci-fi, where like, yeah, the robot's an idiot and whatever else here, right? These droid-like humanoid-shaped robots are stupid and dumb and bumbling here. When the droid takes the prisoners to, what is it, like Camp 4 for processing in episode 1 Phantom Menace here. Take them to Camp 4. Roger, Roger. And then it gets sliced like Swiss cheese by a lightsaber 4 minutes later or whatever. Okay, right? So, however, Wireback is so clearly a surrogate for problematic slurs, obviously here. Had I caught that, I would have been able to understand here. This is obviously a problem. So I want to say I'm sorry that I didn't catch that. Now it's all really clear to me. This is like a bit too on the nose. And we're just letting ourselves use, very humanistic slurs and getting around and whatnot here. So yeah, I've mistaken for that, but let's keep going here.
Oil or microchips or whatever it is you rust buckets eat.
Sorry, we're fresh out of AAA batteries, Tin Skin, so why don't you get lost?
You heard him. So unless you can talk some sense into our broken waffle maker, we're gonna have to ask you to leave. You wouldn't want me to get the spray bottle? Or maybe you'd like a nice helping of malware, huh? Would you like that? Go on, get it! Get back to Dataville where you belong!
Yeah, you tell him, Maureen.
Alright.
Serves him right.
Alright, show's over, people. I showed those walking USBs a thing or two.
You sure did, honey.
Alright.
Okay, so that's the one that I showed. Because I thought, like I said, I thought it was about blah, blah, blah. But yeah, Wireback kind of exposes here that, yeah, even though it's not her posting it, right? But, get that idea. Yeah, it's kind of a problem. So we elaborate further here. There was another one, and I hadn't seen these, but this is where, had I just saw one more, I would have saw here how bad this really gets. So this is when the things fall apart. This is when we're just cosplaying being pro segregation because because it's a sci-fi thing or whatever. We don't have to it's whatever, right? So.
Hey, Clanker, didn't you read the sign? This is the humans only bathroom. I guess I gotta teach you a lesson now, oil breath. Robots are humans too? Okay, Buckethead, then how many stop signs are in this photograph? That's what I thought, Tin Skin. Whoa, look everyone, it's Jamal 3000. What's the matter?
And at this point is when I saw here that I had to talk about this, y'all. Jamal 3000? Jamal 3000. You got to be a bit more subtle than that, buddy. Samuel Jacob Comedy on TikTok. You got to, bro. So yeah, look, I'm gonna stop right there. So yeah, so now once I saw this is when I had to come forward and let y'all know here. I do apologize. I did not know. I thought we were smarter than this and we weren't gonna I thought we were making a funny, and I realized here there are no jokes actually here. Holy fucking shit. So yeah, definitely a problem. What else do I have here about this here? So then comes there were some reactions I had here on the whole thing here, right? There was a there was one. Okay, so there's this guy, Toothy Blowjob is a username, and he deleted this tweet, but don't worry, I have the picture to show you here. Where some quote tweets here, Now, why are the robots dressed to fit a specific demographic? Clanka definitely means the N-word in this context. That happened. The way you guys instinctively made robots black is not lost on me. My Clanka, you aight meat boy. I want you all the KYS. Okay, so what's the question here? So again, this is a now deleted tweet here, but I don't give a shit. I'll happily shame this shit because it's clearly fucking problematic. So we have here, in the chip, ha ha ha, ha ha, damn my Clanka, ha ha ha, and right, and then so the white boys using a Clanka here, and all the fellow Clankers are or whatever robots are all whatever here, right? My Clanka, and then just UI white boy type shit. So, and the problem here, of course, is that in this case here, it's undeniable that the droid or the android stand-in is surrogately meant to represent black people. They're being humanized enough so that they can then go from being, you know, ridiculed as being robotics to now being seen as human-like, and therefore be subject to slurs and such. Which, but again, it's specifically on black people here. So it's like I want to do cosplay. I want to do cosplay inconsequential fantasy racism, and reinforce my tribal human feel good instincts here and whatnot. So yeah, this is like, and yeah, when you I think this is like a cache thing here. This might not work for y'all here, but if you want to see that, you got that there. But these are what these two things here we're tweeting to and whatnot. So I wanted to clarify that, and yeah, I'm sorry about that. I need to do a bit better there, but I can't believe I missed here Jamal 3000. Any questions here about that? I guess here, like I said, I thought it was really about like robot spam calls, and maybe like I don't know, like anti-automation here. But I realized that was me being so chronically online. Like no one's even talking about automation anymore. Like automation was a thing that like died in social consciousness whenever Andrew Yang was no longer a viable candidate in like 2020 or whatever. So yeah, everyone's like, we're too far in on like fascism at this point to even be talking about like, you know, bringing back some kind of like, we're like nowhere near UBI or even talking about automation as a threat here. We're talking about now just like, oh, will we have human rights, and will we have an election in 2 years?
Welcome back. It's Tacos Use Twitch Prime.
So thank you, Tacos. So that's that right there. So thank y'all for listening. Sorry about that again. I'll do better, but obviously I didn't want to let that one slide. Okay, and then what else do we have here in the intro? Yapp. Anything else? Lola Bunny is both furry bait and waifu bait. Okay, that one, sadly, that one's a bigger topic here. So I'm gonna go ahead and though it's not urgent, we can probably skip that one, right? Okay, so when I come back here, if we have time, we'll talk about that one. There's a lot going on there. It's kind of long though, not really that important. So hang tight. It's a quick ad break here, and then we'll get to it. Okay.
They remind me what I'm not. I'm not a hero. I'm not a hero. I'm not a hero. I'm not a hero. Oh, I'm not.
Okay, thank you for y'all patience here. Hope the ads weren't too brutal. Much love again here. Reminder, if you have a Prime sub, you won't get added. And I love y'all. I play as little ads as I can here. You know, and the timer's always on the bottom right, so you know when you're about to get fucked. So every 40 minutes, the ad break kicks in. So I try to just shove it all at one time and go from there. Okay, so right. So what's our last topic here? Our last topic is in the intro here is what did I put here again? I'm sorry. Reaffirmation that Lola Bunny is both furry bait and waifu bait. Okay, I don't know who voted on that topic there, but okay, I guess we're here now then. Okay, so listen, chat, it's complicated, right? It's complicated here. In the end, so many of y'all are just, you know, gooners in disguise. I have to see this shit every fucking day here. I have to see make sure I'm not showing anything crazy here right now. So yeah, look, I just, you know, I have Google Safe Search on and I type in, you know, Space Jam Lola Bunny, and I mean look, the worst ones here are all like, you know, from the actual movie, right? We're just like, oh, I mean, look at this here. Like we're just seeing here, we're at a point where it's like, yeah, there's a lot going on here for sure, right? And all y'all are like, yeah, man, yeah, Lola Bunny hot, bro. She fucking base, bro. Yeah, I mean, I hit that, right? Okay, yeah, but somehow y'all not furries here. Okay, whatever, right? Let's get to the nitty gritty of things here right now, because notice here I said furry bait. That indeed she is here. And that is tragic for the shitty writing of Space Jam 1. However, also Space Jam 2 is also terrible as well. Not seen the movie either. That move's actually worse than Space Jam 1, believe it or not. But that aside, you haven't seen it anyway, so who fucking cares? That aside here though, yes, Lola Bunny, she's complicated here because she's both furry bait. Keyword here, bait. I'm using the word bait here, okay? Words mean things, but she's also waifu bait. Now you'll say here, well, hang on, wait. How can it be furry bait and waifu bait? How's that work here? Like, what do you mean by, like, if she's like, if I want a waifu, that make me a furry? Can it be both furry and waifu? Are they not? They're mutually exclusive. I thought here, Trihex. Well, you see, chatter, when you are attracted to a wholesome person with personality and depth and complexity and relatability, well, then I think here that would make you, it's more of like a asexual attraction, more so than the more physical traits that are depicted in like the definitions for furry attraction, right? Okay, so with that in mind, what am I cooking here, right? Well, the other day, I couldn't let this slide. The other day, a thread went viral showing yet again my Lola Bunny from the sadly underwatched Looney Tunes show, where she's immaculate. Look at this here, 200K likes. Why is the show still canceled? This should be revived right now. I'm mad. So we have here a brilliant excuse to show yet again here what I've been saying here the whole fucking time. If you would gift to Space Jam Lola Bunny and you don't even know this Lola Bunny, well then, so I'm sorry, y'all just piled by lust. And that does make y'all furries, I'm sorry to say here, which is fine, just don't be in denial of it here. However, liking this is not being a furry. Now let's look into why here. We begin here with the clip that went viral.
What's the name of this movie again?
The Black Widow.
Okay, is that guy a good guy or a bad guy?
Lola, the movie's barely started, and you've already asked 100 questions. All right, here's what we're gonna do. You get 3 more questions. That's it.
Oh, there's a subject? I thought you were just wasting my
Who's the Black Widow?
She is.
Why is she called the Black Widow?
You're using up your questions awful fast. Look, she's a jewel thief, and she always leaves behind a calling card with a spider on it. So they call her the Black Widow.
Then who is...
This is your last question.
I have to know.
Fine.
Who is the Black Widow?
You already asked that. It's her.
Oh, no, it's not. It's that guy, the detective.
What?
He's in love with her, so he pretends to be the Black Widow to protect her, and in the end, he goes to jail for her.
How do you know all this?
The Black Widow is my favorite movie. I've seen it 100 times. I've memorized all the dialogue. Ma'am, I'm afraid we're gonna have to ask you some questions. What are you afraid of? I won't bite. What do you know about the break-in at the museum? What are you implying, detective?
Listen, okay. The reason why she's wonderful is like I don't know. Have I ever seen ADHD represented so authentically here? Like, good Lord. In that case here, it's less about the ADHD. It's more just how just driving bugs insane here, more neurotypically and whatnot. So, what thing am I though? So we're gonna start here and go from there. Okay. You don't get it. Okay. So in this case here, okay, I'll bring it out for you. Okay. So within the spectrum of ADHD, oftentimes you may be thinking of like ADHD as like the inability to focus, right? The inattentiveness. However, ADHD can also stem other things, hyperactive impulsivity. And that can come with like a hyper focus or like a hyper fixation, like whatever you're into, you're like really into it. So, her having to the point of having the dialogue memorized here, it's like, no, I really, really like this movie, and I've watched this movie, and I've watched clips of this movie, and I've watched the making of this movie, and I have like all my favorite scenes memorized. I even have like a scene tier list of like, you know, my top, you know, my favorite 10 scenes out of the 130 scenes in this, like, you know, in this 2-hour long movie and whatnot, like all that kind of shit here. Like it's the hyper fixation, which I could say, for example, for me might be animation, might be comic books, might be manga, might be anime, might be speedrunning, you know? So you're seeing that in play there and everything else here. Now, why is she asking a million questions? That is probably revealed further in the episode itself. I don't know in this clip here, but where the clip cuts on here though, it's just like, you know, I guess to me it's funny because like Bugs is like, why am I dating this bitch? This bitch is crazy, dude. So you're right. Why did she ask those questions given she already knew the movie and whatnot? That I don't know in the context of this particular clip, but yeah. So thank you, Fritzy. My husband got diagnosed with ADHD and he has a hyperfixation on Ace Attorney games. Oh yeah, no, yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. So don't worry, we'll keep going. Okay, so that's the one that went viral. But of course, this inspired more glazing of Lola here. So now we go over to you probably already seen this one before here. I think I've shown this one before, but Lola with her purse while again, I'll let it play here, but you probably seen it before, but you're gonna see it again actually here. So
Oh, sorry, that's my phone. Sorry, a lot of stuff in here. Makeup, keys, rubber band ball, deck of cards, stapler, flashlight, mini fan. I like to record my thoughts. Note to self, clean out your purse. Oh, here it is. Hello? Hi. Oh, nothing. I'm just on a date with a really cute guy. He's sitting across from me right now. He's totally looking at me. Oh, no, wait. Now he's looking down. Now he's looking around. Oh, nope. He's looking at me again. I better go. Okay, call me later. Okay, bye.
Friend of yours?
Nope. Wrong number. Oh, is there butter in this? I'm not supposed to have butter. I'm allergic to butter. Oh, no, wait. It's gluten, not butter. I'm allergic to gluten. No, wait, not gluten. Pollen. Oh, no, wait. I love pollen. Is there pollen in this? Can I get some pollen in this? You know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, I don't really want carrot soup. Actually, maybe just one little taste. Oh, that's good. Oh, maybe just one more. Oh, one more. Just one more. You can really taste the pollen. Are you gonna eat yours? Wow, that was a good movie.
And now, your feature presentation.
So basically, to make a long story short, wait, what was I talking about?
I have no idea.
Oh my gosh, I never paid.
That was the worst date of my life.
That was the best date of my life.
Okay. If you've never actually like, if you think this is like an exaggeration, okay, sure. The soup gag was one thing here, but like, the ADHD really do be like that. I forgot what I was talking about because I went into too much detail about like a subtopic within the topic itself here, and I forgot entirely what I was talking about. Like that's a thing that I do way too often. I guess I'm trying to say here is that I feel seen. I feel seen in a way that I haven't in a very long time now. You know, I already like the Looney Tunes show, but now I think I'm just like, yeah, Lola Bunny's just like a queen at this point. So yeah, there's that one. Another, it's like, it's hard to explain here, right? But it's like, I'll do this thing where if I get a text, I'll construct what the reply should be in my head, and I'll mistake the reply in my head as the reply I've already sent. So because I already read the text and the red notification was already on, it's no longer a pending text, I'll therefore think I already sent the text I was going to send, and I never sent it. And then I'm wondering why they don't reply back to me, unaware that I never sent the text in question. So it's like, and then when I remember to send the text, or when I realize here that I actually never wrote a text, I just thought a text, but I never sent the text here, I then forget what I was going to say. I can only now construct a text of what is like an imitation of what I thought I was thinking I had said when I first thought what I thought. Does that make sense? Yeah, it like that does actually happen. It sucks ass. I'm a terrible texter. I try to be good about it. I have to be like really, really diligent on the whole thing here. So, and then what was the other one here? I was just like this is just like the whole thing where like, you know, I don't want this, but I want that, but I want one bite of this and one bite of that here. Again, not so much me, but I've seen other people who just like, they're just haywire. It's crazy here. Scared to commit to anything. And, you know, this might be more of like a girlfriend thing here, because like, if me and them at a restaurant and like, you know, I ask her if she want dessert, she'll say no. And I'm like, okay, well then, you know, shit, I mean, this is cheap meal. It's cheap meal Thursday. I don't give a fuck. I'm about to give me some shit. So I'll get me something. And then when I get something, I'm getting it thinking I'm going to eat it. Right. But then she wants a bite, really half, but in reality what she wanted to not have the commitment of the stigma of wanting dessert, I guess. She doesn't want, she wants half. Like, okay, so you want to split it, which is fine. It's fine, by the way. It's just funny that like, you know, we could have gotten what we wanted, but I ordered what I wanted because you didn't want to order dessert. All right, whatever. So yeah, so there's that one there, and then yeah, that's just another gag. Oh, this here, forgetting to, oh my god, okay, forgetting to pee. That is definitely okay. This is like, I don't know, whatever. It's like ADHD or whatever here, but like I have before, like all the time here. I get up to. I'm going to my bedroom to go pee. And then I get in the bedroom and then I realize, oh, wait, the bed's not made. Oh, wait, my phone's on the charger. Oh, wait, my AirPods aren't charging. And then I leave the room forgetting to go pee. Like the reason I went to go do X is, and then I get distracted and I forget to do X anyway. So that's like all the time. Oh my God. That's like everywhere all the fucking time, dude. I go in the garage because I forgot my whatever in the car. And then I'm in the garage and then I forgot what I'm in the garage for. And then I leave the garage. I'm like, what am I here again? I forgot what I'm in here. Then I go back to where I was, and I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot to get in the garage. And I go back to the garage and get it. Yeah, that. But like, an embarrassingly often amount that happens to me actually. So, is that ADHD or is that just like, you know, normal people forgetfulness? I don't know. I guess depending on the intensity of it and frequency of it, right? But yeah, she's a queen, y'all. She's a queen. But we're not done yet. So then, again, things still going viral here. We have when Lola Bunny's talking to Daffy Duck's girlfriend, whatever here. I don't know her name. I don't know her name exactly.
Okay, let me give you a scenario.
Oh, that's so sweet. Thank you. I feel bad, though. I don't have anything to give you. Here, take my cottage cheese. I insist. Well, one more quick, huge bite.
No, a scenario. I'm gonna describe a situation at work. You tell me how you would handle it.
Ooh, fun!
Okay, imagine some customer comes up to you at the counter.
Who is it?
Who is what?
The customer.
I don't know, it doesn't matter, just pick someone.
Okay, I've got him.
All right, so this customer's in a hurry, but you're already busy doing a bunch of other stuff.
I'm sorry, where do I work again?
Copy place.
Right, got it.
So you tell him to wait a minute, but he keeps ringing the bell saying, Miss, Miss.
Miss.
Well, hello there, customer. Can I help you?
That depends. What are you doing for the rest of your life?
Well, kind of thought I was going to work here until I figured out what I really wanted to do. Or maybe I'll go back to college.
Forget all that. Marry me.
Customer!
Say yes.
Yes, yes! I'll be Mrs. Customer!
Lola!
Huh?
What would you do with that customer?
I drop everything and do whatever he said. He's my customer, and my customer is my world.
Wow.
Okay, listen, that is I told you before, that's ADHD here. Like, I bring up the example where, like, I don't know, there's like the example I told before here is that, like, you know, I'm watching Mission Impossible Fallout. What the Mission Impossible 3 movies ago, the one before Dead Reckoning Part 1, whatever that one is here, right? I'm watching Mission Impossible and like fucking Tom Cruise is like whatevering, I don't know, there's like a moped that he's like about to steal, but he gets a motorcycle instead here. And the moped, I'm like, oh hey, it's that moped that I remember from Fully Cooley when it's being used. And then I'm thinking of the pills, and now I'm thinking of the theme, and I'm thinking of, oh yeah, that theme's fucking banger. And I'm thinking about like, hey, I haven't seen Fully Cooley in a while here. You know what? Don't own the Blu-ray of that movie. Don't own the Blu-ray of that series. Yeah, I let my fucking friend borrow it back in like 2008. Never gave it back to me here. I wonder if I should call it back actually. Who was his name again here? Oh yeah, it was Kyler. Kyler borrowed my fucking Blu-ray. That bitch needs to fucking call me back here. I never got back my fucking Fully Cooley Blu-ray. God damn it, dude. I'm still fucking mad about that. I probably would have watched it again by now had I actually had it here. God damn it. And at this point here, 90 seconds has gone by and there's a whole chasing happening here. I don't even know how Tom Cruise got the bike or whatever, because I'm sitting here thinking about Fully Cooley now. And like, yeah, it's like, brain, shut up and watch the fucking movie, dude. That is, so I've been there with that one, and it's really, really bad. It's bad. It's better now that I'm medicated, but I remember how fucking I'm like manually blinking to like, you know, shut up and just fucking look at the movie, please. So yeah, that is definitely a thing there where it's just like very, very, but again, you gotta watch the Looney Tunes show is fucking based, dude. Like it's so fucking good. So I thought y'all would really, really enjoy that. And was there one more? Oh, there was one more here. Took me way too long to realize that Daphne and Tina's dynamic is literally just Bugs and Lola's dynamic, but gender swapped. And what do we have here on this one?
Excuse me? One of your fax machines just ate my resume.
Bummer.
Oh! Can I move in with you?
What?
Lola's moving into Bugs' house, so I'm out. Let me live with you.
I'm not living with anyone till I'm married.
Darling.
No.
Darling. I guess romance really is dead.
Excuse me? One of your fax machines just ate my resume.
Bruh. Okay, all right. So, yeah, again, you got to get on the show. This show, Looney Tunes show is like really old, by the way. I believe it ran 2011 to 2014, and it's such a war crime that the show, I believe, is 2 seasons long, canceled due to low ratings or some shit here, and just like absolutely cooked. And I don't know what to even say, y'all. I'm sad that it's like I'm sad we're not on like season 8 at this point here. You know what I mean? Just like, fuck my life. Okay, so let me see here. My boy Fats, what's good? What's your What can I help you with here today? I don't know why I even said it like that. Your question is, the context here is that you were a relatively recent ADHD diagnosis. I won't say congrats, other than it's nice to have a diagnosis. Speaking from experience, having been diagnosed officially a couple years ago. Yes, the full context here is that this current segment right now was me admitting the final part of my intro Yapp, that reaffirmation that Lola Bunny is both furry bait and waifu bait. And it's complicated because I get why the Space Jam fans, they love their, you know, their male gazed, lust induced, hypersexualized Lola Bunny. I don't approve of it, but I get why. Though they're in denial that they're obviously, you know, they're down bad on that furry shit, which is cool, but there's denial of it. I, however, am in love with Lola Bunny because she's an ADHD icon. I feel seen, I feel represented. The writing is clever and everything else here, and I was showing here some stuff here that I already loved Looney Tunes show, but then like in a post-diagnosis world, I'm like, wow, no, the writing here really fucking hits even harder. Actually, you know, you feel seen, it feels good. So with that, yeah, and as far as I was diagnosed when I came back from Japan last year. So September, actually 1 year ago. September 2024, I was diagnosed, and then I started medication in October because I had a hard time finding Adderall in this fucking stupid ass country. Like, fucking DEA crackdown on Adderall abuse, and I have to do like fucking phone roulette with like every pharmacy in the town to fucking find anyone that has like a stock of the shit. Dude, it's dumb as fuck, bro. Like, it's like, oh my god, dude, it's hard. It's really fucking hard. Like, genuinely, if I'm changing meds for any reason, it's like it's really just a nightmare scenario. So yeah, I felt seen, and I wanted to share that with chat actually. So here are the links to those tweets in question. If y'all wanted to spread the gospel and whatnot. Dude, the way Bug's like, you know, marry me. Oh my god. Also, you know what I'm saying? One last thing or two, by the way, before we move on here. You know, everyone's gonna sit here and say that they're like, you know, everybody's gangsta until
Well, hello there, customer. Can I help you?
Everybody gangsta until you get to this part here. Then you're like, oh wait a minute, I don't yeah, no, I'm not I don't find this sexy. I don't even want to hit this, bro. No, I love my porn that I consume on Pornhub here. I don't even want this shit. Feeling desirable, feeling yearned for, you know, getting hit on by women. That's not a power fantasy of mine at all here. Not at all. No.
That depends. What are you doing for the rest of your life?
Well, kind of thought I was going to work here until I figured out what I really wanted to do. Or maybe I'll go back to college.
Forget all that. Marry me.
Customer.
Say yes.
Yes. Yes. I'll be
Like that. Like, this is not a top 10 fantasy of yours right now, chat. Just having your dime just like be like, marry me. Wow. This is fast.
This is customer.
Lola!
Huh?
What would you do with that customer?
I drop everything and do whatever he said. He's my customer, and my customer is my world.
Wow.
Okay, all right. So, yeah, the desire to be the desire to be yearned after infinitely, of course. Okay, all right. So we go from there now. That was so now we're done with the intro Yapp here. So I never again want to see Tri-Furry misused or the furry label be misattributed here and whatnot. Yada 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 here. We can finally be at peace and move on with things, right? Okay, great. Use the emote. I'm happy for y'all here. Obviously we have Sonic Rush Rerun, another exciting game we're looking at here. You know, you can even call it Rerun Hype No Space. I'll have that code changed here soon. Tri-Furry was just a temporary because I didn't know what else to really call Blaze, because if I put Tri Blaze, it's gonna be, y'all gonna think it's like a 420 emote or whatever. So I had to figure out like what to do. So it was a temporary code, but we definitely are overdue to change that code to something a bit more contextually relevant now. So We'll probably put a rerun hype. I'll figure it out here in time and whatnot. So, okay. Moving on from there. Moving on from there here, let's actually now we're gonna get into the real talk here, which I'm calling it real talk, whatever. It's the extended Yapp that I haven't gotten to in a fucking while here now. So we have here 3 things. We have the Department of War, which is you know, the Department of Defense is now retitled Department of War. Simple thing here, but I'll show you like what's going on with that. It's pretty terrible, obviously. Not sure what's meant to appeal to. We have Toy Story 5 news, and then we have Zohran getting interviewed on CNN with the absolutely dumbest questions I've ever seen in my fucking life. Not serious here, obviously. They're not serious anyway. Okay, so we'll start first with the Toy Story 5 here. The topic I probably care about the most, if I'm being honest. So, Toy Story 5. Recently, there was the D23 Expo, which Disney revealed some pretty big stuff here for your upcoming slate for 2025 and 2026. So we have some major insight here. A new character being voiced by Conan O'Brien called Smarty Pants, a toilet potty training toy here. It will be a new character in Toy Story 5. Toy Story 5 scheduled to come out next June, I believe, June 2026. So I will say here, I love the character design, if I'm being honest. I think it's actually really cool. And Smarty Pants being voiced by a comedian, you know, go figure on that. Love it. So we have that right there. However, before we continue though, obviously, I am aware of the elephant in the room here. Okay. Everyone's already mad that Toy Story 5 exists, right? I get that. People thought that the trilogy was perfect at Toy Story 3's ending. I've been a defender of Toy Story 4. I think a lot of people have not seen 4. They just hate 4 for existing because they already are concluding here that, you know, any continuation after 3 was automatically going to be a cash grab because 3 ended on a perfect trilogy. Conflicted there a little bit, I'd say. I would say that how I would put this here is I do get here that 4 was greenlit because partially because, like, you know, the Toy Story brand is worth like billions of dollars, and keeping the brand in legacy or keeping the brand relevant is really good for merch. As we've learned here, right? Like we've learned over time that, you know, movies like Cars in 2006, Cars was a modest success. Cars made like 400 to 600 million dollars in box office, which is nowhere near the billion plus that every Pixar film at that time was making. You know, Incredibles made bank, Finding Nemo made bank, Monster Inc. made bank, etc., etc., etc. Ratatouille made bank. Well, that was after Cars, so. However, Cars, while it made only like, you know, half of what Finding Nemo made, Cars went on to do $6 billion in merch. Cars was so goddamn popular in merch that every party city had a dedicated Cars aisle. It like throwing your 5-year-old a party was assumed to be a Cars themed party. It was just like that crazy, that powerful. Yeah, so Cars went on to make bank. So that kind of taught everyone here that, like, if you keep the brands relevant, that you know, you can make a fuck ton of money on the merch if the brands remain relevant. You know, if anything here, a good movie serves as a giant advertising front for merch, is what I would say there. So yeah, there's incentive here to kind of keep Toy Story going because the Toy Story legacy is so goddamn strong. You know, it is Pixar's original thing, so obviously they would want to if they have a good idea. It's okay. However, though, my defense of Toy Story 4 thus far has been that I do like the themes explored in 4, and I do like the ending. Maybe because I happen to be going through the same theme that 4 ends on, you know. Whereas like 3 is like mostly about like letting go in a way. You know, you can't hang on to the past, and you have to, like, you know, you have to know when it's time to move on and whatnot. in the end, you know, departing with Andy and then like having a new life. And it's kind of like, you know, it's kind of like in a way like kind of like growing up, I guess is what I would say. If I'd like pick a theme from 3 and whatnot. However, in 4, something big does happen here, and it's more about like, I say the theme you see explored in 4, for those who haven't seen it, for those who just like, you know, are just like, because I know there's a lot of people who just like hate 4 off the rip here, right? Let me pull up the little thing for you real quick here. I know so many of y'all are, you know, just haters out the gate, so I know I got to make sure that I come correct here on that one. And I get that. I'm not even saying that you're wrong for being a hater, you know, but I also get here that, you know, I can talk to those in question here. So the thing about Toy Story 4 is that Toy Story 4 explores a theme that I haven't really, that I would say we most understand from Superbad. If you recall in Superbad, the Michael and Seth, right, they're going to different schools, and so their life paths are having a major pivot here. You know, Jonah Hill's character is, you know, dumb and not very smart, so he's not going to get into a prestigious or ambitious school. Michael Cera's character is going to a school, probably the same school with McLovin, right? That's like one of the subplots here. And so it's like knowing when, you know, yeah, we've been friends since we've been young, but you know, now times are splitting here. You know, clearly your priority was not academics, mine was, and we got to split on that. And that theme of like what's happening there is like a pretty tragic one, I would say. You know, it's like, oh, I have to really accept here that like these friendships are really as they are right now, they're not forever. You know, these things are like, you know, there are these like seemingly inconsequential life decisions that are going to lead to us splitting and whatnot, whether it's like employment or higher education and whatnot. And Toy Story 4 explores this here in a pretty big way. So you recall here that following the end of Toy Story 3, and this is all like not really a spoiler, I would say. I'm just recapping what happens in 3 so you know where things do go in 4. You know, Andy gives his toys to Bonnie. Bonnie is the new kid, and now the toys are all, because they want to be played with here. They're now sorry, I need to think for a second here. The toys are now possessions of Bonnie's, and they're loved, and Bonnie really enjoys playing with them here. They are spared the wrath of being at a daycare where all the toys get shitted on by the kids who are not, you know, they're just played, they're not really loved, one could say. They're, you know, objectified, one could say as well. And so now they're property of Bonnie. So they're moving on to a new cycle. They moved on since from Andy. And so with that, the one angle here is that Bo Peep, who you may recall was like Woody's love interest in Toy Story 1, and then Toy Story 2, Mattel then granted Pixar the rights to use the Barbie dolls. So the Barbie dolls are now the new male gaze thing throughout Al's Toy Barn in Toy Story 2, and even in Toy Story 3, when we see Ken along with the Barbies make an appearance there and whatnot. The irony, by the way, that Mattel didn't want to risk the Barbie brand for Toy Story 1. So that's why. So because Mattel was precautious, this is why Bo Peep was written in as a surrogate for a Barbie ultimately. But anyways, here, yeah, Bo Peep herself here didn't really have much development other than just being, you know, effectively, you know, the object of male gaze for Woody to like oogle over, but not much else here. Toy Story 4 does a great job of like, you know, remedying this and giving her a lot of development, giving her a backstory and bringing up, you know, how she got involved in the gang originally at the beginning of Toy Story 1 and whatnot, and what her ambitions are and what her ideology is with the whole like being played with and purpose and whatnot. You know, going back here to the bigger existential dread that is explored here with like, you know, what does Woody want out of existing in Toy Story 2? Does he want to be immortalized at the Japanese museum with the Woody Roundup gang, with the inspector and Jesse? Or does he value being played with? You know, does he want immortality, though sterile, or does he want to have a life worth living? But, you know, there eventually be an end where, you know, obviously the owner, Andy, will eventually move on. And So though that, and yeah, this all happens in Toy Story 2, right? That's a very, very big theme that's explored there. And Bo Peep, no spoilers here, has a very different ideology on that struggle that Woody went through, and then eventually concluded here that he does yearn to be played with here, whether it be by Andy or by Bonnie. Being played with is what gives him purpose and fulfillment. So he's down for like being there with the squad and everything else here. However, things go a bit off where Paradise is ruptured in Toy Story 4 with, again, this is all trailer shit here, with the invention of Forky derailing kind of everything, and Woody and the gang feeling invalidated because Bonnie's new imaginary friend Spork turned sentient Forky, or Sporky, whatever he's called here, just taking up all of the highlight now and having to like deal with all that shit here. There's a bit more to it as well, but the bigger thing here that really happens though is, it's kind of hard to explain without like giving away the movie here, but just know that there's like a really, really big, there's a pretty big theme, as I brought up here before here, about like when there's paths in the road and you got to determine here what are you going to do? Like you're making the ultimate path. I think the best example I could think of here, for example, like I said before, is Superbad. And that, like, in the end, chat, you had friends, and depending on what colleges you were applying to, back before we had a student loan crisis, to be completely obvious, it is now here. But when you're graduating high school, you're probably making more major decisions in your 18th year of summer break than the rest of your life here. Are you going to go out of state? Are you going to go overseas? Did you apply to other schools and see what grants, scholarships you were qualified for? All these things are going to lead to major consequential changes to your entire life. The friends you have right now are where you are. If you remain local, more of them will remain in your inner circle. If you choose your academics and the path clearly put for you in terms of your potential, you're probably going to move away, I would assume, and you're going to go somewhere else. And what will that yield? It'll be really clear within like a year of being there, but you don't know beforehand. And there's a similar situation that happens in Toy Story 4 where like things allegedly really do change forever. Some people leave. They make a major life decision, and they move on, and therefore the gang is no longer the gang. The things will never be the same. And so, again, it's not a perfect movie, but I will say that in the end of it, it made me cry. It made me cry in a way that I actually wasn't expecting here, but I will say that it's not a flawless movie. It's certainly not the best Toy Story. I still would say that 2 is the best one. And I think in the beginning here, I was telling people that 4 is as good as 3. And I get that you will hate me if I say that. But that was to get y'all to really go see it here, because I know that I would never get y'all to go see it otherwise. Y'all just going to be, I know people are going to be very, very hateful about like 4's existence and not even give it a shot. So I kind of threw that in there to kind of give people a chance to even go see it, because you're not going to be let down by it. But, is it worth continuing from 3 is a bigger question. And I'd say in this case here, while it is not a flawless movie, I do admire what they did here, because what they did was pretty big if they commit to it, and that, okay, this may be worth seeing what resolves beyond 3 is the question, right? So, however, though, yeah, the movie does have flaws in the end, though. And with that, I would say just like, unfortunately, yeah, Sporky itself is really annoying. Though by necessity of just him being like unwelcomed and like being like a rupture to like Woody's world, Sporky is fucking annoying. And those scenes are probably really annoying to sit through again, because it's just like, Sporky himself is just like, it's hard to really get into the whole thing without like going into like a whole ass review of the movie at this point. But like, yeah, Sporky is not the funnest thing to revisit here, but that's like secondary to, is Sporky Olaf? No, I wouldn't say that. No, like Sporky's not like Sporky serves a purpose here. Olaf is like the expected like comic relief side character to like make the kids laugh because they can't pay attention for longer than 5 minutes or whatever here. No, Sporky serves a purpose here. Sporky's existence is like meant to like kind of like lead to Woody, because without Sporky being involved, then Bonnie being the new Andy is just kind of like the movie's done, right? Like, okay, well, Bonnie's our new owner. Bonnie loves us. Bonnie gives me affection. Bonnie meets all the toys, emotional needs, and we're done here. But Sporky fucks all that up. And the thing is, Sporky is like a narrative surrogate for the inconvenience of when things go unexpected here, such as, how spontaneous kids can be with shit like making toys out of non-toys. And again, revisiting here the existential sentience, I suppose, here, or existential anxiety maybe here. Sporky doesn't want to be a toy. That's the other thing that's happened here. Like, there's a dynamic going on here where like Sporky is like confused over why it exists. He's like, why am I a toy? I don't understand what's going on here. And all the toys have to explain to him what it means to be a toy. Like, he doesn't have the logic instilled in him because he was brought to sentience via Bonnie's imagination and being played with here. So you're getting more out of like this toy world logic by Sporky being in here, and it reveals a lot to both the toys and to itself here about what it means to be played with, and really more of what they want out of the situation, I would say. Does that make sense? Again, it's like hard. I'm saying here, like, the movie it's not a terrible movie. But again, we're just comparing like absolute peak with like Toy Story 3's ending to 4, and it's kind of it's hard to sell. So I have to like really be very detailed here on like what you're going to see play out here if you really think about it. But yeah, the ending, I think the ending is fantastic to 4. Though it's going to be hard for really, it's going to be hard for really any movie to follow up here. It's like asking here, like, for Marvel to follow up after Avengers Endgame, or really Infinity War. It's a tough order to sell here. Those movies had like, a long ass time with like 20 films of build up to get to that point. And Toy Story 3 also had like, 3 whole ass films to like build up to its like emotional apex here. And such a massive commonality of whenever the last time was that we played with toys whenever we were younger with our very vividly active imaginations, right? And so with that, yeah, I really can't say much more other than just spoiling 4. So I just will say here that there is an ending. I cried a fuck ton for it. I think it also does do like 3, and it has like a commonality that we've all experienced before. I just happened to be at that point in my life whenever 4 came out, because I was like, oh wow, this is like hitting me really hard right now, actually. And I'd love to go into why, but it would require me to spoil anything for you. But yeah, like I would encourage you to like give it a shot if you're ever willing to have my word mean anything here. You won't hate the movie. You may dislike things about the movie, but you won't hate the movie. However, what I will say here again, Sporky scenes are kind of annoying, though I think they're meant to give you anxiety, though, if I'm being honest here. So kind of keep that in mind. But still, though, maybe it could have been a bit less jarring to endure the Sporky freak out segments. And then the one thing we can definitely give the biggest objective negative to here is Buzz. They do Buzz really dirty here. I'd argue they make Buzz like Patrick Star stupid here, and it's really insulting. They actually like undo character development for Buzz. So that is really, really fucking dumb. Like the way you see Buzz do things in Toy Story 3 compared to the way you see Buzz like operate with logic and whatnot in 4 is just so fucking, I don't know. I'm not really a fan of it, actually. It makes them really stupid. Like, it's really, really fucking bad here. So that's definitely the thing I'm the most sour about, and I really hope they like want to address and fix that in 5. But that aside, though, now that we kind of got all out the way here, come back here to what the news actually is here, because I knew that was gonna be a thing here. Why should you care? So again, what we know so far about Toy Story 5 is that the toys now are gonna deal with technology. What happens when new characters come into play here? And we're talking about tablets and smartphones and the like here. In an era of electronics, where do toys stand in this competition? And this is where I'm hoping y'all can see a bit more what I'm talking about here, right? I don't hate Toy Story 5 intrinsically, because this is actually the elephant in the room. This is like the story that actually needs to be told here. What do the toys do when kids as young as 5 or even younger are getting thrown tablets and iPads and whatnot? Something we're living through right now here. So I I'm kind of shocked here because, you know, in the end here, Pixar had was effectively founded by, or not founded, but like, you know, maintained for throughout the 80s by Steve Jobs as like their sole investor and whatnot. So the point there being that Pixar and Apple actually go very far back here. So I don't know if like some executive at Apple would be like, hey, look, you can't demonize iPads directly here. You need to, like, you know, I'm kind of shocked here they can even get this to happen here. But I assume as long as it's not going to be an iPad directly, it's going to be like a tablet-esque thing that's nothing to do with Apple or it resemble even any modern device. That'll probably be fine. But yeah, how will the toys deal with or how will the gang deal with things whenever like electronics are at the threat for affection and whatnot is the question. And what role do toys play in a world where, you know, I don't know, like Coco Melon. I don't know what's gonna be in here as far as that goes, but I know that, you know, like what role do toys play and imagination and stimulation whenever you have like, you know, Coco Melon, which is like literally just like engineered hyper addictive slop or hyper stimulating slop for children. Or again, or the peril now of iPad kids, right? So we have Smarty Pants is a new character in Toy Story 5. We have now a look at Lily Pad, which will be the villain of the film as they go up against electronics. And we have a Buzz Lightyear army that will be also revealed at Expo here. The Buzz Lightyear army, they're going to be villains. Quote unquote here, very vague here, after they get stuck in a malfunctioning play mode. So, which is, I feel is like something that we've seen Buzz like have to go through before here. So this feels like a bit of a recycled thing here. So this is probably the one thing that annoys me the most here is like seeing like this be a thing here again in the plot point, but I'm not quite sure. So we have that. And from here now we can kind of go into a bit more about my thoughts on Toy Story 5 in that like I said, it's coming out next year. Let's first go into why it could be good. It could be good because I think out of all the stories you can tell in Toy Story and a new Toy Story entry, right? Each one has to really justify itself because we already have ended at like with 3 onward. I'd argue that 4 did a pretty solid job here, minus some flubs here and there, right? Particularly with Buzz. But in the end here, I'm happy that 4 exists. Though it's far from the best film. I'd probably, and honestly now I probably would say here, like, if I had to put it in order, I'd probably say Toy Story 2, 2, then 1, then 3, then 4. It's probably like that. This is probably the order I put it in here, give or take. I know that Toy Story 1 is like kind of basic here, but in the end, like 1 did so much important lifting and set the standard really, really high. So if I had to throw up an order for you right now, I mean, I know putting 4 last is kind of like, it's 4 really we're seeing here, but like it's again, we're talking, each one does something really, really important here. So kind of just like bear with me here at this point. If I had to give you an order, it'd probably be that, but now with that though, sorry, I'm brain farting. What's I saying about this here? Yeah, how it could be good would be that, the toys, Toy Story 1 started development in 1990 and then rebooted development in 92 and then came out in November of 95. So at that time, toys were being played with here. We're at a point now where like, here we are 30 years later, and it's so clear now that like, how toys are enjoyed is so fundamentally different than Toy Story 1 when it came out that in itself here is worth a story to be told here. So this is the first time we're really addressing the elephant in the room here, which is that like, yeah, electronics have been absolutely going on a war path with completely rearranging how toys are perceived, valued, and played with. So yeah, I think here the toys versus the electronics is like, it has the most potential to be a good story out of any other element I can think of in a potential future installment. I think this is like the best one you can do actually. So from on that front, I'd say I'm excited. I think it could be good. Now, how could it be bad? It could be bad if it's like a preachy thing where like, electronics are bad and you should always play with your toys. It could be bad because they don't amend the shitty writing they did for Buzz Lightyear in Toy Story 4. It can be a terrible movie if they retcon and undo the consequences of what happens in Toy Story 4. Again, I can't go into spoilers there, but like, it's like in the end, it's like when like, you remember in Justice League, the Zack Snyder Justice League, where like evil Superman's a thing for like 10 minutes and then that's really about it. Then he's no longer evil ever again. Like, it's just like, it happens and it goes like that here or whatever, right? Or better yet here, you remember when in Star Wars Episode 9, when Chewbacca is aboard that ship and then like Rey and Finn like freak out because they think Chewbacca's dead, but then like 2 minutes later, he's not dead. So it's just like a fake out it was a fake out, but they couldn't commit to it because Chewbacca makes too much money as merch and or is too important to kill. So like nothing, like everyone's too important. You can't really kill anyone or anything, apparently, except Luke Skywalker, apparently. But that was more Mark Hamill, not giving a fuck anymore. You know what I mean? So it's just kind of like, I don't know, it's one of those like Marvel issues where like everyone's too important, nobody can die, so we all just beat the fuck out of each other, and then yeah, whatever, right? So yeah, if they undo the Force ending, which they very much could do, that would be, I would put 4 as a bad movie at that point. It's like, whoa, you really can't do this unless you're going to like, you know, so so yeah, so yeah, 5 could be bad, and honestly, 2023's Lightyear or whatever year that came out, that movie is terrible and I don't care about it anyway. So like, you know, that even releasing in theaters is also another sign that like maybe they lost the sauce and lost the plot at this point. Though I wouldn't really count that one because thankfully it's just so bad and dumb that no one really saw it anyway. So we can kind of continue to ignore that Lightyear exists. But yeah, 5 could be great because I think there's great potential here in the storyline. 5 could be terrible for a lot of reasons. They can just like fuck it up and whatnot. But we will see. We will see. So that's what I have for you right there. We have an ad coming in. We have an ad coming in real quick here. When I come back, we will continue, and I'll give more insight into why I'm not a hater though out the gate, and I'll explain why. There's deeper reasons in the Pixar ambition of why I do believe 5 is likelier to be a good film than a bad film. But yeah, don't go anywhere. Hang tight. I'll be right back. All right, we're back. Again, thank you for your patience, y'all. Know we're doing a lot of yapping today. Try to get it all out here and get it all done here so we can move on. I'm a whole stream behind right now. Okay, so to continue our Toy Story situation. So another thing that we can look at here for like why to look forward to Toy Story 5. I don't know if y'all are aware. There's like 6 short films for Toy Story. There was like Partysaurus Rex and a bunch of others here that have like fantastical action sequences that utilize the toys being toys and whatnot. So I wanted to show you just like, you know, like the storytelling and characterization capability that Toy Story contains to help kind of like fight the stigma. Because I know, because the existence of 4 gets overhated so hard here to the point where like people don't even want to explore further what the characters could do, as if there's like no good options at all here for continuing the storytelling.
You got a crayon?
Blast!
You got a crayon?
God, what a teaser, y'all. Yeah, no, they're all actually really, really good. Is what I'm saying here. Like, which is probably like a symptom of the fact that, like, you know, Pixar always does a short, well, they used to always do a short film before their theatrical feature. And the short film would typically be to experiment with a new technology, whether that was getting photorealistic water effects, a new idea on lighting, or, you know, handling like something like, you know, nature, like photoreal thunderstorms or whatever. Again, there's a bunch of like, there's like 30 short films now from in the Pixar catalog entirely here, spanning back the last 4 decades. Some of them with properties like Toy Story, some of them, most of them being entirely original. And so, yeah, you're just kind of want to reiterate here, like, just how much, yeah, if you find a friend with a Disney Plus, you know, hop on that. All the short films are there, and they all bang. I'm gonna be they're all really, really good, especially Toy Story ones actually. So, kind of something to keep in mind right there. Thought y'all would enjoy that. Then we have here, just this is now, okay, now we're just glazing Toy Story 2. I'm sorry, it's got a bit derailed here now, but another, just a funny scene from Toy Story 2, because I come on to show y'all here real quick.
Hold it right there.
Buzz?
You again. Woody, thank goodness you're all right.
Buzz, what is going on?
Hold on.
Oh!
I am Buzz Lightyear, and I'm in charge of this detachment. No, I'm Buzz Lightyear. I am Buzz Lightyear. I'm Buzz Lightyear.
So, who's the real Buzz?
I am. Don't let this imposter fool you. He's been trained by Zurg himself to mimic my every move.
Buzz!
I had a feeling it was you, Buzz. My front end just had to catch up with my back end.
Will somebody please explain what's going on? It's all right, Space Ranger. It's a code 546. You mean it's a... Yes. And he's a... Oh, yeah. Your Majesty.
Hold. Yeah, y'all. So yeah, one day I'll spend an hour just talking about like what Toy Story 2 does so well, and entirely like it's like the movie I go to for like, here's what sequels should aim to do to justify continuing a story. And then it's even more impressive when you realize here that it was actually a direct to DVD cash grab that Disney saw an easy W on, that then Pixar agreed to. That is, it's actually probably the most important movie in Pixar's entire catalog, is what I'm trying to say. Like, I told a story before here, but like, Toy Story 2 is ultimately the reason that Pixar gets bought by Disney by 2000, by 2006, 2007. It's a pretty cool story. I told it before here. It takes a while to tell the story though. But like, yeah, Toy Story 2 is a really, really important film. Don't let the haters tell you otherwise here. Not that anyone's hating. I mean, right? Even I'm like, it's Neo Pixar now because they can't even tell an environmental story anymore, which reveals here that WALL-E could not get made in today's climate, honestly, which is pretty tragic as well. But yeah, here's the link to this. Next up here, we have here another thing that inspired here. Okay, this is like a 3-part here actually. So, quote tweet here. Actually, we have to go all the way back actually here. So, Donald Trump, when we all thought he was dead, was spotted to play golf as a resort in Virginia. Hey guys, it's me, Donald Trump. I'm on my way to play some golf. Which of course is a callback to whenever in Toy Story 1 when the gang thinks that Woody deliberately sabotaged Buzz Lightyear, and he has to convince them that that Buzz is with them at Sid's house across the yard, and it's actually just it's just Woody holding Buzz's amputated arm. And when he fucks up and reveals that it's just the arm, they all are like, "Oh my God, you murderer!" And then they burn the bridge that he made here. So now he's stuck at Sid's house here with no cooperation from the gang, right? Okay, so you remember all that. Then this leads to a quote tweet though, not related, but Toy Story is unironically one of the funniest films of all time. Facts. And then we go back here to Woody has the most accurate portrayal of a crash out, and it's hilarious. And I gotta say here, this is Toy Story 1, why it's so good and why it's so eternal. Again, how good movies are just, they're good, whether they're whatever, right? Toy Story is 30 years old now and it still bangs. Is that it's a fine line to toe where as a child you find it interesting and amusing, but as an adult you're all the way in there, which is also why I think early SpongeBob is so fucking good.
According to my Nava computer.
So right, whenever we are, I believe at this point here we are trying to get to Pizza Planet because that's where Andy and the gang went to, and it's Woody and Buzz trying to before they end up at Sid's house mistakenly here, they're trying to get to Pizza Planet. They're trying to find a ride to follow the mom's van, if I recall correctly. So we're at the gas station right now, and then this scene happens.
According to my Nava computer,
Shut up! Just shut up, you idiot!
Sheriff, this is no time to panic.
This is the perfect time to panic! I'm lost, Andy is gone, they're gonna move from their house in 2 days and it's all your fault!
My fault? If you hadn't pushed me out of the window in the first place...
Oh, yeah, well if you hadn't shown up your stupid little cardboard spaceship and taken away everything that was important to me...
Don't talk to me about importance. Because of you, the security of this entire universe is in jeopardy.
What? What are you talking about?
Right now, poised at the edge of the galaxy, Emperor Zurg has been secretly building a weapon with the destructive capacity to annihilate an entire planet. I alone have information that reveals this weapon's only weakness. And you, my friend, are responsible for delaying my rendezvous with Star Command.
You are a toy! You weren't the real Buzz Lightyear, you're an action figure! You are a child's plaything!
You are a sad, strange little man, and you have my pity. Farewell.
Oh yeah? Well, good riddance, you loony!
Bro, when you crash out and they buck back and it's okay, bro, you're Buzz is too stupid to even get insulted here. That's the beautiful thing. Just oh my God.
You are a sad, strange little man, and you have my pity. Farewell.
Vano is tired of your malarkey, for real. They are. So yeah, we have all that. Then we go back one, and this is the one that I really want to show here, right? The as an animation obsessed nerd, Woody's character acting is so entertaining to watch, and this is something I really want to talk about for a second here, actually. And then the quote from this here, we'll show the clip in a second here, is I honestly dislike when people say the film's animation hasn't aged well. That this is so fucking cap here, because even today some movies don't do half as good a job at showing a character's personality through movement. For the first fully 3D animated movie, this is astonishing, and this is true. The important thing I think people don't realize here in terms of why Toy Story 1 deserves to get glazed endlessly is that Toy Story 1 came out in November of 95. Toy Story 1 is the first fully computer generated imagery animation, CG animation, computer generated animation. And so like that, this didn't exist before here. You got to think back here. If you just go back to like the 80s, at best, the Hollywood itself thought that CGI was like an effects thing. It was not a storytelling thing. It was a VFX thing. You know, it was going to make Star Wars look better, but not a thing you would tell stories through. It was not like a vehicle that would deliver a narrative in its entirety here. But believe me, Pixar tried. They tried to like sell the idea to Disney in the 80s. They tried to sell it to other companies. They weren't interested and whatnot. In the end, they had to do like a bunch of like advertising gigs to keep the bills paid, while mooching off of like Steve Jobs' generous dollar for a very long time, until finally we got to here. Prior to Toy Story 1, there was no predecessor to compare to. This is where it all began here, and where it begins is insanely impressive here. Watch the scene, and I believe it has no vocals, right? Yeah, so you're not gonna hear any dialogue here. It's a different track over here, but that's on purpose because I need you to see here how much body language is present here. Notice Woody's eyes, shoulders, appendages, fingers, arms, posture, legs, like everything going on here. There's so much expression in the movement and whatnot. And also just how he can move with his like, you know, lanky body that can contort to different things and whatnot, compared to how frigid Buzz is comparatively as well. So if you see what I mean right there, and I go back here to the thing I keep saying over and over again here, and that when it's done well, like background characters, like good sound design, when it's done well, it's not impressive. It's just immersive. When done well, you won't notice it. You'll just be all the more engaged. Tragic as it is here, but yeah, like I guess I'd have to like show you like another film. Like I have to show you like a competitor CG animated film from like the 90s, like years later, and show you like if we put this like side by side with like DreamWorks Ants, for example, perhaps that would like kind of further exemplify the difference here. Like it's not even close. Not that DreamWorks never got better at it. I'd argue that Shrek 2 had some insanely impressive stuff from from DreamWorks at that time, in terms of like just like fidelity of the animation and all that here. But like, yeah, like, I mean, it's like they move like toys when they need to. They move with real expressions when they have to as well here. You know, Woody doing the, I guess you want to call it like mentally scoffing here. And then also like imitating as well. It's like everything just fucking works. And it's like you have to almost like deconstruct here how this was not mocap. This is all like manually animated, whether we're talking about like, you know, hundreds of individual movable parts moving in synchronization here, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, very, very impressive shit here. So again, I will continue to stay here, and I will happily die on any hill here. I don't think it's really dying on a hill at all here. Yeah, Toy Story 1 deserves to be glazed this much. It's a movie that is still phenomenal to this day. And it is the pioneer of innovation in terms of like, you know, showing all the doubters that like, no, yeah, CG animation can tell a full feature film and then some, and do so in ways that other mediums couldn't do as well. You know, I mean, what do you even compare Toy Story 2 here? What, Small Soldiers? Indian in the Cupboard, or whatever it's called. I don't even know here, right? Like, it's like in the end here, it's like, yeah, it's pretty fucking phenomenal. So, and then we conclude here with this one right here. So we have our first look at Disney Animation's next film that's coming after. Remember, there are two studios here. There is Pixar Animation Studios. Then there is the Disney Feature Animation, now titled Disney Animation Studios. So Disney Animation Studios, that's the OG studio that has done everything from Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs back in the 1930s all the way to where we are now. They currently have, I believe, 102 films released here at this time, or 101. I forget exactly what the number is right now. And yeah, the next film is going to be Zootopia 2 this November. But following that, we have here their next original movie called Hexed, a film that follows a teenager and his mom who discover his weirdness is actually hidden magic that transports them to a world where magic can run free. So we'll see more when we get a chance here. But okay, cool. I guess we'll see more when we see more and whatnot. Not the most interesting news in the world here, but there is something a bit bigger than this I do want to tell y'all about. I want to say their names are Ron Clements and Alan Musker. I could be getting this wrong here, but the directing duo that they're veterans of the traditional animation. And they last directed 2009's Princess and the Frog, if you recall that movie. They also did Treasure Planet, and I forget the other film they did here. Fuck, I don't know. They've been around for a very long time. They've helped with production for a lot of films, and so they were, yeah, it's actually very tragic here. Treasure Planet flopped. And Treasure Planet was their passion project, actually. That was a film they had to fight for to get greenlit, and then it didn't do well. So then they were never given a chance to ever do another film ever again. At least the one that they wanted to do. Had Treasure Planet done well in box office, you would have seen more of that kind of stuff happen here. But Disney sadly went through a pretty bad slump in the early 2000s because pretty tragic here. Following Tarzan, Emperor's New Groove, Atlantis, Treasure Planet, Brother Bear, and Home on the Range all did terrible. Well, terrible and or okay. Like Brother Bear did okay, but yeah, they didn't do the best. I guess we have to. I should include that Lilo and Stitch did pretty good. But yeah, for the most part, the 2000s were kind of a hot mess for Disney. The fuck is Brother Bear? Brother Bear is a 2003 movie where two indigenous brothers, an older brother and a younger brother, they, I don't know, like the older brother like doesn't have empathy for life and just like, no, I kill to live type shit. And in the end, he gets a curse put on because of his bad karma, and he becomes a bear. And then he has to entertain being a brother in the world of bears. And it's kind of like Sleeping Beauty, or kind of like Beauty and the Beast in a way here, because it's a more like predictable, tame version of Beauty and the Beast with minus better songs and whatnot. It's like a safer version of that. You can kind of tell where it's going to go here. He's a bear now. He's uncomfortable. Karma. He learns his lesson, and he becomes human again. It's like it's okay. It's whatever here. Anyways, yeah. Oh no, I'm not saying Brother Bear was bad. It didn't do well in box office. Is what I'm saying here. Commercially, it didn't do well, which is what Disney cares about. So in the end here, that's why Treasure Planet. The point being, sorry, y'all getting caught here. That's why Ron Clements and Alan Musker couldn't do more original film ideas, sadly, that they wanted to do. I think they made Titan AE. No, Titan AE was made by Fox Animation Studios. Fox saw all the money that Disney was making in the 90s off animated movies, and they were like, oh, we should probably get to kids too, actually, because for the most part, Disney's running out here with like no real competition. So Fox Animation Studios, their debut, I believe, I'm trying to remember here. They have a pretty rocky 90s because I want to say Fox had Fox had Fern Gully with Robin Williams, if you recall, if you remember that movie. They did Fern Gully. They did Cats Don't Dance, which did not do well in box office. Even though that movie is a fucking banger. Would encourage you to watch when you get a chance here. So Fern Gully, Cats Don't Dance. I'm probably missing another film here. And then in 1999, they do a film, you may have heard of it, called The Iron Giant. The Iron Giant was Fox Animation, 20th Century Fox. But sadly, the film came out, I believe, July 4th weekend, which was a very heavy competition there. I believe it was going up against, I think it was Men in Black 1. I don't know. It got destroyed, though, yeah, in the end. They didn't know what to do with it. They had Brad Bird at that time, who was, you know, an ambitious young writer who had previously worked on The Critic and The Simpsons and did do animation work in the 80s for The Fox and the Hound, or earlier Disney film. Look, I got me talking right now a lot here. But yeah, they did those movies plus Iron Giant, and then following Iron Giant, they then wanted to tap to a more mature market with Titan AE, Titan After Earth, which sadly also did terrible. And Titan AE was a very expensive film, more so than Iron Giant. So it was like $100 million to produce. It included some pretty cutting edge CG animation for the ship and whatnot. But in the end, the movie didn't do well. And so that led to the closure of Fox's animation studio. A lot later, eventually Fox acquires a different studio, Blue Sky Studio, if I recall correctly. And they are the ones that made, you know, Ice Age 1 through a million. So and then eventually Fox gets bought by Disney by 2019. So there's, I guess, that story there if you care about that. But anyways, here let's see again. Yeah. So the important news though is that these two veteran traditional 2D animators, Ron Clements and Alan Musker, they have not been doing the things of Disney since 2009 because they're not computer people. They are traditional animators. They do the pencils and shit, right? Well, Bob Iger is talking about bringing back that stuff here because from what I recall here, Bob Iger's getting a bit spooked. So before live action Lilo and Stitch made bank, before that happened, the live action Snow White happened and that one tanked. And that, I believe, was going to be like the second or third flop in a row now for these live action remakes. Because I think Mufasa also didn't do well. Well, the problem with Mufasa was that Mufasa is just like, you know, if y'all remember Mufasa came out at the same time as Sonic the Movie 3. Sonic the Movie 3 beat Mufasa, and that definitely hurt Disney's pride a lot here, or whatever, right? Because Disney rented out more screens and screen timings for Mufasa, and Sonic 3 still won. And Disney had to literally lie about being number one in the box office because they were factually incorrect on that here, actually. So yeah, they got rocked, bro. They got fucking rocked, and they don't like that shit. So at that point, a reaction to the two-time back-to-back fucking was that, okay, well, maybe we should stop milking the cash cows here. Maybe we should probably look into what else we can do. And of course, you know, we haven't had a fully traditional animated feature film from Disney since 2011's Winnie and the Pooh. Like, it's been a very long time. So much so now that one would argue that, like, you know, the veterans, like racist ass Walt Disney himself, will be turning in the grave, because it's like, whoa, what? We used to be we're an animation studio, and y'all have completely abandoned the OG medium here. Like, under this idea here that like CG animation is the future or whatever, which I'm sure Pixar is there to pioneer this, obviously, but like traditional animation absolutely is still very much a thing here. Y'all need to get better at doing your shit. So word on the street here is that we may be seeing a return to this here. I'll talk about it in more detail for my animation nerds another day. But yeah, I have some citation here from Cartoon Brew that Alan Musker and Ron Clements are back at Disney, and they're allegedly in the pre-planning of helming another feature film for Disney, which would mean they're doing animation again. Now, it doesn't confirm that they could be learning or helming a CG animated film. This is true. However, I think that's very, very unlikely. I'm pretty confident this is a return to them. I don't think they would even want to come back if they weren't doing what they love to do, which is clearly the 2D animation. So we will see. Winnie and the Pooh. There's no details currently about this here. I'm just bringing up here that the last animated film from Disney with 2D animation and pencils was 2011 Winnie the Pooh, which was, by the way, was really, really wholesome, I will say here. So we'll see. I said Elon and my brain blacked out for a second. I did? When? I don't even know. I didn't? Question mark. When did I say that? Yeah, I don't know when you heard that, but that wasn't what I said at all. I don't think anyway. Oh, my chat died. Yeah, chat going crazy right now. Okay. So, all right. So there's that. We're now done with all the Disney news here. We can move on now. Let's all right, we are going as fast as I can here now. So there's all that. Let's now let's turn on the politics here. We gotta bang through some shit here real quick. Don't worry, this won't be too long though. Let's go over here and do this. All right, we're locked in. And okay, we have a few things to talk about here. Join me here. Okay, so we begin first with so all the official government accounts are just doing like really stupid shit now, whether it be like Nazi bait posting or just like outright being really dumb here. So, and I want to show you like the really, really, really stupid ones here so you can kind of see what I'm talking about. So the US Department of Energy tweets out here some quack opinion article from Washington Examiner that they're like wanting to like reinforce here. Wind and solar energy infrastructure is essentially worthless when it is dark outside and the wind is not blowing. Now, you can look at that right there, and you can already see here that this is like a very this is clearly what like a big coal industry lobbying would want to say, right? It's much like any like major food manufacturer being like, oh, yeah, our food is we want to get our food to kids, and we want to make kids, kids love pizza, so yeah, we Pizza Hut want to have pizza in every cafeteria because pizza is a vegetable and whatnot, shit like that here. So obviously, it's worthless when it's dark outside and the wind is not blowing. So clearly here, like the elephant in the room here is that, well, I mean, yeah, obviously this is when you would store the energy in batteries, and then you would deplete from the batteries whenever you don't have, solar and wind to use at that time here and whatnot. It's still like passive free energy. I don't know why you would think otherwise here, but again, it's all just clearly like just insufferably stupid propaganda. So this is a real tweet that was actually put out here, and holy shit, is that pathetic. So yeah, you have unqualified quacks and idiots running all these important administrations, and I say, yeah, bring on the Chinese century, y'all. We're gonna I mean, if we're not gonna invest in like renewable energy and solar when everyone else does, especially China, I mean, what are you gonna say here? Like, who's gonna want, like, who the fuck, like, clean, beautiful coal? Said only the most delusional of morons ever here, very obviously. Okay, moving on. So I forgot to include more in this one actually here, but I wanted to show you this really, 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 really important thing here. So as you know, Trump deployed the National Guard in DC, and that's obviously not going well. It's not going well in that the guards are just there. It's normalizing military occupation. Send the military on your own domestic people here. It's pretty fucking weird, obviously. And Trump admitted at the at that recent press conference here that, oh yeah, I'm thinking about Chicago next year because Chicago is also a shithole that's full of crime, and we need to kind of like get that figured out. Again, obviously realizing here that we're just, whether it be military deployed in LA, military deployed in DC, we're clearly seeing here where we're normalizing the military scent and military occupation in unprecedented ways right now, because we're trying to get to the police state where whenever the time comes for like, election stuff, how convenient, we're going to deploy the military on shithole New York City whenever Zohran's election's happening here. That way we can like, declare it a war zone and then like, fuck the election or whatever, right? Or come 2028 here, we just have like, sorry, we have war occupation here because of reason I say so, and we're gonna have to pull a Zelensky Jr. / Ukraine Jr. and just like pause elections while I'm your wartime president. So, okay, anyone who's paying attention here sees that's what the in-game's going to be here, but I want you to hear this really, really terrible clip here.
Mr. President, will you sanction Russia?
All right, so you can't really hear it there. I'm sorry, so I'll have to read a thing for you here. I asked Trump, why target Chicago and Boston when there are cities in red states with higher crime rates? Why? Really? Higher than Chicago? Yes, there is, like Memphis and St. Louis. Excuse me. Do you know how many people were killed in Chicago last week? 8. Do you know how many were killed in Chicago the week before? 7. Do you know how many people were wounded? 74. You think there's worse than that? I don't think so. So what's being revealed here is that Trump is like the same level of stupid as any like simpleton conservative here. They look at total quantity and not per capita to determine here the issues and whatnot. Like the question, of course, we're talking about crime statistics here are, of course, per capita and a proportionality of crime X per 100,000 occupants in a city or area. So yeah, it's like, so what I'm trying to say here is that when Trump is showing that he's this stupid openly out loud confidently, it reveals how easily you can just dupe data if you're like one of his cronies to get what you really want done. You can just dupe the data on him because he's stupid, and you don't have to even really persuade him to have your worldview. You can just kind of give him whatever worldview you want because he's very, very gullible and malleable, unfortunately here. So yeah, and so yeah, I guess what's going to happen here now is we're going to see Chicago get occupation, but the mayor of Chicago has said here that he's not cooperating and he does not tolerate this shit at all here. So he's told his local PD to like not let any deployed military just run all over the city and whatnot. So just kind of wanted to show you that real quick there on that. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and move on now from this one. We go over now to our next stupidity here. Here we are, the very, very exciting revelation of the Department of Defense getting plaqued off here now. An executive order via Trump to retitle this from, well, I guess this one's Secretary of War, right? So now it's going to be, we're going from Secretary of Defense to and we're filming it because it's so important here. Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth. Right on, y'all. So we go back one here. Quote tweet, are the groceries cheap yet? Is any campaign promise getting done here, y'all? Anything at all here? So yeah, and then Pete Hegseth changing his at to Sec War rather than Sec Defense. Secretary of War, we're not even pretending that we're anti-war here, yeah, and of course very, very, very awesome here that the reason why is because we've never won a war with them being known as the Department of Defense. So this is where we are now. Quote tweet, so much of Trumpism is deeply insecure men trying to act out some fantasy. And I agree here too. I mean, it's all so performative and huff puff here. Like, rather than any actions reinforcing the perception of importance and valor, instead it's like, no, I want the superficial things to be the main point here, which is just really fucking stupid. So, and then finally here, back to work. Okay, dude. So yeah, if you've seen, for example, the Signal Gate 1 or Signal Gate 2, you've seen how they text in these group chats here. They text like high school frat boys wanting to contemplating on how to get pussy that weekend or whatever here, or whatever it may be here. It's very, very not serious in the end. So just kind of want to throw this in here. I hate these people. They're terrible, obviously. And we're gonna move on now. So past that, we continue on to our boy Zohran Mamdani, and let's check in on how this election is going here. Now, I know that not all of y'all particularly care about the New York City mayor, but this is like the one thing that is positive in U.S. political coverage here. So I figure y'all care if I make the case. Because if Zohran wins, better things are possible, and it will show here clearly, here's a winning template to engage the base in. The more that Zohran demonstrates his viability and electability, the more that the DNC cannot pretend that he's not winning. Now, they probably are, they're terrible, so they're going to be really fucking stubborn and be like, I can't see anything. I don't see anything working here. Right, they're going to just whatever here, right? Because they are so beholden to their capital class, their capitalist class donors and whatnot here. But you know, they cannot run from the truth for so long whenever Zohran's just clearly the future of the future winning vision tangibly in USA. You don't have to use it. You don't have to use an example of another country. You don't have to you don't have to borrow from like Bernie Sanders at this point here. We can kind of look at the now and everything here. So, okay, with that here, what is Cuomo? What is sex pest? I'm Italian. That's why I grope women. Cuomo saying right now at this point, and still in the election here.
I just want to say hello. The MTA, I can try to explain it to you, but it is the mother of all bureaucracies. Somebody has to say, I'm in charge. Let's take back our subway system. Let's manage our subway system. Let's make it safe. Let's make it clean. Let's make it reliable. And the subway system should be affordable. For low-income New Yorkers, let the city pay the full fare. For
Dat Fat Sloth is back with 116 months. Nagawa, hi Chatnigal /
Hey, Fat Sloth.
Buses and for subways. There is no reason for us to subsidize rich New Yorkers who take a bus or a subway. That's just ludicrous. We can do it. We can do it. I just want to say hello. Oh my God!
So sorry again to your right ear only, getting all the love right there. So here's Cuomo's video talking about, I love the subway and we can make it better. If you elect me, we'll make it better. Right? Thank you, Fat Sloth. And then we go back up one here. Zohran quote tweets it here. Now remember, Zohran, he's a real hater, man. He really, man, he cannot stand Cuomo, and that's beautiful. You know, we all love a solid antagonist in our races here. I mean, we all need a common enemy.
The MTA, I can try to explain it to you, but it is the mother of all bureaucracies. We have signals in the subway system that are about 70, 80 years old. We have to find the money.
He said that was a decision for the MTA, an agency he controls.
In recent years, the state has raided funds set aside for the MTA. What he said is that this governor has siphoned funds from the MTA and moved it to other parts of the budget.
What he is talking about is last year the state funded the MTA $1 billion. It is a joke.
Governor Cuomo in the past has used the MTA's budget, taking money out of it to fill the state's gap. The political reality, writers often hold the city responsible for the MTA's shortcomings, even though the state controls the MTA.
CBS 2 discovered that Governor Andrew Cuomo's demand to reorganize the MTA to give him a clear majority of appointees was first broached more than 35 years ago.
It was pretty scary and way uncomfortable for about 45 minutes on the F train.
Commuters had braced themselves for the start of an accelerated track repair that Governor Cuomo had predicted would turn rush hours into a summer of hell.
The old day, you couldn't get a date if you had a four-cylinder.
Yeah, absolutely. Right about that.
Yeah, so, we're going to siphon those funds to, make the state budget here. Something that we probably could do a bit easier if we just simply had, more appropriate taxation and not giving lucrative incentives to businesses, landlords, and anywhere else who's willing to, bribe and lobby here. Keep in mind, by the way, that Cuomo has gotten a fuck ton of money as of this time now here from he's collaborating with Trump, though allegedly he denies all this shit here, but it's very obvious at this point. He has taken super PAC money from DoorDash and Uber. So yeah, the companies that are 100% just wanting to see everything continue to fuck up and be terrible because they make money off that kind of shit. So yeah, it's a hot ass dumpster fire here. Now, we have an ad coming in real quick here. Before I go AFK for that ad break here, I did see a comment that I did want to talk about here. So I understand where you're coming from. And that would be, I hear you from. And that was, if AOC wins, better things are possible. I have no hope anymore. Well, okay, there's two things here. One is that I was saying this more to a broad audience who maybe even if they're not as savvy, right? They're like, I'm talking about the people who may be in my chat right now who are like, why would I, guy in like, I don't know, Wyoming, give a shit about New York City, much less a New York City mayor race. We're not even talking about like, we're not talking about Congress here. We're not talking about like anything. We're talking about a fucking mayor, right? That mayor will not affect me and where I live and whatnot. So I was more looking at it from that end here. In terms of the optics of hope and everything else here, seeing an open democratic socialist take anything at this time is definitely showing here what the future of of inspiring a base among the political left would look like, which is not neoliberalism and incrementalism coming from a performative concern of the Democratic elite here, right? I'm not saying here that, I didn't say anything actually. I'm not saying here that it's going to be on one person. You're right. It's not going to be on one person. And there's also not going to be a perfect person either here. But the success and the electability of Zohran would, to some degree, remember, because he's a nationwide conversation right now. So that's kind of important to consider here. What I'm trying to say here is that like him doing well does show some sign that that something positive happening that would shift the Overton window desperately leftward, right? So yeah, it's not going to solve all the problems here, and I'm not saying that. I don't think I even said that here either. But like, yeah, it's still hope. I think what I said here is totally valid. You can disagree if you'd like to. That's totally fine. But I mean, I'm not going to pretend here that any one person's going to fix anything here. But the success, the value of the optics and showing the viability here, it makes one liberal shut up further about like, oh no, we have to appeal to the moderate. We have to appeal to Republicans. We have to convert the Republicans to become actionable voters here. I disagree with this entirely. It has not fucking worked. It didn't work in Kamal's campaign here. So having a success story like Zohran is one step closer to not having another Kamala campaign botch happen, which did happen for a lot of very predictably terrible reasons. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm getting at more here. Okay, with that, ad coming in real quick here. Hang tight, y'all. We'll be right back.
Ganondorf,
Captain Falcon.
And all things are fixed yet again here. We love to see it. We love to see it. Okay. All right. So continuing where we were. All right. What else do we have here now? So we were still on our Zohran segment here. So we have a very funny thing here. So Eric Adams, the current mayor of New York City, who has been very openly corrupt here with some, what was it again? It was monetary bribes and corruption with the Turkish government. That's all very transparently just corrupt, which of course makes him now, incriminated, which then lets him be beholden to Trump's extortion. So now he's just doing whatever Trump wants, which including letting ICE run rampant throughout New York City and just being a shitty person and everything else here. So he's toast and everyone hates him at this time here. However, despite all that here, he's very delusionally still running now as I believe an independent for the general election come this November. And however, there's now been a twist where we all thought there was going to be like a collusion between him and Cuomo, because as of now, the polling showing here that neither of them really have a chance because Adams and Cuomo both in the race, they're going to siphon from each other. So one of them needs to drop out, and it needs to be the one that's the least likely to win, which of course would be Adams. But Adams, with that ego, is like, no, fuck that. I don't want. I'm not dropping out. Fuck that. Make Cuomo drop out then, or whatever may be here, right? So let's hear this clip right here. It's pretty funny.
And to New Yorkers, I want to speak directly to you. There has been so much speculation, communications, announcements of what I'm doing, no matter what I have stated over and over again publicly. So I want to be clear with you. Andrew Cuomo is a snake and a liar. And to New Yorkers.
Now that's really funny here, because like the first 20 seconds of this 20-second clip here, you think he's like gonna dodge talking about it, like, oh, yeah, someone here's a snake and a liar, right? And because he's like alluding to someone, but doesn't want to say the name, right? He didn't say the name. Just like, someone's being a snake and a liar. Who is that? I'll let you figure it out. And then he just says it anyway. Yeah, Cuomo, fuck Cuomo, right? So, and with that, it does remind me of a certain Kanye interview, which I'll now show you that for comedic effect here. If y'all remember this one, this is a banger from Back in the Gap. So, tell me if you have the similarities here or not.
The thing about the red hat that drove me to a point of exhaustion, which was misdiagnosed by I'm not going to say what race, what people, doctor, and what hospital, and what media it went to. We know I can't say that. It was a Jewish doctor. The thing about...
Yeah, you can't vague post and then do it any... You can't. I can't say it. I can't be anti-Semitic here, and then say it anyway. What's the fucking point, dude? Okay, so yeah, had to, So to me, there's some parallels here for sure, right? Like, so just, I'm not gonna say it, but you know. Now, continue from there here. Zohran challenges Trump to public debate. Let's cut out the middleman. Enough of the backroom scheming. If Trump was serious about intervening in the mayoral race, he should come to New York City and debate me directly. Ooh, love that one, bro. Yeah, because remember now we have a paper trail at this point here with like so this is where it gets a bit crazier, right? So there's now a paper trail of Eric Adams allegedly having had spoke with Trump now, because Trump is intervening, and you know, Trump is backing Cuomo because Cuomo is Trump's bitch, effectively, right? And with that, he wants, because Cuomo has shown loyalty, he wants Cuomo to win. So how do I get Cuomo to win? Well, we need Eric Adams to drop out first if we're having a fight chance at all here. So how do we get Eric Adams, who hates Cuomo, to back out? He's not going to do what Cuomo wants. And the thing there is that allegedly the Trump administration offered Eric Adams a position in the cabinet that would conveniently distract him from running in the race further at this point. And the position that they allegedly offered him was U.S. ambassador to Saudi Arabia. I kid you fucking not. That is what they're trying to do right now to persuade Eric Adams to drop out, and then let Cuomo be swimming in Trump's infinite slush fund of corporate PAC bullshit. And yeah. And so it's like, yeah. I mean, now will Trump actually respond to Mamdani's debate challenge? Obviously not here, because Trump has everything to lose, including his humanity at this point. So he's not gonna fucking do that shit. It'd be cool if he did, but I know he's not going to. But it's really awesome that Zohran's calling his punk ass out, and you know, we all get to laugh at it. The MAGA camp won't really care anyway, and Democrats apparently don't care either, because they're not fighting, they're not standing up for Zohran, which is really fucking annoying here. But yeah, so yeah, whatever here. But yeah, we have that right there. Okay. So that's that. We're almost done with the politics here, though we still have that CNN interview though. Did want to show our last politics-ish thing here will be this clip here. We're gonna have a bit of fun here, okay? I know I showing y'all what a MAGA voter when they're being stupid is like, you know, bar for the course here, but I found this one like entertainingly stupid. So I'm gonna let it play here. You're gonna see here I have not actually, what I should say here is I haven't shown a MAGA cultist on my channel in quite a while. I'm gonna show you this one here because it's like, okay, let's check in here. You know, I'm not showing good liars, because I love good liars, but I'm also like kind of just exhausted because it's like they're too stupid to be aware of how much they're getting fucked over. And in the end, it's like it was funny like 3 years ago, but now it's like they're still in the cult and they're still brainwashed and they're still like Sleepy Joe and I love Trump and just glazing whatever, right? It's like it's annoying as hell. It's exhausting, honestly. So let's see here how bad it's gotten though. Enjoy.
So my president, Trump, my president, I love him, just signed into law that families making less than $120,000 a year, which is the majority of families in the United States, will now not have to file taxes. They will not have to pay federal taxes. They will not have to get a tax refund at the end of the year because they loaned the government their money. My president signed that in, and I just cannot wait. I cannot wait for you crazy ass blue people to be pissed about it. I can't wait for you to be pissed about the fact that our president, my president, our president, isn't going to take your money anymore. I'm sure you're going to be up in arms about how much more money you're making because you're not lending it to the federal government. I can't wait for the psychotic breakdowns that are going to happen when people realize that he's actually helping them and they have to admit it. I love this country and I love my president.
You know what I mean? I thought y'all would enjoy that here. Like I don't have to even give a commentary. There's so much stupid in that. Like, well, then how's the government funded, right? Just, you know, or anything here. It's just, where do you begin? She had to like think really hard about not saying a slur to make it like TikTok friendly, you know, blue people. Okay. Like, you know, the false dichotomy that like, you know, either you're, you know, partisan divide here, either you're for me or you're against me, us or them type shit. It's man. But yeah, we can move on here. I hope y'all found that one amusing here. Cause like, we're all gonna see come April. I guess she won't be paying her taxes next year, and I guess we'll find out how she's doing at that time. Certainly she'll give us an update here whenever the IRS gets her a really ugly letter in the mail, right? Of course. So I thought y'all would find that one pretty something here. Okay, so here's a link to that one, and we can move on. I'm trying to do better on the whole like commentary quickly here. We're almost done with my politics tag, and then we can go from there. So y'all probably heard about the 10% Intel buyout, that stock option that happened here with the Fed involving Trump. If not, we'll talk about it here in a second here. But a bit of a nerdy thing, but we'll look at it real quick here. So we have here, Trump extends control over Washington by taking management of Union Station away from Amtrak. And then we cut back here to a clip from the 2023 Barbie movie. She thinks I'm a fascist, but I don't control the railways or the flow of commerce, right? I thought that was pretty funny there. So now let's go ahead and talk about this a bit further here, right? So the U.S. government takes 10% stake in Intel as Trump expands control over private sector. I think this is a pretty important one to talk about here. Much more important than the Department of War bullshit or whatever else here. It's all just like label crap anyway. This is actually pretty important because what to understand here is that, so Joe Biden passed the CHIPS Act, right? Which was like a government subsidy that granted like U.S. companies that were gonna like bolster domestic job markets, and it did lead to more jobs in the U.S. of A, right? Ultimately, I think people were more sensitive to the fact that like, you needed like, very radical subsidies to like help the lower income Americans, and that the CHIPS Act, while in itself good, was nowhere near enough to change the overall perception of the market health. Or again, people were just erroneously attributing here the GDP to like the GDP or the stock market's indications that the economy is doing good, which of course are both just like, in my opinion, bullshits that are not really, they're meant to like, look good to rich people, but not really a measurement of the importance of those who are the most economically vulnerable in these current times, post-COVID, post-quarantine. So, yeah, Trump being the person he is here, he came in here when he won the election in 2024, and one of the first things he did here was he repealed the CHIPS Act, because Sleepy Joe did it mostly here, even though it was producing more U.S. jobs, and it was leading to the production of microchips that we needed here, which we suffered tremendously because we outsourced everything due to COVID disrupting global supply chains. You may recall here that car prices went stupid because all the auto manufacturers didn't have the chips they needed to be able to do the final assembly of vehicles. There we saw satellite images of like, hundreds, if not thousands of like F-150s, for example, that were lacking in the final chips needed to like roll them out and be sold. So the scarcity of new inventory led to the depletion of the used inventory, and that made the supply and demand go crazy. So then all the used market was evaporated, and then so used car prices were going through the roof, and new car prices were also going through the roof here, exacerbated by the antiquated process currently of the existence of car dealerships, which are happy to just blame everything for why prices are getting price gouged further here. And you get to the end game where things that are meant to be affordable, like the all-electric F-150 Lightning being a $40,000 MSRP, could never be bought for that. Those things were going for routinely $60K and above for the base package, just going a casual 50% markup on MSRP, because quite honestly, the car dealerships can get away with that. Okay, so I'm getting a big copy here right now, right? So all that to say here, when it comes to the CHIPS Act, yeah, Trump repealed it, which meant, and it came in the repeal in the form that like what he actually did was take the grant money from the legislation and hold it hostage. So what happened here is technically true, yeah. The U.S. government now owns 10% of Intel, one of our great American technology companies. This historic agreement strengthens the U.S. leadership in semiconductors, which will both grow our economy and help secure America's technological edge, thanks to Intel. Now, a few things here about this. This is why this is really, really important to get into here. One, this agreement was something that like Intel was kind of like strong-armed into doing, kind of, sort of here. Because the money from the CHIPS Act, the grant being afforded to Intel, was held hostage if I recall correctly, on the condition of this. So it was like a proposal here. Hey, look, if you want that Joe Biden money, give us 10% and some kind of like exchange or whatever else here, right? So that happened. So the agreement happened. Everyone's happy because everyone was able to make out like bandits here, I suppose, here, because you can just take like the, you know, the Fed money and just like inject it into the private sector, I suppose here. However, even with that in mind, one could argue that it's great for Intel, certainly. It's great for any of Trump's cronies who are, you know, any of these like rich billionaires who are just hanging out around him and whatnot. Anyone who's able to get in on the insider trading where like you know what's going to happen before it happens and therefore do your trades beforehand here because you're influenceable in those markets, much like Nancy Pelosi and all the other corrupt Congress people who do insider trading normalized entirely here. Well, yeah, great for them. Great for those crony billionaires. Great for Intel's personnel. Great for all of Congress who's also in on this stuff as well in advance here. You know the idea. It's so comically commonplace here that it's insane here that like that we've gone this many decades of insider trading and it means nothing. You know, your average senator is worth comfortably north of $10 million. They're all very, very wealthy, by the way. So yeah, Intel's cool with this shit. They don't fucking care. But yeah, they were somewhat extorted here in the whole thing in the first place. But with that though, important thing to see here is like there's two ways to interpret this situation. One is that this is what Trump did because he's like petty against Joe Biden. Two is that maybe Trump's maybe Trump was briefed by someone who was like in national security and clearly wants to see more microchips made domestically because it'd be kind of questionable to have like sensitive computer shit being made by a foreign nation when we value our intelligence. So maybe having shit made in China or Japan would be not in our interest here and whatnot in a more nationalistic way here. But again, that'd be someone that I could see that argument, but I don't think anyone in Trump's camp is like that forward thinking with the whole thing. And they're all very impulsive and stupid. And Trump is definitely very impulsive and stupid. So I don't think that's the case here at all. I think here that Trump did this because, again, petty and Sleepy Joe and fuck him and he wants to, you know, whatever, right? So Trump does it because he wants to, again, he has an interview akin it to a real estate transaction. You know, yeah, you know, I'm making deals, right? It's the whole thing here. Remember when there was the 200% tariffs on China and he's like, yeah, Xi Jinping needs to call me and make a deal. You know, let's make a deal. I want to feel important. make a fucking deal. He wants to feel important ultimately. Remember, he's like a kid at the birthday party. He wants everyone to like, you know, tell him, you know, he's Cartman unironically IRL from South Park. So I think it's the case here. However, because here's the thing about it, right? If you were going to invest in like the private market, the thing about Intel, if for my technology people, if you know here, Intel's been very, very behind. Intel has been absolutely behind and getting slaughtered by particularly in the semiconductor race right now. We're on, I believe right now we've seen 3 nanometer chips be mass adopted into manufacturing with winning the bid wars from the likes of Apple and many others here in AMD. But now you have the is it Taiwan? Is it Taiwanese? TSM that's I'm forgetting the acronym here. TSM, they do, it's in here somewhere. Yeah, Taiwan. Yeah, the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company. So yeah, TSM, they are now making 2 nanometer chips at this point. Again, Intel is very, very behind and it's not even comparable here. Just follow the market here. Where's all demand at? Everybody wants to, you know, win the bid war and be able to get that business. They want to make their components. They want to make their products with the most advanced chips here, and right now that would be the 2 nanometer the 2 nanometer chips here that TSM makes currently right now. So yeah, if you were going to invest in where the future is right now, you'd be looking over there. And sure, maybe that's a foreign company, whatever here. But again, it's like, okay, well, what, are we being nationalistic here? You're being nationalistic with a private company. It just feels like it's a bit of a weird thing that I'm not a fan of it personally. But I'm looking at this here and I'm more reassuring you here that like this investment wasn't done in a way that I feel would be the smartest use if this is what the argument would be here. If you're investing, if you're going to do a private market injection with like federal funds in the context of like what that would mean long term, then why Intel over someone more capable possibly here? If you want to be more nationalistic here, then why not? Then why even? I don't know. It's just it's a bit weird to me what's happening right there. So in the end, I'm gonna conclude this is being done for extortion, insider trading, profiteering, the usual shit here, and no one really cares, honestly. And however, the reason why it's worth sharing with you all right now is because I would say here, this will not be the last time Trump does something like this. I think here that there will be more companies to come. And yeah, if we can do this for more things and then like pretend that this is like a good thing for the common man, when it's, I think here I'd argue not really at all. Yeah, fuck it. Let's make it like just continue to just like, whether it be using tariffs to short the market and buy the dips and they'll eventually recover. And because there's just like, $4 trillion in the made up economy anyway here, whenever the markets do dip from tariff bullshit, buy the short, or you can just, buy into companies here and then, be on the inside then, and then buy before the Fed gets involved in that here and whatnot. Just loot the Fed. Fuck it, whatever here, right? So I think here, that's going to be the issue here. I don't see this really happening. I guess I'm trying to say in conclusion here. What I'm trying to say here is that I don't think there is smart and good reasons this could be happening. However, I wouldn't give the Trump administration that level of good faith. So I don't think this is happening for smart or good reasons. I think it's just very surface level, like insider trading bullshit here. Again, to revoke the CHIPS Act when it was already like developing U.S. jobs, didn't go ahead and just use that same funding as hostage to then leverage a deal that overwhelmingly benefits here insider trading. Seems like the kind of thing that Trump would love to do anyway, under the like performative guise of being a deal maker, a deal master. And he may want to do this more and more with other companies if he can get away with this one in the first place, which he already has this time. So there you go. So I think this is unfortunate and stupid, and it won't be the last thing here either. So here's some articles that I thought would reinforce that a little bit here. You can surface level here, but Business Insider as well. And yeah, I had the TSM one here also open for that if you wanted to read more about that. And I'll give you this one I'll go right here as well from this one here. So okay, phenomenal. So now we can go over to we can now go from here, and now we can have a bit more fun again. So we're almost done. Let's let me see here. Let me go back over here real quick. Thought that was like important to throw up there real quick on that. Let's go over to from here. Now we can actually turn off the politics tag. Now we're done going through the heavy stuff here. Sorry again, this wasn't the most interesting things in the world here. I had these on the back burner for quite a while now, so I wanted to kind of just get those knocked out. And I also, sorry again here, I know it's been a lot of commentary. We've been live for 3 hours now. I wasn't live Saturday, so I'm shoving in like 2 Yapp worth of things here, but hopefully you've enjoyed the stream so far here. Sorry about this again if it's been too long. I don't know, it's been giving, I just wanted to really knock everything out so I can like kind of like mentally free to do Hollow Knight. So bear with me here. We had some more here on some more lighter and fun topics here that I promise you all will care about. So Merriam-Webster has inchitification acknowledged here as the word of the day. When a digital platform is made worse for users in order to increase profits. I thought that was pretty cool to see inchitification come to the mainstream now. However, get this right. If we go back one here, I cannot stress enough here. There are 4 different ads in the screenshot. So you'll see here that you have the ad right here, the video ad right here atop of the other ad for the Norwegian cruise line, and then the bottom hugging ad right there. And I thought it was important to show this here because, like, yeah, I mean, chat, y'all know what it is here. When you're running on the web on mobile, where you don't have, ad blocker or script blocker or whatever it may be here, right? Like when you're on the internet, no condoms, no protection, right? It's just like the wild, wild west. It's unusable. Like, it's like the saturation of ads here is so fucked that it's like you can't even, like, I mean, it's like pick your poison, right? Either you get ad fucked to death where you can't even, like, you can't tell where the next page button is so they can get another impression on you. Shouts if you ever had to like look for a recipe before, it's fucking terrible online. Or B, you get paywall to hell and back here. Everything you actually care about is the paywalled article. And it's like, everything's a paywalled article? Or it's like a newsletter paywalled article, or it's like a newsletter walled article. We have to like join their email club to get another email in your inbox here. Like, emails are emails in terms of marketing are a clogged down shithole. The ad markets now and what's tolerable in this situation is also awful. Oh my God, bro. Holy fucking shit. So one of the shows, shitification, knows no ends right here at this time. So dropping that link right there. And on a crazy PogChamp news here, we have news in the Sonic fandom here. Whoa now. So try, no you don't. We have some news, y'all. We're thrilled to announce start of production on Project Silver. Silver the Hedgehog, yes, from Sonic 06, which contains Blaze, so you can post Try Furry, it's relevant. Silver returns as the hero of the future, but this time he faces his toughest opponent yet, Neo Sage Robotnik. Stay tuned for updates and sneak peeks. So yeah, they've announced this team is like currently they have a Discord, they're recruiting right now, they have they're doing things and they're making their Sonic fans yet again here cooking up and just hear Sega just I guess hire these people here, I don't know here. But yeah, they're making a Silver game, and I will say here I didn't think this was really worth showing. I'm gonna be honest here because there's no game, there's no like trailer, there's no footage, there's just like sketches and some renders here, and that's a bit worrisome. But I thought it was worth showing to you because it got a lot of likes. There's a lot of traffic here, so clearly people are really excited for this as an idea. And I didn't think it was worth showing because I'm like, well, where's the, this is one of those things where it's like announced too early and it's not even a playable demo yet. I've seen demo whips go into like, vaporware. And that's a bit concerning here, I will say. But I don't know much more here though. I don't know why. Is there like a, where is the audience that gave this 12,000 likes is what I'm curious of here. Like, I agree. I'm excited for more Silver, as I admitted before here. In Vanilla 06 here, Silver I thought was the most fun I had out of the entire game. But P06 makes it, amazing. And so I've been curious here of I'm curious here of like, if you happen to know here, what audience are we looking at here? Like, where are these 12,000 people at? I'm curious if you happen to know. But yeah, there's Project Silver 25. So if you have any more information there, let me know what's good. And something wholesome to cleanse your timeline here. You may recall, forgive me, I didn't grab this guy here, but I think his name's Arlet. I saw him at TwitchCon. This guy definitely has a Twitch channel. I forget his name exactly here. I mean, it might be Ariat, Arlet. But yeah, he was what was he here again? He was I think he was somewhere in New York here. It might be in the Bronx. I'm not quite sure exactly where he is here, but he's a guy who at TwitchCon had his like mobile DJ station. He walks around and just like makes beats and shit on the fly. He's pretty fucking sick here. Is that his Twitch channel, Pyro? He's a beast. So I wanted to show this one here because this was like really, 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 really fucking sick. So if we can get his Twitch channel, let me know so we can like give him a shout out here because this guy is definitely the sauce. Check it out.
Wait, what?
My man's been in there all along.
Let's go. Let's go. Who's trying to get on? You got to tell me what you want to hear. I need guidance so I can make something you'll like.
Jay-Z and Alicia Keys.
Oh, okay. It's on some New York shit. Wait, one of y'all got to hold this.
Let's get it, man. You go first.
Yeah. You wanted this rip talking shit, now you laid in the ditch. I'm from Brooklyn, Bushwick, this side just bitch. This side B's when you see a G. Back up, motherfucker, now you laying in P.
Like JD Dept, your flow is so-so. When shit get thick, don't run to the po-po. Oh, no, you can't fuck with my flow. I fuck around and make you taste the fofo.
I'm a pimp until the day I die. Staying fly, catching a female's eye every time I ride by. Sitting high on the track, cruising in my Rolls Royce. The game that I be kicking be getting these hoes moist. I'm a pimp by blood, plus that was my only choice. It's me against the world, I got to show them who's boss. I'm so cold with the game, I control everything. The women be shining like the baguette to my diamond ring.
I ain't scared, I ain't got nothing to lose. Cause if I don't get put on, then I'm robbing you dudes.
Hey Dave, I gotta make sure I have some cash flow. Niggas get hit and tied up in some tassel.
Cause where I come from, I never read, never will. Brooklyn, New York, my home is Brownsville.
Since my mom is gone and my pop is gone, it's another sad song when the drama is on. Knock, knock.
Ooh, shit, bro. Yeah, if you go in the thread, bro, everyone's like, man, what happened to hip hop, bro? I mean, I need more of this in my life. And I say here, y'all, man, I know I'm gonna go a bit Libby woke on y'all for a second here, but like, dude, in a world where we had like UBI right now, oh my god, dude, the arts would go crazy, dude. Like, ah, man, you know, if we, dude, gentrification happens hip hop. It does. It has already here. Like, again, I covered it before here, but like these streaming subscription music services, how the royalties work, it is literally, it incentivizes making short songs that are meant to be like TikTokable, I guess. Like, you know, old country roads, they're meant to be like 2 minutes long and have no ending. Like, it's like, no, the song needs to be like max loopable for more streaming revenue. You know, we went from like SoundCloud era to mumble rap era to now TikTok era. And yeah, it's just, we're so far removed now from like the arts being like the primary factor over like how, you know, major record label commercialized music succeeds now. Not saying there isn't any, obviously, but we're clearly at the point now where there's been massive disruptions. Spotify has disrupted that industry in much in the same way that Napster did back in 99. In the same way that you have to definitely say here that, you know, like, look, DoorDash and Uber have definitely disrupted the gig economy, and now like the gig economy is like so normalized now that it's the value of labor has changed in its entirety. So that's definitely a thing here. I'm getting a bit tired now, so we covered that. Yeah, there's a thing here. I could talk about this more, but we're gonna move on here now. But yeah, 95% of generative AI pilots at companies are failing now. Something that I was alluding to earlier in my in this tweet right here, right, where we're seeing the adoption of AI decline at larger firms. So I'm gonna do a bit of a deeper dive on this here, but predictably, as you can imagine here, the ambition to just like, you know, have AI take over a lot of jobs and that lead to and yield efficiency is just simply not happening, whether it be from the proportionality of cost and expenses or the results not yielding to the point of like it being better for the company. It may save on labor, but it's not getting better results, which is in the end here reaffirming here the value of the human labor that was trying to like outsource. So it's just a hot ass fucking mess right now. It's a dumpster fire. And what this is showing here is what you probably already heard at this point here now, which is that the AI bubble is beginning to burst. You know, the speculation bubble where like calling anything that's like an automated batch process AI, and AI being a catch-all term for like anything to make it have more an innate value here is gets gotten so saturated now that it can no longer foolproof through the truth where there's just unproven viability. And in the end here, who's held accountable whenever the AI fucks up? Whoever like pivoted the company to that direction and whatnot. So yeah, we could do a bit more of a deeper dive here once we have like more horror stories to tell. But in the meantime, yeah, you probably already knew here that shit's piss and ass, and we can move on from it. Okay, continue here. We're going fast now. Next up, do y'all remember? Do y'all play Wordle? Are y'all familiar with Wordle, chat? From the New York Times. Probably, right? You remember when this game went viral and, you know, you can just like, you know, PENIS and I hit enter. Right? Okay. So, you know this game, right? So yeah, you can play Wordle and whatnot. You probably do every day here. So, here's the news, okay? The New York Times paywalled the mini crossword. And of course, here we have the revolution, right? They took the mini crossword first, but if they touch Wordle or connections, they're done for me. So what's going on here? About y'all would find this like kind of like interesting to talk about here real quick. So first off, if you don't remember here, once upon a time, Wordle was a game by an independent person that went mega viral, and then came all the clones of Wordle, and then the creator sold the game to the New York Times. They put in a bid for somewhere in the single digit of millions. I didn't get the follow up on this when it first happened here, but I've learned since then here that the creator admits, Josh Wardle admits here that, you know, he sold Wordle to New York Times, which he was aware of what he did. He was aware this was like, you know, they were probably going to like paywall it eventually, and like, cause they want to recoup on their whole thing. And they also, you know, it's going to bring more traffic to the NYT, but also in the end, they, if it proves, you know, everlastingly popular, they'll probably just paywall anyway, right? And he admits here in the interview, I thought you'd find it interesting actually. He admits in the interview that the reason he sold it was because he was under a lot of stress. In the end, it was like a lose situation. There were so many shitty clones that were popping up day by day, hour by hour, that were already like slopping up with like ads or sponsors or paywall entirely. He was running out of time to really like fight that onslaught, because if he didn't like shut it down, then there would just be like, you know, Wordle would just be like Kleenex, you know. Sure, Kleenex is technically tissue paper, but you know, the brand is so synonymous with tissue paper anyway that in the end it kind of like overwrites itself here. You don't really yearn for Kleenex brand tissue paper. You colloquially refer to it as such, right? Or the Q-tip, you know, aka the cotton swab, same thing. You know, the brand Q-tip makes cotton swabs, but we all call them Q-tips when they're actually, you know, those are a branded cotton swab, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So with all that here, yeah, he sold it to New York Times knowing that their legal team could stop all the slop, and then it would lead to Wordle being, you know, still a quality thing, but it would be, you know, it's going to be in the property of them and whatnot. And it gets as bad. So I wanted to kind of give an update here on that because we didn't really cover this all here. But yeah, he was very stressed out about that. He made his $1 million plus, and here we are now. So, but yeah, I actually agree here with Dan that, you know, selling was the right call here because, you know, the thing, and it's kind of the boring thing, right? But like, if you're one guy who made Wordle and you know, you see the app stores, all of them having like tens of clones daily popping up because your game is very, very viral. You know, you don't have like the legal team. It takes time to even get that kind of team together and whatnot to kind of like, you know, get things popping here. And so it's like, yeah, what do you do? What do you do, right? I mean, there's not really a clear answer. There's only just like, you know, the least painful option that kind of like fixes the problem for the most part, or fixes the most problems immediately right now. So yeah, that would be probably selling to NYT, letting NYT have the legal team like shit on all the clones, and Wordle will be happy at one home, and then you make your bag and you move on with your life. I get that. So with that, yeah, if you want to play Wordle, you know, you can go over here. But what are they talking about? Well, so if you're like, you know, I don't know, if you're like bored at your office job and you have nothing to do all day because you get paid per hour but not paid for per thing you fix or do, yeah, you can go over to NYT and play the games. There's the mini crossword, there's the full crossword, spelling bee, and some other ones that are free here. And as of now, Wordle is still free. This does not even require an account. However, the mini crossword used to be free. Now the mini crossword, like the full crossword, are both paywalled now. You have to subscribe to NYT, which I think is like $3 a week or whatever here. It's not exactly impulsive, I'd say. And yeah, so this is pretty lame because like I agree with the community here. Like, shouldn't the mini crossword be like the tease to the full crossword, right? Like, shouldn't the mini be like the thing that makes me want to buy the full version so I can then access crossword and subscribe to it here? But no, fuck it. You know, the mini and the main one are both now paywalled here, so you get fucked. So there you go. If you want to play the mini crossword, which I can't, by the way, because you're not subscribed here, you have to subscribe. So yeah, get fucked. Get fucked, get fucked, get fucked. Here you go. So there's all that there. A little update on Wordle. Awesome. And then chat, our last thing today here, we can go back to here to something I found yet again here on Lost Meme Archive. Do you remember this clip that went viral 6 years ago when The Last of Us 2 was first shown?
That's the cutest fucking thing I've ever seen in my entire life. That's the cutest fucking thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
Yeah, well, that is our girl. That is Nagorix, who I met at I forget when here. I met her at was it the Partner Summit? Was it TwitchCon? I don't remember, but yeah, me and her are cool, as you can tell. You know, humble brag here, whatever here. And I wanted to just kind of like show you two things here. One, if you haven't already here, you can follow her. You can also go over to her Twitch. She's actually live right now, so I'll give her a shout out right now. Actually, here's a link to her. And yeah, /shout out.
And if I remember correctly, and I could be misremembering, but if I remember correctly, I think.
Hell yeah! So fucking W's right there. Now, why am I showing you this clip here? Well, chat. If you go back one here, here's an update that I thought was worth showing you here. AI has ruined people's brains, lol. They think this is AI. So there were some posts here. This video looks fake, and so does the girl's reaction. Grok, how real is this? It looks AI. So you're at a point now where the information warfare has gotten so bad now that they just think it's like a girl reacting on a green screen, you know, doctored atop of some other footage here. They can't recognize that it's the Last of Us 2 trailer. They don't recognize it's a real streamer. We're at a point now where like the AI enthusiasts are getting duped by non-AI. Just you know, I really wanted to see here, like, and sure, yeah, it's blue checkmark dumbasses, but like the blue checkmark dumbasses are to me like the, you know, the average IQ of like any Facebook person, right? So it's just like, you know, the bottom 50% of the internet is just gonna be really fucking dumb. So I saw that there and I was like, geez, dude, is this real? So yeah, I don't know, chat. I don't know. That's I thought you'd want to you know, see here that that is a thing, allegedly. I mean, I hope it's bots, honestly, but you know, yeah, I mean, what else would it be if not, you know, the end game here is that when you have generative AI saturating so much of the content that you have to like you cannot engage in good faith with really anything anymore video wise, because you have to consider here, is it fake? And is it meant to be deceptive and everything else here? So yeah, just a hot ass mess, dude. I thought that was pretty crazy to see that here. You know, that like, damn, people really think here that this is fake. Fuck my life, dude. Okay, and with that, y'all, we're done with the commentary here. We'll take our break here. When we come back, we will be looking at the Zohran CNN interview while I eat some food, and then once I have food in my tummy, like Winnie the Pooh, we will then happily move on to gameplay. So thank you for your patience. I love all you here. So around the 4-hour uptime mark, we will then be moving on to Hollow Knight. I will see y'all in a second. Thank y'all for tuning in and enjoying here. Sorry if it took forever, but hey, look, now I am caught up here. I will be right back. All right, we're back. Okay. Let me we're almost there, y'all. Sorry, it's been quite the gauntlet here. Now, I see here we're getting some. I haven't even talked about the tweet of the day here yet, actually. This no double damage mod that people are using, and there's been a big uprise over here. I have takes. They're consistent. But I feel like I've already yapped my ass off right now, so we're gonna like watch. I'm gonna literally eat my food here real quick. I eat my food. We're gonna watch the Zohran interview, have some fun with that, and then from here on, y'all, we're in the fun half of the stream. I'm done. I've gotten all the important things I want to talk about out the way here. We can get back to it, and I'm very sorry again about this being a 4 hours of commentary. Not my intention, but I felt like I had to kind of just get it out there. Now we can move on with things. Okay, so we will talk about that I don't know, at some point later, maybe today, maybe tomorrow. We'll figure it out. We'll see. In the end here, I can't my commentary has to adhere to some level of like ratio of gameplay, I would say, or just like of the thing people are here to actually see. So okay, our title of the stream now is active, and I believe here our title, whenever that command ever works again here, is that CNN asked one of the worst questions I've ever seen during an interview during Zohran. And with that, we're liftoff in 3, 2, 1. Let's engage.
Zohran Mamdani, thank you very much for being here. So Eric Adams is staying in the race. He announced that he is not going to take some other position he was reportedly being offered by Trump. Why do you think he's staying?
You know, I cannot speak to Eric Adams' motivations or his interests. I can just tell you that it's been a lot of noise these last few weeks. And we've seen that this is the specialty of Donald Trump and his puppets. A lot of noise, few results. And all of it distracts from the fact that 1 in 4 New Yorkers are living in poverty in this city. And so often their concerns, their welfare has been secondary to the interests of these so-called leaders in trying to figure out their own futures.
Do you think Trump's involvement in this race at this point is helping you?
I think it's showcasing what's at stake, which is the fact that we have a vision to actually help New Yorkers afford their city. And Donald Trump has a vision to try and rip apart the very fabric of this city. He has passed legislation that will throw millions of New Yorkers off of their health care, ran a campaign on cheaper groceries, and is now cutting SNAP for hungry New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs.
What about when, you know, Donald Trump has threatened to bring troops into New York? He's done it in Washington. He wants to do it in Baltimore, Chicago. If you're elected mayor, I mean, do you think that that's the first thing he's going to do? Because he's made it clear he's invested in what happens here. He's a longtime New York resident. He does not want to see you elected. If you are, do you expect that he'll get involved?
We will prepare for every eventuality. And I agree with what Commissioner Tisch of the NYPD said, which is that we do not need the National Guard here. The NYPD can create that public safety for New Yorkers. And we've seen an example of how to fight back against this federal overreach in California, where you had the governor, the mayor, the attorney general work together to file a lawsuit that a judge recently found that the federal government was illegally deploying the National Guard there. That's the kind of partnership we need to see in New York. And yet that's exactly the opposite of what we saw when Andrew Cuomo was leading the state.
So lawsuits would be your first step?
I think lawsuits. I also think the fact that we look at our own law department, which has been on the forefront of some of the most critical cases in the country, and yet it's staffed at pre-pandemic levels, not even at the level that it used to be before COVID. That needs to be brought up with 200 additional lawyers.
So in Baltimore, in the state of Maryland, just today, the mayor there and the governor, they're surging resources into the city to address crime, to address public safety. They're saying it's not anything to do with Donald Trump, but what are you going to do about public safety in New York? I mean, is there a responsibility that you would have to actually make the city safer for New Yorkers, to address those concerns that are very real?
Absolutely. That is one of my primary responsibilities. And it's interesting that you actually mentioned Baltimore, because you can see in Baltimore that they've managed to bring down the number of homicides and shootings through an understanding of the very different tools you have to implement to actually confront the scourge of gun violence. Here in New York City.
Okay, so this is 11 minutes long. We're 3 minutes in so far here. Pay attention, okay? Because I'm going to ask you for a pop quiz here. What was the single dumbest question asked in this video? To me, it's really obvious, but I wonder if y'all spot it here when it happens.
I would work alongside the NYPD to create that public safety and also invest in existing infrastructure we have here that is not at the full scale it could be. Infrastructure that has been shown to reduce shootings by up to 40%, and it goes by the name of the crisis management system.
You know, you've said you wanted to debate Donald Trump. A lot of people ask the question, are you and Donald Trump more similar than maybe you might want to let on? And specifically on this issue.
Huh? Bitch, what? What? I'm sorry. No, I have earwax in my ear. Wait, hang on, wait. One more time. Wait, what was your question?
You wanted to debate Donald Trump. A lot of people ask the question, are you and Donald Trump more similar?
Are you and Donald Trump more similar? Y'all, we gotta have a talk here about where we are now with news journalism here. Like, what are we doing? Like, I'm embarrassed for CNN, dude. Like really, like, is it the anchors that they vet that just don't have any critical thought? I don't know if this is did she even want to ask this question? Was just like a producer forced her to ask this question while she was gonna be fired? I don't even know. Who do I blame? What do I blame here? Because like, what do we, like, you're inserting an implied narrative that like no one is thinking here. Like not even Trump supporters are not thinking this at all. Like what the fuck are we on here? Bro.
Than maybe you might want to let on. And specifically on this issue of socialism, even Trump's own allies, his fellow Republicans like Rand Paul, have suggested that some of his policies are socialist in nature. He took a stake in Intel in exchange for U.S. government funding. People have called that socialist. Do you think that that's a good idea?
I think that Donald Trump and I have one thing in common, which is that we talk about the need for cheaper groceries. The difference between the two of us is that I'm actually going to deliver on that. And that's what I think is so frustrating, is that he spoke to the needs that New Yorkers had, that Americans had. Did
she just try to align that Zohran is like Trump in order to make Zohran look bad to an anti-Trump Democratic savvy audience in CNN? Is that what really? Is that what we're doing here? Really? Oh man, I'm getting tight, y'all. I'm getting tight, bro.
Truly believed that his promise of a cheaper and a more affordable life was possible, but he's shown no interest in that. You look at his economic policies, they have exacerbated that crisis.
But first of all, do you think that there are some things that Trump has done that are more socialist than capitalist?
I don't think there is much that Donald Trump does that can be understood through the idea of ideology. I think he does whatever it is he decides to do each and every day with his own mind as the centerpiece of it.
On the rent stabilization, on the impact of your proposals on housing in this city, there's a lot of concern that it'll cause people to leave, that it'll cause, dilapidated housing, that it'll cause landlords to go out of business. But my question to you is, how interested are you in working with or talking to the private sector on some of these issues? Are you flexible in some of your views for what the solution might be to housing costs or what the solution might be to a lack of inventory? Or do you think that they can't be part of the solution?
I think that every New Yorker can be part of the solution. And I am not only interested, but committed to having conversations with New Yorkers across the political spectrum. And I think for too long, leadership has been defined as someone who surrounds themselves with people who are quickest to say yes to each and every idea. You have to actually encourage and create space for disagreement, because that's what gets you the outcome of results. And when we talk about freezing the rent for the more than 2 million New Yorkers who live in rent-stabilized housing, that happened 3 times before under the previous mayoral administration. New York City is still standing.
A bigger picture question, Tom Suozzi, he's a representative from here in New York. He often talks about you and Trump in the same sentence, but the suggestion there is that you know how to diagnose a problem, which you have on housing, on food, on childcare, but the solution that you're offering is all too simple. It's overpromising and in ways that you cannot deliver. Is there a risk that you might overpromise New Yorkers on things that you can't execute on?
I would call him a colleague, because we are part of the same party, the Democratic Party. And as Ed Koch said, a former Democratic mayor of New York City, that if you agree with me on 9 out of 12 issues, vote for me. 12 out of 12, see a psychiatrist. We have to have room for disagreement within a party. Otherwise, we just become a monotone that doesn't accept the innate tension of people coming together. And this vision that we have for New York City, it's one that speaks to the scale of this crisis, much in the same way that when the former administration of New York City looked at childcare, they talked about developing universal pre-K. Many people thought that was unrealistic. Now it is a fact of life here in New York City. That is going to be the same, not only for freezing the rent, not only for making buses fast and free, but for universal childcare from 6 weeks to 5 years of age.
A lot of polls saying different things, but I think the gist of it is that, in the race as it stands now, you've probably got about a third of the electorate in the city. First of all, if it were a 2-man race between you and Cuomo, do you think for sure that you can win that race?
Absolutely. And I would tell you that I spent many months, including some where I was here on this show with you, where I was running for mayor in the Democratic primary, and we were told time and again it was inevitable that Andrew Cuomo was going to win the race. I was at 1% early in the spring of this same year. And then we won the race by 13 points with the most votes in primary history. So we are very confident about defeating Andrew Cuomo, just like we did in June. And what is outrageous to us is not the question of the implications of these machinations on the race. It's what they show, the blatant disregard that so many of these politicians have for the welfare of working class New Yorkers, 1 in 5 of whom can't even afford $2.90 to ride the bus.
Your democratic socialism has been just the center of everything that people talk about. But in this country, there's a big debate about the wealthy, the uber wealthy, the gap between the rich and the poor. Just this week, Tesla offered a pay package to Elon Musk that would potentially make him a trillionaire. Do you think trillionaires should exist?
I think the better question is whether working people should exist, because what we're seeing right now is amidst this incredible wealth, we have people who are keeping the city running that have to now live.
God, what a fucking W answer, dude. Don't even engage in that dumbass question. The answer is so fucking obvious there. Just flip that. God, I don't know how y'all watch cable TV for even an hour a day. Holy fucking shit.
Is whether we're
offered a pay package to Elon Musk that would potentially make him a trillionaire. Do you think trillionaires should exist?
I think the better question is whether working people should exist, because what we're seeing right now is amidst this incredible wealth, we have people who are keeping the city running that have to now live outside of the city, outside of the state. There are New Yorkers who are living in New Jersey and Pennsylvania and Connecticut because they just can't afford to live here. Amidst all of that, we have talk of trillionaires. I mean, it tells you where our political priorities are. And that's what is so frustrating, is that when we talk about the cuts to SNAP benefits here in New York City, the throwing of millions off of their health insurance, it's not just a incident that has taken place in Washington, D.C. It is a function of the largest wealth transfer we've ever seen in our history of our country's politics.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely take the point that this inequality has only increased in recent years. But we also live in a world, especially this city, where it is powered by businesses, by corporations that come here that hire people. Job numbers that came out just today indicating there's a slowdown across the country in hiring. Is now really the time to raise taxes on those corporations, but also to exacerbate the tensions between the rich and the poor? Or do we need each other to make this economy work?
We need each and every person in this city for the future that we all deserve. And what I would say is it's not politics or policy commitments that are exacerbating tensions. It's the fact of inequality. That's the tension that working class New Yorkers are living with, where they can't afford their rent. They can't afford their child care.
Any concerns about the broader economic environment and the impact of higher taxes on anybody, rich or poor, in this?
Oh my chat, how do you? Oh my god, I'm so tight. Oh my god, I'm sorry putting you up there. I thought it was gonna be a better interview. I thought it was gonna be like, Zohran's doing his best here, but god damn, dude, it's so fucking annoying.
Particular economy.
Let's talk about the revenue proposals. I've talked about increasing the state's top corporate tax rate to match that of New Jersey, increasing personal income taxes on the top 1% of New Yorkers. That's New Yorkers who make $1 million or more. They'd pay $20,000 extra in their personal income taxes. This would actually even benefit those same sets of New Yorkers and those corporations. Because when I speak to business leaders, they tell me they're having a struggle of attracting talent that can afford to live in the city because of the cost that we're seeing across the board. These are not proposals for the sake of raising revenue. They're proposals to fund affordability across these 5 boroughs. And that's critical, because otherwise we'll see an exodus that has already been taking place of hundreds of thousands of New Yorkers who just cannot afford this city anymore.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Zohran Mamdani. Thank you.
It's a real pleasure.
Oh my god, bro, that was... Well, it was what I expected, Chad. It was what it was. You know what I mean? It was what it was. Okay, all right. I was posting our thing here. 1 second. I'm just gonna sorry, I was fixing this real quick. All right, cool. I think I got what I need now. Awesome here. Okay, all right. Play that incredible scene with Bob again. Which one? The only lie from Zohran when he said it was the pleasure. Oh yeah. Okay, so sorry I put y'all through that. That was really fuck awful. All right, we're about to hit the gameplay now here. So we're just gonna I'm gonna go over here. Yeah, we're about to come over to Hollow Knight now. So 1 second here. What about the shareholders, Bob? Who's thinking of them? Yeah. As always here. All right. 25 and a half hours. I'm at 38% now. Progress command edited here. Okay, we're going over to Hollow Knight 1 directory. Okay, I am if you wouldn't mind giving that tweet a like, would appreciate that. Okay, did that. Again, fixing all the things here right now. Editing our title now. Okay, and okay. Ooh, man. All right. Well. All right, y'all. Oh, and I need to ping Discord. I gotta do all this shit here. I gotta ping Discord. Let them know here that gameplay happening now. Good now. Awesome. Okay. All right. And yeah, so later on at some point here today, maybe I'll talk about my thoughts on the fact that I don't know all the context, right? I don't know exactly how Silksong plays, but apparently the game has a lot, both in terms of it being harder and more accessible. It's in both directions. And yeah, so I have some thoughts here on the whole thing here about, I don't actually endorse the statement here, right? That I'm just showing you that people are using the ninja pasta to, like, you know, to dunk on, presumably to dunk on people, or being sarcastic about people being dunked on concerning using a no double damage mod or whatever here. So yeah, we'll look at this later on, but for now here currently we will come over here and we'll play more Peak. How about that? The only thing missing here is there's one thing we're missing right now, and that would be gotta have them things on me, bro. I mean, y'all, we'll sit here and do all this shit, not eat. I look hungry, baby. What y'all eating y'all game, bro? What, Doritos? Funyuns? Cereal? Nothing. How you gonna do like a 4 to 6 hour session and not eat shit? You need to stop playing. I said a sesh. I think a little tease. Gotta wash hands with the controller. Well, I use my towel, and I wash my towel very frequently. So I have like a gamer towel to like wipe shit off on, but I get it. It's not the most sanitary thing in the world to be using a controller while eating chips and shit, but in the end, it's like, you know, I got to stream, which I guess it's different than you, right? But like, I got to stream, so it's like, you know, in the end, chat sees me go AFK less often. Okay, so let's see here. We have our super dash now, so now I can fuck shit up here. We can go back to the green area and do a lot of shit. Does the super dash break through the barrier? I don't know, probably not. We have a lot that we can do here now, though. Did I already go up? I think I did. Maybe I did. I don't remember actually if I did. shopkeeper's key. Whoa! The fuck is this? Okay. Maybe it unlocks Bapanada's Ponsu. You know, I don't know. Maybe her Ponsu drawer has been tragically you know. I'm thinking out loud here. I'm thinking about possibilities here, chat. Double checking here again. Okay, so we're good here. I've done everything I can do here, short of like some other new movement options. So we're gonna go ahead and can I control it here? No. Oh, dude, I have this really awesome idea. All right, have y'all ever watched Dragon Ball 9000? I've shown it once on the stream, for those who are cultured. There's this, oh my God, dude.
Oh, whoop-a.
Oh, I got a first try here. What do you have there? Why, that's the key to my storeroom. I thought I'd lost it for good. Did you find it in those old mines, perhaps? Very curious. I have no idea how it ended up in such a remote place. Very honest of you to return it to me. Yes, very kind. And now that I can open up my old storeroom, I can sell you some of the rare stock that's been gathering dust in there. What about a reward, bitch? These items may be a little time worn, but they still retain their full market value. Okay, you can run for 1 notch. Okay. Send them flying further. Okay. Yo, we're buying, baby. We're buying. I got bands, bitch. However, I'm coming broke pretty quickly though at the rate I'm going here. Oh yes, another notch. Fuck yeah, dude. I think. Is that what that is again? I don't forget. No, that's my focus juice, right? I don't get it. Why can I not dash? Oh, okay, you can't dash, or you can't run when you're near interactable objects. Okay. Damn, that is nice. I need more notches though, be real. Okay. So I have this key now, right? That goes somewhere in the city of tears, I assume. The elegant key. Where's my other keys at? Fuck. I thought it said something about the city. Maybe I should have reread that again. Fuck. Now I'm like less confident about where to go with that.
Bapanada.
So now we can see here. Okay, we can I think this is no longer, oh no wait, okay, this is the thing that's locked right now. Okay. We'll go to the city real quick here. Again, overwhelming amounts of options here. Okay, so we're gonna double check on what this locked door is. I'm trying to think you're like, oh wait, Soul Sanctum. Oh my god, I'm fucking dumb. It's like right here. Yeah, so it's gonna be this door right here. So we're gonna go to the vendor, get some guap, and then unlock this bitch here, and then fuck shit up. All right, action. Chat, I'm genius. Like a real genius. Oh wait. Yo, damn. I never came up here actually. Okay, the simple key. Man, I don't even remember where to fuck. Fuck off. The problem is we've encountered like numerous doors where oh shit. Dude, have I not been looking here? Oh my god, dude. I'm always thrown off how this is like not a time challenge here. Like I'm always like, is that like a me thing? Am I just gaslit by like other games on that front where like I'm like, I almost don't believe this is not a time challenge. I'm not gonna get the full reward if we're not doing it fast enough or some shit. Did I get all of them? Okay, I'm actually asking a question right now. Does the game tell you when you've gotten all of the red coins in an area? Because as of now, I'm thinking here that like they only activate in the room you're in, and if you go to another room, they won't be in another room. So it must be in here, right? So therefore I'm missing. Oh my god, I'm dumb. I'm so fucking dumb. Right, never mind. Okay, question answered. I'm stupid. Okay. Ignore me. But actually, no, chat, I was joking. I don't even want to answer your question because obviously that implies I'm weak and I needed answers there. I was continuously figuring it out as I went along. You're not needed, chat. You were never needed, chat. I don't need you. Need denied. Fine, I think this one. Dune. Still okay. That's not the case here. Double kill. No, it's the command is a vibe percent. Rather than any percent or 100%. Gonna clear my head. We're back soon. If you have something you have to sell, come find me in the Fountain Square. Fountain Square. Shit, that's the other side of this whole thing here. Right? No, it's the down one. So we have the waterways now. Okay. Alright, so many, oh my god, so many things right now, chat.
Helmadelka.
What are you doing out in this miserable downpour? Impressive fountain, isn't it? I'm sure we'd be able to appreciate it more if we weren't both getting drenched. Things your mom says mid love making with me. That night up there was an important one. The plaque here mentions its sacrifice, which carries something of an ominous tone. Probably meant some sort of horrible end, though it sounds like the knight's goal may have been achieved in the process. In all the relics I've collected, I've yet to find a clue as to what that was.
Kachale, Liasok.
Waterways are here, but I'm gonna fuck whatever's down here. Wait, where's the nearest bench at? I'm fucking lazy, dude. So let's turn on my movement badge here, but I'll roll with it. Fuck it. An overwhelming amount of options right now. Nice. I don't know what these ransom eggs are for still, but whenever I get to where that is, I'm eating good. I got like 5 of these bitches right now. When in doubt, black out.
Oh yes, we can fly almost anywhere.
as of April is now a maxed out tier 3 hexman. Maybe instead of playing all this goddamn Hollow Knight, you could hollow out your schedule for tonight and give your dear mother a call on the telephone. She probably misses you. Try mom. Telephone emoji. Mobile phone
Man,
emoji.
Joke's on you. I called it this morning. We talked for like 20 minutes while I was walking the dog this morning. Look, y'all can't have that TikTok brain rot where like if it didn't happen on stream, it don't count, okay? Like I talked to her, you just didn't see it on stream because I'm not gonna call her on stream just to like, you know, because I have to convince y'all that I love my mom and shit, you know what I mean? Like, nah. Look at y'all, all that fucking hobby maxing out, you know, like hobby maxing. Did it even happen if you don't stream that? If you don't stream it? That's you right now. Kill all these in, okay. Oh, aren't these waterways thrilling? A labyrinth of pipes and tunnels. Bro, your wife's posterior is a labyrinth of pleasure and euphoria. I mean, you know, when I play Twister with her for fun while fully clothed. I couldn't have asked for a better place to employ my talents. It's all so orderly, so considered. Nothing like the crude irregularity of those caverns. Ah, but so sad. My trunk is telling me those fungal wastes are close, and I sense my damp adventure may have reached its end. Guess I'll be calling this map done. Chat, I chose 50-50, and of course I chose the way of progress, not the way of this committal. Hey, I get that reference. That's where I saw the clankers, the clanker slur become popularized for normies. Yo, look at me. Look at W's in the fucking chat, boys. Look at that. Doubters were like, he ain't gonna find it. He ain't gonna find it. Also, mods, ban all the doubters, please. I see at least one in chat right now that's playing Backtrack Andy on this at this point. Eggs. I don't see no one. I mean, what? He's evolved from hitting walls to hitting ceilings with a keck L. The only person who's gonna keck L at my expense is fucking me. I'll get that ass banned. Trihex, you unk status. Hello nurse? Man, that's an old ass reference. I don't even get that reference. Chat, listen. If you don't know what the fuck Animaniacs is, I can't help you, okay? Like, at some point. Dude, where the fuck am I? Okay. At some point, you just gotta admit here that you're not cultured. And that's okay. But you can always get cultured though. It's not my fault I'm referencing a 25-year-old TV show. The problem is you for having not watched said quality TV. Talk to him. Talk to him.
Welcome back, Renaissarius Twitch Prime. A Hollow Knight full of the first time try hard.
You have to be comfortable with being at a low HP. I definitely could have did that a lot better. Okay. I had a good system. I just kind of got greedy with not committing to it. Way too close. Holy shit. Granted, but also fell down again. GG's, GG's. Ooh. A crest drop? Okay. Transforms the Vengeful Spirit spell into a horde of volatile baby flutes. Which spell is that again? Vengeful Spirit. Okay. It makes the Come On Your Mama into a... Yeah, it should cost 3. Horde of volatile baby flutes. Okay. And that shit's expensive as fuck, bro. Dude, y'all post that goddamn Pitbull every fucking day. What did I say wrong now? What did I say wrong now? Dude, on TikTok, that's how they pronounce it. I thought it was Kamehameha, but they said come on your mama. And I was like, okay. I mean, I don't speak fluent Japanese, so maybe is that what Toriyama meant? I don't fucking know. I'm just going with what they said. Solar Tech, you saying I'm farming? Do you want me to show you the proof? I mean, I'm not making up a thing here. That's how they say it on TikTok. That really happened. So why are you saying that? Well, I'm not making it up here. Okay. Now we can go back and do more shit here. Hey, what's up, Smacks? Am I gonna be playing Hollow Knight right at Silk Song right after? I don't know yet. I don't know. It's about time again. I don't quite know. The vibe percent is what I'm doing, rather than the 100% or anything particular. I'd like to beat Hollow Knight first in my own, casual way, where right now I don't really know what I'm doing. Enjoying, being lost in the Metroidvania, not particularly. I suppose whenever I do beat Hollow Knight, I would then determine if I want to go for whatever, right? DLC. Oh, hello, nurse. What's this? Well, it's just that, what I'm answering here is that, like, people are going to be like, am I playing Silksong? And it's like, I'll be playing Silksong eventually, of course, yes. I just don't know if I'm doing that, like, right away, right? I don't assume I'm going to beat the game and then have 100% done. Nor do I know 100% even involves doing. Nor do I know what the DLC is like. Do I need to, like, I need to, like, I guess determine if I want to go for Hundo, then determine if I want to play the DLC, and then determine if I'm doing that, like, and then going right into Silksong or not, or I'm not quite sure here yet, Oh, this is interesting, okay. That is really annoying enemy. Yeah, so that, that's why I'm like, that could be burnout, right? That's like, I've never done that before, right? I've never done like a game right into another game back to back, or maybe I have, I don't know. At least not at release. So it could be like similar to doing like Breath of the Wild into Tears of the Kingdom back to back, which I guess that could have been Burnout. I don't know. I just don't know yet. I don't know. People want definitive answers. I don't have. I don't have that for them right now. I need to actually probably behave here, not. I just don't want to let anybody down when they're like, you know, but you said, and it's like, that's why I'm being honest right now. I don't know. Okay, I'm in the other area now. And we dark just one of this bitch here. This is like when you go in Drake Valley and it connects all the way back to the beginning. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, okay. Okay. Bro, dude, chat, shut the fuck, dude. Y'all swear I'm farming, which I don't do, and then y'all do this dumb shit where I'm like, it's called Drake Valley. Drake isn't dragons, chat. Holy, like, read a book, touch grass, eat ass, smoke grass. Do something with yourself, please. See what look, I missed some important stuff in chat. Now we're out of the shithole that was gonna be. Okay. But yeah, I just don't, you know, in the end, I'm not really sure. I just know that right now, like, I'm enjoying Hollow Knight. We're doing 5%. You know, I'm just gonna bang through the game at my own pace here and get what I want to get, and then we will see if 100%. I love building up the healthy expectations that, like, you know, not every game has to be hundo, because I'm gonna be real here, okay? There's a couple of things I'm gonna die on a hill for here. One, not every game you like has a good 100%. Two, not every game you like has a good hard mode. So I do not play games assuming that hard mode's automatically going to be fun and good. It could be shitty and bad, like God of War 2018. And some games have a really clunky, boring, bloated 100%. You know, I consider here, I think getting, you know, and this is like, you know, feel free to attack me, but I'm going to die on this hill here. When it comes to Korok seeds in Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom, I'd say like 300 to 450 of them are probably fun to go for. Then getting all 900 is like a, I mean, I don't know. I feel like once you're like employed and over the age of like 25, it's like, okay, I don't have this much time to just sit here and like bang on it. I'm sure it's cool. I'm sure they're great, right? But it's just like I ain't got that kind of time, dog. So, you know what I mean? Just, I don't know. Like, again, I'm thinking here more so when they have a value, which of course, you know, the what's his face gives you inventory slots for Korok seeds. So like when there's like a reward mechanically behind it, yeah, the first 300 or so are fucking fun to get because you need to get them because you want the inventory slots. But yeah, the other like 2/3 of them shits are like not really of my interest anymore, I'd say. So as an example here, I would look at that. So all right, so let's see here. People will just lie when they say but you said to, but you said, and then write something you didn't say. But if I call that out, then I'm the dick, right? But you're not wrong. They'll just say that, and it's like, well, I mean, do you have citation? Do you have a clip here? Like, when did I say that? Under what context? So what's up, Twizzlo? What's up? Wait until you hear about Try's opinion on Scub. What's Scub? Am I getting farmed here? I don't know. SKUB. I don't know if that, what is that? I see Drake Wide. I spam Drake Wide. Bro. All right, so it's here. No way to expect the people to find 109. No. This is not about. Okay. Let me clarify that here. When I'm bringing up these things about, like, you know, 100% and secret endings and hard mode, I'm actually not bringing up. This is not a game developer thing I'm talking about here. Like, you know, they can elect to have additional content for those who are interested in here, because in the end, it's obviously optional. It's your prerogative to play them or not. I'm talking about gaming culture and Twitch chat. They get some kind of way about the whole thing. Like, a lot of Twitch chatters have a lot of like baked in entitlements and expectations where it's like, you know, I'll some boring examples here, but it's like, you know, oh, you're gonna play Nier Automata. Well, are you going for all 27 endings? Are you gonna go for are you gonna get all those things here? Oh, you're gonna play. Let me think here, another one. I don't know. X game. Are you gonna go for like true ending? And it's like, you know, in theory, this has really happened before here. Are you gonna go for true ending? And it's like, oh, okay. I didn't know there was a true ending. I guess I was aware there might be an implied good ending, and you know, I'll find out from my choices here in my wonderfully pure ignorance on whether or not I achieve true ending or a good ending. But now you're telling me there's a true ending, so your question, really your accusation is now spoilering that as well for me here. Now, to be fair, this happened during Chrono Trigger. Again, that was a really negative experience for me here with chats involved with that one. But yeah, it's just like I'm like, okay, well, what do I do here? I don't know. Like, it's like they ask these questions, and it's like I didn't even know that until they asked, and I'm like, I guess, and then it's like, you know, just bro. Yeah, it was pretty fucking annoying. So I'm looking at that, and I'm like, okay, well, how do I calibrate expectations? And I guess I'm trying to train my audience gets it, but the newbies who are here, you know, I have to like kind of get them to be like, you know, I have to get them to appreciate and value a first playthrough. You feel? Because a lot of them, they come and they're like, oh cool, it's your first time playing, and then they just want to like spoil everything inadvertently, and then like it's no longer a first playthrough. Like it loses the appeal when I'm aware of everything that you weren't aware of on your first playthrough, you know? So I don't know, it's kind of like a little bit of that. Okay, all right, so we do I have 2 ores yet? Probably don't. Let me see here. I think I still only have 1. Yeah, I only have 1. Okay, so not yet. And we can go back down. I don't have a bench. Well, actually I can go over for that bench real quick here. Elden Ring, Dark Souls viewers. Yeah, the Soulsborne chuds, they're special. They're really stupid. And they know they're stupid. That's why they're entitled. One day I'm gonna do like a college thesis on the psychology of a Soulsborne idiot and really just like roast them to hell in the back, because they really do deserve this, honestly. Yeah, they really are. Listen, and I love Soulsborne games, but man, that segment of audience, that fraction, dude, they're really fucking dumb. They're really fucking dumb, dude. All right, so okay, Scub. Scub is a fictional substance. Sorry, I'm reading chat. I'm reading while we have the ad break right now. It's a fictional substance and a comic strip from Perry Bible Fellowship pertaining to individuals at odds with each other due to their opposing stances on the aforementioned material. The insignificance of Scub is the basis of the comic's joke, which arises from the fact that people would not normally have an allegiance to a product of this insignificant. I see. Okay, well, this is like this is a 2010 meme here. So it's when 2 people argue over like something deliberately unimportant. I see. This is actually a great question while the ad's going here. Sorry again if you're getting added I don't know, like sub or some shit, because then you'll be able to be a cool like us here and whatnot and talk about it and stuff. Fission Prime says, I never understood the hard mode equals better assumption. Rather play the game originally designed difficulty. That's what I say. But here's the problem, right? The problem is so many people clickbait now because they're trying to stand out in their own content. So whenever any big game comes out here, they're looking for any trait to be able to distinguish further. So people will just hop on God of War, example, God of War Ragnarok, and just hop on God of War difficulty mode, the hardest mode, very hard mode, not hard mode, very hard mode, where everything is like, 5x damage tank, and you're a glass cannon because you get 2 shot about anything in the fucking game. Making every fight like genuinely just like long as shit, and very unforgiving, which I don't know, may make it not fun, I'd say. I think it's something that you would want to consider on a second playthrough, or like, or New Game Plus, or after playing for like at least an hour or two to figure out here, okay, are you clapping everything, no problem, then yeah, maybe normal's a bit too free. Which I did, by the way. I went to hard mode, not very hard. I went to hard mode after clapping everything effortlessly in the first like 2 hours. So okay, yeah, normal's pretty free. Went to hard, but I made my own assessment, right? Everyone who was hopping on very hard from the jump, I'm like, nah, I've done very hard in 2018 God of War. That shit was ass. Everything was like way too tanky and spongy, and people agree with me on that one if you look at the consensus online. So yeah, not everything. Hard mode being better, it's just a symptom of modern day clickbait. Because even in that directory when the game came out here, people were you know, caps locking that they were on hard mode and shit. And I guess it works because people were clicking those things. So people were clicking that, but not only that, not only is it working, people were coming to my chat and being like, why aren't you playing on hard mode? And I was like, oh, well, excuse me, I wasn't aware that we gamers now have to, like, you know, you're not a real gamer if you're not like, you know, being if you're getting like pimp smacked, you know. It's like almost like roasting someone for not being better at a skill. Like, oh, you can't play, you know, the Eternal Sonata soundtrack from Heart on piano, fucking dork. Look at you doing, you know, ABC 1 2 3 on piano. What are you just learning? You got to do piano on hard mode right away, dumbass. It's like, okay, well, what if I wanted to like learn the skill at a bearable pace and not just get like shitted on endlessly? You know, you wanting to like, hey. Sorry, I'm sitting here yapping away right now. What's up?
Right now.
I'm good. How was your
And I'm more rare.
Hey, yeah. How was the day of the laptop? The gamer.
I barely got to use it, but whenever I like.
That was today, right? In the meeting. But you but they were able they like, did you go full cock on them? Did you like show up the whole like and they were like, damn. Feels good. Oh, cool. Right on.
Surprising that it's
Yeah. Okay. We'll talk later. All right. I'm sorry. I was talking to my wonderful girlfriend. Okay. All right. Let's go further. Sorry. We're sitting here yapping real quick here. Anyone who tries to, sorry, I'm gonna here. Anyone who tries to extract the promise to play XYZ games to sit back. Yeah, well, that's they do that. They do that. Not as often here because I've trained. My community is actually pretty based here, but you know, it do be happening when them directory hoppers come in here and whatnot. All right, so let's see here. Okay, you need to play the game the way I play the game. See, you're saying this ironically, but this is like unironically what the Soulsborne chuds are like here. You don't use Mimic Tier, Moonveil. No cheese weapons, no summons, no cheese armor. Don't outsmart the enemies, bosses. You can't use the environment to cheese the AI or anything like that here. No dex build cheese. Dude, like 3/4 of the game's ideas you can't use because they just make up that rule here, and it's like no parry spam. On God, all the stuff I'm not making up here. I have heard, you know, yeah, parry spam's kind of lame. You gotta get good at the game. Huh? What? Dude, and y'all know, y'all just forgot. If y'all think I'm making up here, go back in 2022 and go through what I went through. These fucks are insane. They just say everything that if you don't play the game the way they did, if you don't just become like a 0 IQ caveman and suffer exactly the way they did, they feel some kind of way about that for sure. It is really, really bad. Really, really bad here. All right, so all right, will I be getting this secret ending? Yeah, okay, bro. So imagine being part of a gaming community. Man, Yeah, we'll have to have a talk one day about this here too, about communities and fandoms now. It does feel, I feel like it used to be just the subreddits, but now it's like most of these things are pretty shit now. And I don't know when that happened. I mean, there are some that are not terrible, but I feel like a lot, like the terrible portions of them are the most vocal, which is sadly the most visible, which makes it kind of like perceptively just all bad. All right, so. All right, so catch one chat real quick for 1 second. Yeah, thank you. This stuff streaming on game for your first playthrough. I'm not sure if there's anything you can do to fully stop the folks who want to spoil or tell you how to do things. No, I'm a piece of it. I really am not attacking anyone here. It's more like I'm explaining why I answered the way I did. You know, I can't make any promises I can't fulfill. So it's like, after this, I don't know. You're not really rewarded, if I'm being honest here. As a streamer, the more you reveal things in the future as accountability, there's not really a positive to that here. You're held accountable and in scrutiny when you make promises for the future or try to indulge in your future plans, but you're not really punished for keeping things close to the chest and just kind of going at it day by day, as we all do, you know. It's like if I ask you like not really, but if I ask you what you're gonna what are you gonna play next week, you know. It's a simple question. Hey, Snow Bunny Damon.
Welcome back, Snow Bunny Demon used Twitch Prime. Founder badge equals free Drake White in chat.
That I will let that slide. Though that is not what that means. Actually, you know what? Yeah, that is what it means. Because, you know, so if you have a founder's badge, you get 1 free Drake White daily. Okay, sure. But you know, no one else has a founder badge right now. So that means that everyone else needs to get got by the mods starting now. It's no longer safe. So but yeah, what was I saying here again about this? I was saying I forgot what I was saying here real quick. My apologies. I don't remember now. I already forgot. I'm sorry. I had an ADHD moment. Yeah, P-Wing. I've made sure not to really get into Souls when they were all new. Eventually I will seriously give them a good try. I have Dark Souls Remaster and Remake sitting there. I'm glad I'm very distant from the discourse. Yeah, this only happens if, but it won't happen to you, because like in the end, you're not gonna really deal with any of that shit here. Though that community, again, I think it's a minority. I'm not even sure if it's like, they're just very, very vocal in their minority, because they're honestly, they're hard stuck on their current skill level, and it's really just insecurity and non-stop projection, because how they beat the game, they want infinite validation for. They get invalidated whenever you do something different, which is what I was doing a lot of here. I would, you know, I'd roll slop. I'd use the AI to cheese. I'd use the environment to cheese. Yeah, I mean, fuck these shit. I wasn't on Orlando. I saw what these things did. They would hit you through the wall. So I'm like, okay, fuck you. I'll hit you through the wall too. I'll bait you. I'll bait you to the wall. Keep lock on, go on this side of the wall, and then I'll just smack you with a leaping heavy attack, and you can eat this R2, bitch, and then you get hit in 4 hits, and then you're dead. Fuck yeah, bro. I don't give a fuck. Fuck these dudes. And they get all mad. That's how I'm supposed to fight it. Hit me through the fucking wall. What do you think I'm gonna do? You think I'm gonna let him cheese me? I can't cheese him? Shit, bitch. This shit, hashtag this dick free right now. Shit. Buy 1 hit, get 5 free through the fucking wall. Yeet. You're fucking right. So yeah, they got mad. They got mad because they didn't think about that. That's all it really is. So no, you'll enjoy the game. So trust me. You just don't let them. You're not even gonna like deal with them. It's a trigger problem mostly. Wasso. Am I gonna cover the Apple keynote tomorrow once the VOD becomes available? Ooh, that is tomorrow. Maybe. I don't know. Let me think about that here. It's not looking that crazy. It's gonna have the iPhone something's gonna have a new back, a new camera array. The 17 Air is gonna be a thing. They'll reveal the final details on the final release of iOS 26. I don't know. It's like not that urgent, I'd say. I'd rather like get further on Hollow Knight. It's not a top priority. If I have like less things going on, or if I make it like a sub goal, maybe I'll do it then. Maybe I'll just make it like a sub goal, because like if people need to prove they really want to see that kind of thing, like it's not really like a high demand thing compared to getting more gameplay shit done, I would say. But thank you for asking though here. We'll see. You were saying if you don't do something on expert first try as a dork. Is that what I was saying? Yeah, I don't remember what I was saying there. Yeah, I typically will play games on their intended normal difficulty to see how the game plays for itself. I think it's, how do I put this here? Okay, all right. Let me cook here, okay? To play a game your very first time on non-normal difficulty, your very first time, you're just gonna YOLO to hard mode. To me, that's like watching a movie for the first time with like director's commentary on, or God help me here, you're watching like a content creator who re-uploaded Superbad, and you're watching them watch Superbad for the first time. Like Superbad's in the corner of the screen and they're just sitting there reacting to it, and you're watching them react to the movie that you're watching for the first time. It's different to me. You're fundamentally not experiencing the game in its intended form. It's comparable to that. It's a bit weird to me to do that there. You're effectively, you're so content pilled that you're okay with throwing away the intended experience to make 1% more competitive content. Again, I'm not saying this is it's a bad thing to do objectively, right? It's just my take. But that's how I perceive it. I wouldn't do it personally because that's how it feels to me, the equivalent of such. So, ooh, call them out. I promise the majority of Souls experts, quote unquote, use the wiki on their first playthrough. And that's why I'm a true gamer, because you're not wrong. You're not wrong. They do that. I tell the story. I will tell it again here. I was less than halfway through Ragnarok when someone was like, why aren't you using the cheese? I'm calling it cheese, but whatever they call it. Like the cheese build. Why aren't you using this armor, these talismans, and this weapon, because it does the highest DPS based off of using the least amount of whatever the fuck, right? The least amount of money to buy at the store. And I was like, how do you know that? How do you know that? The only way you know that is if you read the wiki. You opening weekend went to the wiki like a true loser dork, and you didn't even want to play the game. Like, you're not even valuing discovery and exploration of your own here. You just went to the Hive Mind wiki to find the min-max, and then you play the game. That's, to me, it's again, opinion, that's the lamest shit in the world. You're not even playing the game, dog. Like I might as well have the wiki open right now and just have a giant to-do list of getting all the shit, a wiki open with all the item locations revealed in Hollow Knight 1 and just play it like that. The fact that people, and again, once I saw that, I didn't think these experts actually were doing this because it would be so pathetic here. But once I saw this in God of War, I was like, oh, these losers are actually, they are wiki peekers. They are actually pathetic as hell. I don't respect that. I'm sorry. Not when they project the way when they project and they're condescending and they punch down and they are very entitled in their ways here, but then they also wiki peek. I'm sorry. I can't respect that. Be real. Enjoy the game the way you want to here, but when you're going to be an asshole about it, I'm sorry. I don't respect that. All right, so you're gonna be so curious about how I feel about Silk Song, this convo. Yeah, that's the $1 million question here. When I get the Silk Song, I'll be able to figure out how I feel about all this shit here, whatever this fucking no double damage mod situation here is. Right? So, how about when a game gets nerfed, and they boast about how they beat it pre-nerf? yeah, that's another one tier 2. You know, I beat Radon and Elden Ring pre-nerf, but also like I didn't like whatever. I didn't, you know, I didn't even whatever hear about it. I'm not weird like these people actually were, but yeah, you know, we out here. Dude, I'm really behind on chat right now. Holy shit, let me scroll down here a little bit. Scroll past all these Drake wads I don't care about, and scrolling down here. Facts here. It doesn't help that a lot of hard modes are bad, like just triples enemy health. Yeah, that's what I was saying here too. Yeah, a lot of hard modes are not automatically good. That's not to be assumed here. If your hard mode doesn't make me more intimate with the mechanics, then I probably am not as into it. Again, I go out of my way here to, when we have this conversation, to bring up, like, you know, what games do hard mode well, and I would say Prince of Persia Lost Crown, I would say FF7 Remake do hard mode well. God of War Ragnarok also does hard mode better, but God of War 2018 is a bad example. And what I mean by that is, like, if a hard mode just makes the enemy HP higher, damage output higher, and your HP lower, then it makes every fight just longer, not harder. And it's so rather the fights take longer because you have just like you have a lower mistake throttle, but it's like it's harder because it's probably more repetitive and boring to remain focused this long, I would say. And that's where God of War 2018's hard mode is kind of like a sour spot for me. It's just not really engaging. I didn't really care about it. Like, I don't get invalidated when I don't do it. I'm just like, nah, this is boring to fucking do for the whole fucking game. So, like, I'm into New Game Plus. I'm into, you know, revisiting the game or whatever here. But like, if it's like, if it's like an uninspired hard mode, just lazy, then yeah, you know, that's fine. You can have it for those who want it, but I don't want to play it. My time is valuable. Yeah, exactly this. And this is I think we all agree here too. Most creators seem to do it not because they want to, but because they feel they have to. Yeah, the difference is, yeah, and I take a stand that I'm like, no, I'm not gonna let this like ruin my playthrough here. Because yeah, in the end, I probably would just quit the game if I'm getting like hard raffle stomped by something and it's like I don't know what to do here. It's because I'm probably doing hard mode in a way that's like not like. I feel like most hard modes are added as an afterthought and they're not play tested as thoroughly as like the intended normal difficulty. So, you know, who am I to assume here, right? Ultimately you're picking a hard mode off of typically a vague one sentence non-descriptive summary at the start screen. Enemy, pick this mode if you're an elite space ranger like assassin. And it's like, okay, well, what does that mean? Does that mean that enemies have double HP? I do 0.5x. Like, what, I don't, you know, doesn't tell you like what modifies the game in that context. You just know there's some like vague ass description. It's kind of a big deal. It's kind of changes the whole game, I'd say, you know. Oh my god, my boy Tuki Moshi is so on point here. You know, he's built really half the game. It's not about the journey, it's about the completion. Yeah, you gotta consume product and get completion here. You gotta brag. You gotta get your E penis as big as possible, you know, so you can punch down everyone else here, obviously. All right, so let's see here. All right, scrolling further down here real quick. Sorry, I know I'm behind right now. All right, okay. My mom is watching Pop Blue in the living room. Is she watching the one with the plumber with Ninja Turtle? You gotta get her on. You gotta get her on that peak right away, bro. Gotta get her on that peak right now, bro. Did I play Ghost of Tsushima? Sadly, no. Unfortunately, Ghost of Tsushima came out the same day as Paper Mario Origami King, so I chose Paper Mario or Origami King. Ghosts, I still need to play, and I won't be ready for what's it, Yote, or whatever it's called. Yeah, I'm behind like everything else here, so I don't know. We'll see if I get to it or not. down here. I wonder if the wiki readers are also people who are watching anime at 2x speed. No, worse. No. Okay, no. We know the answer there. The wiki readers, they don't watch anime. No, they're the worst of all things here. Them being wiki readers and then punching down as if you should just know this information organically on your own here, the false comparison, etc. These are the people that will watch someone else play a game and then just consider that them watching someone play a game is the same as experiencing the game. So then they'll just parrot their opinion about the game confidently as if they played it. And then only if you poke them on it hardcore will you then find out they actually didn't play the game. They just watched someone else play it. They are those kinds of people. They will throw up their contrarian bullshit takes and are not even rooted from them actually experiencing said game or show. You know, they'll shit on whatever based off of whatever their favorite YouTuber says. Dude, they don't have the accountability of being a content creator, so they can just like bark out all the dumb shit that gives them dopamine, the facade of being knowledgeable and like, you know, this like a pretend scholar of content consumption. But yeah, they don't watch shit. They're busy being idiots to do that actually. So I'm gonna call it what it is here. That's what they do. I'm keeping the buck right now. They do that all day long.
Welcome back, ZKidXU Switch Prime.
Thank you, fam. Appreciate you. All right, me still going. Almost got one chat here right now. Ghost of Yote, thank you. You're specifically people watch anime at 2x speed. I can't comment on that here, but there definitely is a race to the bottom to just consume all the products here. You know, you need to have watched Game of Thrones season 1 through 4. You need to have watched all the good movies ever. You need to have watched all the good animes ever. You know, consume everything, and then you can punch down on everyone else for them having consumed less than you. That's, I don't know. It's a really weird cycle of like, I don't know what the word is here. Social cloud, I guess. Really, really weird. Can I clarify here? I feel like you can have an opinion on a game just by watching it. What I meant here, okay, I should have said the full sentence here. I'm sorry about that. What I'm getting at is when they so yeah, you can have an opinion. It's more about what you do with that opinion and how you present that opinion. The people in question I'm talking about here, we're not talking about normal people. We're talking about these wiki peekers who then punch down on everyone else here. They're already showing a behavior of having like some kind of like emotional deficit where they need the validation by punching down and dunking on people. You know what I mean? And so these people, they don't just like have an opinion. They're very eager to share their opinion, especially if they thrive under being a contrarian. So these people will happily like shit on things about a game to validate the lie they've already told themselves here, that their opinion of the thing itself, they've extracted from having like watched a game, watched someone play the game rather than playing the game themselves here. Like, again, you gotta, it's some real crazy shit here, but again, in certain streamer circles, I've had other streamers also tell me they deal with the same thing here, where people will just like confidently parrot a thing, and it's either like a point borrowed from their favorite YouTuber or borrowed from themselves based off of just watching said game and not having not played it, but they'll present it as if they played the game. You know what I mean? If you go too far into the debate realm with them on these kind of things here, you eventually can extract here that they have actually not played the game, which is where I'm getting at here. Which kind of, I feel like the problem there is that it kind of just dilutes the integrity of the discourse in terms of like gaming altogether. Again, gaming discourse has been pretty shit now for a while. I'd argue it was already bad before Gamergate, and that was like fucking 12 years ago. Okay. Oh, am I getting ratioed now? Shit, maybe I'm do you really think you need to play games like Detroit to become human to really get it? I mean, the game is basically an interactive movie. Well, I mean, yeah, You're bringing up like a very particular example here. Yeah, if it's like Detroit Become Human or like Life is Strange. Yeah, those are like different games. We're not talking about games where, like, you know, 90% of the value is like a narrative immersive experience here. We're talking about like you know, the games that are considered like I guess, like, what would the term be here? Pinnacle, continually engaging interactive experiences of a certain caliber of difficulty and cultural acclaim, right? It's a very particular thing here. So I mean, you can bring up this one example of like visual narrative heavy games, but if we exclude that one genre, what else would you use as this example to reinforce that point? But yeah, clearly I don't mean that game, obviously, or games like that. Also, those people, again, it's not even applicable because like no one is doing that for Detroit. We're clearly talking about like Soulsborne chuds and Soulsborne chud adjacents who are being annoying in God of War. So yeah, it doesn't even apply to them anyway. Okay, and I am okay. I am caught up now. So sorry about that. That was a fuck ton of yapping here. Thank y'all again for putting up all that. Okay. Wow. Wow. All right. Whew, okay. Sorry, that was a fuck ton of yap there. Mario Brothers ship. Can you give your review on that game from last year? I already did. Mario Brother, why did you ship this game? I already said that joke. Yeah, we already do. Look, what's my review? You want 3 sentences? I'll give you 1. What do I think of Mario Brothers ship? I didn't finish the game. That game, I couldn't. I went about 5.5 hours in that game. I was bored shitless. I couldn't do it anymore. Bro, no, that game was ass, dude. That game was boring as fuck. I waited so long to get a second attack, and the game moves so goddamn slow. It truly is a game that reminds me of Pokemon Sun Moon in the worst of ways. Like, I'm like, how the fuck am I still on Tutorial Island? It's been fucking 5 hours now. Like, when does this shit get good, dude? It reminds me of a shit anime where like your copium as fuck friend tells you, oh, don't worry, bro, the first 7 episodes are dog shit, but once all the world building and character introductions are done, which are all boring as fuck, by the way, then episode 8 onward, the anime is lit. And it's like, you hear yourself right now? Episode 8 onward, the anime is lit. Dude, get this copium, get that ass, get this copium out of here, bro. Like, so fucking bad, bro. I'm sorry. Nah. Shots fired. I'm not even talking about One Piece here. That's not even what I'm talking about. Don't even attribute it to that. I ain't here to get smoke from One Piece fans. That's not even what I'm talking about, bro. There are plenty of bad animes that definitely do this, and anything about One Piece here. So, what are we doing here? Okay, so I'm sorry, I was yapping my ass off just now. Holy fucking shit. And look at y'all. View count went up during that. View count went up and I got 2 subs during that. So y'all tell me y'all want gameplay, try gameplay, but then y'all sit here and y'all sub. How about y'all sub whenever I'm doing gameplay? Huh? I love y'all though. Thanks so much. Okay, I'm going to the bench. And then okay, we're gonna go back over here and go down and see what's going on over here, and then we're free. Yeah, if you have any other questions, let me know. Try my best to answer all of them if I can, though that does take time.
Velmi Artret. Boris son Gian. Velmi Artret. Oh, Velmi Artret. Boris son Gian. Helma Delker.
Money. The Starfield dilemma. You got to play for 10 hours and the game gets really good. Was the game good if it takes 10 hours to get there? The $1 million question. So I'm gonna give a quick pro tip here. SPMT Winky. I saw your comment almost on accident. You gotta make sure to tag me if you want me to specifically respond to something, because I might otherwise miss it here. No, dude, that was so accident. Holy shit. Okay, where am I at right now? I wasn't even like looking right there. I was just like trying to find. Don't take something if it isn't yours. That's the law. Everything you see, it belongs to me. Don't be angry. I'll share my food with you if you give me Geo. Geo's mine now. Take your food with you when you leave. What are these eggs for, dude? Bread. All right, 88. It's gonna be 2 things of rancid eggs. Okay, man, I need to really. Okay, I don't know what the fuck these eggs are for. I have 10 of them now. All right, so this is going up each time, right? Right. Okay. I don't know. I wish I knew what these are for yet. So there's a source where this. I want to guess this is like it's gonna buff something eventually, but I don't know exactly. Okay, all right. Let me. Sorry, I mean, okay. We have so many more questions here. I'm trying, y'all. I'm sorry. All right. Question 1 from Winky. Winky, popping in and out of your Hollow Knight streams. What are your thoughts on the game so far compared to other Metroidvania games? That's a big question. I have an impression command you can look into if you'd like. I've detailed the big 4 things I thought were worth a read on my thoughts so far in the game, for those who are interested. So there's that. If you want more thoughts, let me know. I'm not like a huge Metroidvania consumer. Like, I've only really played like, I don't know, like Super Metroid, Metroid Dread, and about half of Samus Returns on 3DS. Interrupted because Mario Odyssey came out later in the month, way back when. What else have I played, Metroidvania wise? There's more. I just don't remember at this point. I played a bunch of games here, but yeah, I can give more thoughts, but you just tell me if you really want to hear them. I've played Prince of Persia: Lost Crown, which I have heavy acclaim for, and I need more people to play that game actually. So I would compare it a lot to that in that regard. If you want to hear more about that, I suppose. And then, okay, I'm going down here real quick. Y'all are talking so much right now. Oh yeah, and I guess I have not played I technically have not played a Castlevania game before, so there's also that. That's a good point there. Good call out. I know how I have played Castlevania like before for like 5 minutes, so I'm aware of how the game works, and I have some thoughts on what I like and don't like about that, but they're just like thoughts. So I can give my thoughts. I don't know if they're really of high value, but I can certainly provide them. Okay, now we're gonna go back. But I think most important right now is that yeah, I'm enjoying Hollow Knight a bunch. Okay, we're gonna go down. Goddamn, dude. That was a terrible man to sneeze. Nope, wrong way.
Tito's come? Iko, Mara!
Nico, my cousin.
Mera, Ako!
Don't you want to see some big American titties?
Rumas!
Yes, please. Hey, cousin, let's go bowling. Uh-oh, wait. 2 boss fights in one area? Oh my
I hear the Shadow Realm's lovely this time of year. Uri mama!
GG's. I need that taunt button, y'all. That was that first try actually? Damn. Shit, okay. True first try. Goddamn here. That is a clip. That's a highlight. Let's go ahead and clip that. Thank you. Take that, Soulsborne chuds. What's your excuse now? I should know what that does actually. I'm hitting buttons. I don't even know what that even does do. Isn't Dung Eater like a boss in Elden Ring or some shit? This rings a bell. Right? Where am I now here? Okay, so it's next to Sazer's. Okay, I thought I knew where I was. I'm pretty sure I know where I am right now. I don't know why I'm not getting... Okay. So this goes this way. Now, what is down? that did. That switch I just hit there, but. Eggs, I don't know what to do with that. Only those who prove their honor in combat may enter the grove beyond. Okay. I smell a bench. Because the game wants to be nice to me here. Okay, Mark, calm down. PYT.
Pantera. Kattereo.
What a surprise. It's not often I receive visitors. It's been so long. Ages even. I just hope my manners haven't left me. You've no doubt sensed my affluence. You're right to guess. I'm renowned amongst the upper caste of Hallownest. Well, I was, once, until those cretins cast me out. Have you met them, my former fellows? That's them outside, their bodies shambling around, all mindless and empty. And I'm still alive to witness their pathetic demise. I'm just so happy. Fate can be a wonderful thing.
Oh, shut up. Pantera. Kattereo.
In times past, I wouldn't have spoken with your likes, but now the breasts of my cast are wonderfully distinctly deceased. If I didn't welcome you, I'd never have anyone to share my happiness with. Aww. Thanks, babe. Hear that, chat? She likes me. She's a little crazy, but I can work with that. One second, chat. My dog is crying about going outside. Let me go let her out real quick here. Hang on a second. I'll be right back. Sorry, I know an ad just played here, but I gotta my dog wants out. So be amused at the stuff. I'll be right back. All right. Okay, I'm back. And I need I'm sorry, I gotta take another second here. I'm hungry. I'm getting to that point in the afternoon, chat. We're in the final hour of the stream here. I'm hungry. Here, is it Doritos? Negative. That's the hashtag Adams. That's the Jackson avocado oil sweet potato chips. These things so fucking good, dude. Goddamn. Enhance. See right here. See the ingredients. Can you read that? You probably can't. But those ingredients say, probably make it bigger here. Sweet potatoes, avocado oil, sea salt. 3 ingredients. 3 ingredients. You know how, do you know what hyper processed food is? Do you know, or ultra processed food? Do you know how much shit's going on in your Doritos? Me while I stuff Chips Ahoy cookies in my mouth. Look, I'm gonna be a bit of an elitist here right now. I'm a bit of a snob. You're not a cookie enjoyer if you're eating Chips Ahoy. Like, they don't even, I get that you're lazy and I get that they're cheap, I guess, or whatever, you're right, but like, they don't even taste good as cookies. They suck. No, they're trash. I'm sorry, they're garbage. They're not good. Like, if they tasted good, but then were like nutritionally terrible, which sure cookies are or whatever, right? But like, they're not even good. They're not even good. They're not even good. Here are my thoughts, okay? I think what happens is you've had real baked cookies and you're just so, and then like eventually you want them daily and you're aware they don't quite taste like real cookies, but they taste close enough that they remind you of the memories of having good cookies, and you're okay with that. It's like they're not even like C- cookies. They're like, they are aiming for a C-, and you let your memory and familiarity and bias carry it across the finish line to be palatable. It's just, I'm sorry. Chips Ahoy Chewy cookies, or Chips Ahoy cookies altogether here, they're just not good. I'm sorry. They're not good. I'm sorry. If you like Chips Ahoy, you probably also like Crumble Cookie, at which point, you cannot be friends anymore. Like, to me, if you fuck with Crumble, that's the litmus test. That tells me that your taste buds are fundamentally broken beyond repair, and you don't even know what good cookies taste like. So. Okay. I guess what I'm trying to say here in the end, with peace and love, not to ruin y'all's parade, but look, cookies, they're like donuts, okay? A cookie's going, you know, a regular sized cookie is gonna be like 300 calories. You feel me? And a fuck ton of sugar and butter and much other bad shit, right? So what I'm trying to say here is, I'm not saying you can't have cookies. What I'm saying is, if you're gonna have cookies, they're gonna be calorie-zilla. So make sure if you're gonna cheat, you cheat and you make it count. Make sure that what you're eating isn't garbage, so that it hits the sweet tooth really well, and then you're sedated again. You feel like Chips Ahoy, you're just hitting high calorie and it's high shit on both ends here. Like it don't taste good enough to like make you not want it for a little bit. It tastes mid enough that you keep eating more of it to sedate your sweet tooth. So it's not even doing its function or job well. So, you know, a donut is, again, same thing here. Donut's gonna be about 300 calories. So I feel like y'all know donuts are blatantly bad for you, but cookies, y'all for some reason turn that brain off and be like, all right, whatever here. So what I'm saying is, cheat smarter, not cheat more. So, you feel me? That's what I'm saying. So now that I've given my philosophy on cookies, now you can reassess here. You're like, Trihex, you're right. When I eat Chips Ahoy, I would eat them until I was good. Now I'm hitting a row at a time. I might even do 2 rows at a time. You know, you're just letting the box tell you the rules over how many to eat here. You're not even eating, you don't get full off them. You don't get sedated from them. You just keep eating them until you're done. Hey, look, y'all ain't gonna admit it. Y'all ain't gonna admit it. That's okay. Look, that's fine. That's fine. The ones in chat, they're not gonna admit the hits because you don't admit out loud you do 2 rows here. But sometimes you had a long ass day and you're gonna be like, all right, look, I'm hitting 2 rows tonight. Fuck it. So you feel me? That's okay. Look, you ain't gotta admit it. I know y'all never gonna admit that shit here. You know, y'all just gonna like lie about everything else you're like y'all fucking do. So it's okay. It's okay. I know. And look, ask me why I know. Ask me why I know. Y'all think I'm just sitting here making shit all fucking day here? It used to be me. That used to be me. 2009 Hex. I was addicted. I admit it here, okay? I was that guy. Chips Ahoy Chewy red box cookies. I used to hit. First it was 3 or 4 at a time. Then it was a row. Then it became 2 rows. Then it became 2 rows every night. Then it became 2 rows microwaved for like 20 seconds. Oh, I was on some fat nigga shit, and I'm not proud of that. I was eating like garbage, dude. I was hitting cereal, Mountain Dew Code Red, and Chips Ahoy Chewy cookies every day. Like, I was eating like straight garbage, bro. Like, well, see, you microwave them again. I'm admitting where I was at the worst of it, okay? You microwave them for a little bit, then when they get a little warm. Not too much though. Obviously, if you do it too long, it gets all crazy here. But yeah, like I was on some cringe ass shit here. I agree, it was cringe. But also, I can admit here. Look, I have to dig back to 2009 to reveal where the cringe was. You know, that was it. That old Hex is dead. You look at my cereal tier list. I'm reborn now. I'm all the way. I gag at that. I don't even enjoy Frosted Flakes anymore. Like, y'all fuck with Frosted Flakes. That shit, to me, that shit's too fucking sweet. I can't even fuck with it. Cinnamon Toast Crunch and Frosted Flakes, that shit is like, you don't even taste the fucking cereal. It's just pure sugar. Like, y'all roasted me. That ain't how I used to eat, bro. Or that's not how we eat right now anyway. When I'm Anton Ego. When I cheat, I indulge. And if it's too much, I don't fuck with it. You feel me? So, bro, these people here in chat, you reveal a bit about yourself and they just go crazy they go crazy right now. So, you know what I mean? Like, y'all gave me so much shit back in the gap from my cereal tier list. I bet maturity is coming here and telling me, you know what, Trihex, you were right. You were right. This fucking command doesn't fucking work here. Tier maker. Let me go over here real quick. Let's see here. Where's my cereal tier list at here? Let's go over here. Okay. All right. So look. I don't know why I should have fucking work here. Command add cereal. Here you go. All right, so unfortunately, the A tier, the S tier is not on this thing. I had to add it manually. It's a separate command here, but you'll see here, you'll see here what is like absolutely in the shelf here. Degenerate should feel bad for buying this shit ever, and you know, Sparkle Donut Crunch, Chips Ahoy, Pop Tart, Cinnabon, Hostess Donuts, Rather Starve Than Eat, Fruity Pebbles, Cocoa Pebbles, Tricks. Dude, this shit's gone so fucking downhill now. Way too sweet, but could have forced to eat here. Just all the normie shit. Unknown to eat, but would rather avoid. Would rather eat if at a friend's house. Normie realm selections, and then the god tier shit. So yeah, we got it. Okay, so yeah, that's a horror tier list. Well, the important note, okay, perhaps I'm being a bit too kind here. What we're trying to get at, okay, this is this is like content right now, but like what I should be saying here is that I don't eat any of this shit. Like, I know this is A tier, but what we're really getting at here is that like really what it should be is I should really have like probably Honey Bunches of Oats. That should actually be above Honey Nut Cheerios. I don't know why I did this here wrong. This is like years ago, by the way. I put Honey Bunches of Oats up in the S tier actually, and the S tier contains things that are no longer available, which is a separate command. So you can't really see the punchline of what I'm getting at here with the whole like, well, what do I? Because like I don't eat any of this stuff, altogether. Like I eat what's in the S tier, which is which okay, just for clarity, I'll. Okay, yeah, I guess it's my fault. I farmed this here, so let me go ahead and find it for you real quick here. I mean, I proged this out of y'all, so I guess I should find that for you real quick here. Hang on. So 1 second. Oh, I see. I actually ran out of stuff here. Oh my, I can't even like. Damn, that's outdated here. Okay, so I have to fix all this shit here. Oh my god. Oh, that link doesn't work either here. Oh my. All right. Sorry, y'all. This is so not important, but I feel like I need to kind of give the payoff now that I've like shown my ass here, and so just give me a second as I'm pulling up the stuff for you here. Okay. All right, hate me all you want. The tier list we can update it here. It's not entirely accurate, but the point is less about like what's in the tiers, though I do agree that all this crap here is mostly shit. What's actually worth your time is gonna be like, you know, what do I actually fuck with, right? So the post Great Grains Banana Nut Crunch, This is the one that's probably the best one because it's like, this is not hard to find and it's likely at your local Walmart or Target, and it's really fucking good. And you know, it tastes great. It's not overly sweet. You get to taste the entire flavor profile of, you know, bananas, almond, walnuts, and flakes. So imagine if like corn flakes was like actually good, and you get this right here. It's phenomenal. There's the other one here, the cranberry almond crunch. Not as good, though I'm a big banana fan, but still really fucking good. Cranberries, flakes, and almonds as well. Yummy, yummy, yummy. And however, these are like the two that I think are the most common, easy to get here. Sadly, the all-time GOAT has been out of production, and I'm super sad about that here. You'll never find it now because I'm guessing it was too expensive to make, but the Real Medley Peach Apple Walnut, bro, this shit was so fucking gas, and Quaker just ended it. This was a cereal that was, it's almost like a leprechaun in the wild. It's a mirage now. This was available like 2015, and I was like, oh my god, this shit is so fucking good, dude. It was delicious. Sadly though, I don't know. I mean, if you ever see it, let me know here. But yeah, they stopped making this like forever ago, and I don't know why, other than Quaker hates money. So I'm sad because y'all will never know what peak tastes like here. But fuck, this shit was so goddamn good, dude. Like holy shit. But yeah, those are the god tier. So it kind of reveals where my flavor profile is. So take that and roll with it here. But yeah, most cereal I find is just unbearably sweet. Out of all this now, I've actually gotten more Jada since then here. Out of all this now, I'd say the only thing I tolerate more so is probably like Honey Bunches of Oats is like the only one I really fuck with now. Out of all this shit here, everything else here can go like piss off. There's also you see here the never had, so there's a lot I haven't had before, so I can't comment on I can't comment on Raisin Bran because I don't fuck with raisins, honestly. One of the few things I actually don't like at all. Like I'm if you like raisins, more power to you. I don't. I think it tastes like shit, so sorry. But yeah. Okay, so anyways, back over here. Though I will clarify here, even if you like raisins, you shouldn't have Raisin Bran because Raisin Bran's actually loaded in sugar. Raisin Bran, they do that thing where like they make you think it's healthy because it's like whatever, right? But they pound it down with sugar to make it taste good. How do I put this here? It's like one of those like diet products here. It's actually worse for you in some ways here because it's marketed as like a healthier type of cereal, but if you look at the nutrition facts, like per 2/3 cup, it has got a fuck ton of sugar, like comparable to like Frosted Flakes, which you do perceive as like super sweet. So therefore it's like, you know, Frosted Flakes you may eat with a bit more apprehension and guilt, but because Raisin Bran is perceived as kind of healthy-ish, you'll eat more of it, therefore buying more of it. So it's kind of got that trap going on with it a little bit there. So Sour Patch cereal exists. Oh, honey, yeah, dude. Look, whenever I go down the cereal aisle, I just see more like dog shit in there. It's so bad now, dude. They have like 5 spinoffs of Cinnamon Toast Crunch now. It's so clear that like the cereal is it's fucking dessert for breakfast now. They're just out here just pumping in more and more sugar to get the kids further addicted on this shit. It's chemical warfare down the cereal aisle now. Well, really, it's chemical warfare down every aisle at this point. But yeah, they're just out to make it as legally close to nicotine as possible. In some cases, they go even illegally beyond that, I'd say, or at least unethically. You know, I look at things like Prime. Like Prime has like a Prime being marketed to kids and having, you know, caffeine contents that are comparable to an energy drink is kind of terrifying. And kind of weird to see that being normalized for the affluent youth to consume. So, all right, okay, all right. Anyways, let's go ahead. I'm locking right now. So we're talking about. I'm doing a lot of derailing right now. We need to like lock in for sure. All right, let me get in here. I'm definitely sitting here getting farmed by chat right now on some dumb shit. Let's focus here. I don't even know why I brought that up, honestly. Why did I bring up the fucking thing? I don't even know. That was like super not important. Okay, this is okay. That's her and okay. I did that. There was something I hadn't done here yet before we moved on. Oh yeah, it was this the defender or whatever. Okay. Would you rather be forced to eat an oatmeal raisin cookie or a mint chocolate chip cookie? Man. You filthy farmer. Battle of the ick on that one. Oh my god, fuck. That was terrible. Mine. I was definitely in a bad position altogether on that. What? Ooh. Swim in acidic waters without committing any harm. Hey. Okay, I wasn't even expecting that. Shit. W's. Thank you. Until ultra later. Dude, I'm still in the backlog right now of like cleaning up from getting the super dash. So I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing right now. We definitely did what we need to do here now, so we can. Yeah, here we go. Let's go for this.
Pantera? Cattereo!
Okay. The waterways officially are cleaned up now. That's a W. Okay, now we let me think here. So we have the super dash, we have acid swimming, which I admit the acid swimming is where I didn't think that was going to be a thing I was going to be able to do, so I didn't mentally keep in track on where that shit is. That's going to be terrible to figure out where to go for that. I can only think here that in fungal wastes is maybe where some of that shit was, because I'm thinking like mushroom shit or whatever here. Fuck me. Okay. Where do I want to go from here, though? Well. I think at this point now it's overwhelmingly going to be just going to the green path for round 2. So let's go over there. Okay, all right. How long have you been in the game so far? Enjoying a lot. I just don't have like a great answer to give. You can check out the impression command. It breaks down my thoughts. Maybe if you give me a more specific question, I can maybe give you a bit more of a impactful answer. Everyone's even over here at this point. I missed that? Ooh. You'll be able to move while farming souls. Damn, I guess it's kind of hot actually. That actually might be worth doing. Yeah, but damn, dude, when the fuck do I get some more notches, dog? Like this is like playing Paper Mario, and I'm like, I get to level up badge power like once every like fucking 20 hours in this goddamn game. Boy, getting hella cock blocked right now, or rather blue balled. However, that is a fucking W ass. Drop 20 apiece. Is it backseat if I miss X? Well, I mean, by reading your comment, the implication is that I missed something, which is yeah. It's your question you're asking does spoil, but it's the backseat. So yeah, you should really not do that. I'll let that one slide. I don't know what that really means though. Like, but yeah. You need to like not backseat or spoil as indicated in the yellow text in the top left. If you wouldn't mind. Okay, I see what you're saying. Had I not gone back and realized it, would that have been backseat? Tragically, yes. As I should like suffer the consequences of my own actions. But thank you for asking though. You know, look at this way, chat. During a first playthrough, I'm the child and you're the parent. You have to let me fail. You have to be okay with you know, young child Hex here. I'm your adopted son. You have to be okay with you know, me failing. You gotta let me learn. I'm never gonna learn. So I'm just kind of like, okay. Did I really never come here? I'm hearing. Damn, I was not locked in earlier. Wow. Snow. Oh my god, I have a whole fucking... Dude, what? A whole ass other area, dude? That I just didn't do earlier when I could have been did this shit? Bro. Keep wanting to go back and kind of figure out like what I'm so backlogged now with this like late game, quote unquote late game power creep. My dude. Enjoying the bracing air? We're quite close to Hallownest's borders and those desolate plains that surround it. In this direction, I'm about as far as I'm willing to go, though it's been a pleasant change from the tight confines of the caverns. I've drawn out a small map of the area for a simple one, and more for completion, really. Sorry, I read that really badly. Not knowing the full extent of the region can be quite frustrating. Ooh, okay. Okay, shit. This shit wraps all around, bro. Shit. Something to sell or that. I don't think the DLC's in this game right now. I just bought the. I'm gonna say no because I bought the game and I just installed the game. I didn't even know there was even DLC. So that's, and I don't know if yeah, I just don't think there is anything in here right now. So I'd be surprised. But that might be on me. I'm Gorb. Bow, 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 bow to Gorb. The great mind. I am Gorb. Ascend, 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 ascend with Gorb. Get that ass, bitch. What's up? Hard reads right now. Try today. Okay. I am Gorb. The great mind, the pain. Ascend, ascend. I am defeated. Shit. Clip that. Clip that. Of use. Shit. When she ascends on my Gorb and then I don't know. I'm sorry, chat. There's a shit post here, but I can't figure it out in time. Oh fuck. The problem is like Gorb sounds too much like a like my brain goes to like Willy Wonka and like, you know, an everlasting gobstopper. So I just want to be like, when she slobs on my gobstopper and then no wait.
Sammy Rayach is back with 146 months.
Okay, wait. Slob on my knob like corn on the cob. Check in with me and do your job. Lay on the bed and give me head. Don't have to ask, don't have to beg. Juicy is my name, sex is my game. Let's call the boys, let's run a like, okay, right, like I'm trying to think here, like slob on my knob doesn't exactly rhyme with gorb, but if I twist the pronunciation, maybe I could pull something here. But I'm not clever enough to have done it in time, so the joke's already been lost now. But I know what it is. Y'all know what it is, bro. Shout outs if I know some of y'all young cats in here right now don't know about all that, but that's like 20. I'm pretty confident it's like the year 2000s. That's like some 25-year-old shit right there. You know, y'all youngins don't know about all that, but you know, one day you'll be cultured. Keep hanging out with me, you'll figure it out. You'll get there. That's a Zoomer song, ain't it? Hell no, that is dude. That's millennial as fuck. That is, again, that's the year it was around 2000, 99, 2000. That is not. No, that's like super not their time. Like, y'all would call me old head for that shit. Or like unk. It made a comeback? Really? This is news to me. I mean, it is a fun song to rap. Now, I want you to, now, if you want the song in context, the tragic truth is, like, I was, like, 11 years old rapping that shit. Like, I was, like, 11, I was like, ooh, I know this song. I wouldn't rap it around my mom or anything, but, you know, I knew the words. I don't think I even knew what head was back then, bro. I was just saying shit, just like, oh, yeah, I want to be cool. Was there like another path here? Was this way? Okay, that's right there. Fuck. So bottom path is that. Top path is probably the loop around, but there seems to be a bench in there, so smell a boss fight. Another boss fight or some shit. Yeah, so we're gonna go ahead and go. Nail Master Motto. Well met. Yes, I thought I could sense the aura. Aura, you say? Try Chad. Go on. Of a fierce warrior approaching. I'm impressed you found my sanctuary here at the top of the world. No doubt you've endured many trials and overcome many foes in your quest to find me. No, don't speak a word. I, Nail Master Motto, who has taught the art of the nail by the great nail sage himself, hereby accept you as my pupil. Let us begin the lesson immediately. You can go on. Cutscenes? Cyclone Slash. Dude, the power creep up. I have learned more in the last 2 streams than the previous like 10. Like, man, I have Super Dash. I have this fucking, I have Destructo Disc. I have Acid Swim. Man, dude, power creep to hell and back, bro. Let's fucking go. Waste a button while holding up down to perform the Cyclone Slash.
Hella Summit.
Your form, exquisite. Now I know how my own master felt when he passes down his teachings to us. I hope you don't think me too forward when I say that I consider you to be my child. Yes, when I saw you perform my nail art, I felt a bond between us suddenly flash into existence. I'm getting Lola Bunny parallels here, y'all. You honor me beyond words, my pupil. Thank you.
Bam. Finelo.
Oh. Oh, I can do it midair? Ooh, y'all fucked up now, bro. Wait. And does it consume mana? Oh my god. Yummy yummy in my tummy. Shit. Okay. We cooking. Hey, who wants this? I can passively charge shit now? Oh my god. Damn. I have an arrow, a grounded and aerial spin attack, disjoints. I'm fast. Man, I'm sorry to say. I mean, I think Hollow Knight, they knew what they were cooking, bro. They knew where it was. You know what I mean? Perhaps you Hollow Knight enjoyers are really just young Link enjoyers. Y'all just don't know it yet. Okay, so now we're back to, now I'm here when I should have been here at this point. Oh fuck. Jesus Christ, get together. I need to go to that lady where you can buy more notches when you have 10 badges, and I think right now I have enough of that. Yeah, so we need to go to her. And need to do that. Say hello to Bay.
Papa nada.
Problem is, I forget which one she is. Is she this one? Which vendor? Maybe it's this one actually. Yeah, I think it's here. Oh, only way to find out. Here, right? Fuck, I was get the benches and the stupid other things confused here. Okay. Alright, and we're gonna be getting to a stopping point pretty soon. D-pad or stick. I use Switch Pro controller. I use Switch Pro controller, and I'm using I use analog stick. I don't know. I was debating using SNES controller at one point, but I've had a pretty fun time with this here. Wait, y'all hate stick? Am I actually in the minority on that one? I don't mind stick this game, but that may be because I didn't really give it a lot of thought. I was like, okay, I'll just try a Switch Pro controller and see how I feel about it, and then I didn't really mind it. Cool, we found it. So I bought the carry more soul. Where's the one for the notch shit? Finding out what I'm looking for here, holy shit. Wait, did I get? Am I dumb? Did I actually get more? I was not looking actually. Oh my god, I'm stupid. I did get more. Okay. All right, I'm dumb. All right. I forgot to look over here to check. Actually, that was pretty stupid. All right, now with 2. Okay, now I want to buy the one here with the. Yeah, this one's crazy, and this one is yeah, this is for people who are bad at the game, so it's not me. let's get this one. This was expensive, but maybe. Now. All right, wonderful. So we're good here then. We'll stop here for today, y'all. While freaking wannabe Tigger here is just, you know, having a ball in the 100-acre wood right now. But yeah, fucking W's, y'all. We have we got so much good here. Yeah, sorry, I was trying to get live as soon as I could here, but don't worry. My commentary blunt of like, I mean, literally it's been 4 days of it was like, no, not even 4. It was like Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Like it's been like literally 5 days of like no commentary. So I had like some stuff I had queued up from the previous week, and I wanted to get it out the way before it was like too outdated. So yeah, it's already Tuesday tomorrow. Goddamn, dude, crazy work. Time is flying by right now. I'm having a blast. So now that I feel we're getting there. We're getting there. Yeah, 7 hours. That's on the regular. It's not new right there. We are due for you know, I haven't played Smash since let me think here, brain fart. We have not streamed Smash since Wednesday, so then we will probably do a little bit of Smash tomorrow, and then maybe a little bit of Smash also Wednesday, but not the full 4 hours. I'm not gonna go crazy with it, but I do want to hop in the lab a little bit. Generally, the earlier I'm here, the more Smash I get to play. The rule I have here is like lock in, and if I'm here European friendly time, then I get 4 hours of Smash. If I'm here on time at 11, then I get a lot less. Like it needs to be like a, you know, I can't do commentary and Smash and Hollow Knight Justice here. So I gotta pick 2 of them. You know what I'm saying? So we will see. So yeah, we will you know, we have some exciting things happening there. You know, if y'all been keeping tabs here, I've been getting better with Young Link. I've been enjoying the progress as well, and your boy has been going in. I have not been playing, but I have been doing, I have a tabs here called the Yink Grind, and man, I found out that there are so many resources here. There's a website called justnair.com from the Young Link Discord, and they have everything. I'm gonna become godlike, y'all. Y'all gonna see here, bro. So I've been reading up on a lot of shit I need to work on. I have so many things to figure out, and I can't wait to keep pushing on it and getting better and everything else here. So that's gonna be super sick here. I got a bunch of tabs open here from that, so I'm getting that session going here. Hoping to make it like, you know, not a terrible watch, but I have to do work on quite a few things here. So we will see about that. Before we go, I guess I should look at this real quick here. So I guess to give my very unqualified surface level take here on this thing, right? So Hollow Knight Silksong modders have released a mod that makes the game easier on PC less than 2 days after the game released. The mod prevents any enemies or bosses from dealing double damage, making early game less difficult. So what's my take here, right? My take here is well, okay, there's like 2 things here, right? One is that if this really bothers you, I get why, right? This may bother you if you feel invalidated because like it's such a blatant violation of developer intention, right? You're not even playing the game the way it's intended here. So it's like, wow. But also again, the gamers are stupid, and they're very entitled as well. So they love to, you know, they love to want things, but they also want things to be catered to their worldview and whatnot. It's very akin to like, you know, yellow paint, you know, right? They love their games, but they really don't want to be aware of when they're being codified. So I don't know. I don't know the context here of like what double damage means or how Hornet controls. I don't know any shit here, right? But what I would say in the end here is that, like any other mod, if it's not racist or bigoted, who fucking cares? Like, if people are gonna, if people suck at the game and they're gonna like put on the no double damage here, I'm like, fuck it, I don't give a shit. I don't care at all. Like, you know, there are people who are going crazy and having an outrage over it, which of course is the clickbait working here, or the rage bait working rather. I don't care personally. Like, if you want to play on easy mode, fuck it. If you want to mod the game to like have Hornet be naked or whatever, you know, fuck it, I don't give a shit. Y'all know I've always been I have been pro accessibility in this context. So like, though I don't know the context and I don't want to know the context, right? Spoilers on Silksong here. I think about the people who have like, you know, fucked up wrists or like non-functioning, non-bending thumbs, you know, one arm amputee gamers. There's so many scenarios that we do not think about here in the cis normatives, in the ableist normative spectrum here, and I feel for them. You know, I love when my games have like, you know, colorblind friendliness, you know, options for captions. You know, I'm generally a huge fan of options. You know, there's very few options where I'm like, I don't like that. So I'm really into giving the players the capability to like deal with shit, and them being informed and consentful of it and such. So that comes to mind there. But again, this is also why. So okay, I'm getting some smoke right now about accessibility versus difficulty. Yeah, these are different things. Also, you're saying a thing that I don't know. I'm giving my take here, deliberately prefaced here with I don't know the game, so I can't give a Gucci assessment because I don't know what the context of double damage means here. You know, for all I know, I don't fucking know here. For all I know, like, you get double damage until you find the relevant relic that makes damage normal rather than double. I don't know. I'm only giving you what I'm giving you my broad principled stance on like accessibility, as I've already given on difficulty. So I can't really say much more about beyond that here. For me to be able to give the whole thing, I need to just like play the game and then talk about it more. But I don't have that right now. So, yeah, I guess this mod could be lame, but for me to know why it's lame, I'd have to know more about Silksong, which I just don't know right now. So I can't say. I can't say here. So, yeah, I can't really elaborate further. I'm elaborating on what I can based off of where my stances are in terms of accessibility in gaming. But in terms of difficulty, which I'd say is more of a subjective thing, I can't comment on it without knowing more about the game itself. So sadly, I can't say. All I can really say is, you know, I'm sure every game has mods like this here to make the game, you know, either God mode or borderline God mode anyway. So I mean, these mods exist. I didn't care then, I don't care now. So I don't care as in I'm indifferent towards people using this shit here. Like, but I figured this was like a spicy thing that people were talking about, so I figured I would just show it to y'all for conversation stimulation and such. So but yeah, I you know, I look forward to, I guess, put a tack on it, because we'll come back to this topic whenever I'm on Silksong. I can't wait to see like I wish I was there right now so I can be part of the Discord so I can start shitting on people if they're being really, really stupid. But I probably won't be on Silksong anytime soon, sadly. So by the time I'm playing Silksong, this will already have been resolved, I assume, and I'll be late to the party. But you know, we'll see. Or maybe it'll be relevant because if the developers get a bit over antsy and they actually like let this discourse affect them, and they start nerfing shit, I mean, then that's a whole different topic there. But I guess again, I would require knowing the context to really say here. I like Silksong, but in the nicest way possible. It has Dark Souls 2 design choice vibes at parts. Ooh, Dark Souls 2, huh? Okay, interesting there. Can't wait to learn more, actually. I guess we'll see. I guess from what I can say about Hollow Knight, right? Because I've so far I love the game, right? But I haven't really talked about the difficulty, I guess, technically here. But yeah, I find Hollow Knight fine. Like, I haven't really struggled or anything here. I haven't really found a. Actually, if anything, my play has been quite fun. I've it's actually been pretty frictionless as far as Metroidvanias go, because like the only time I was stuck was when I talked to the first streamer thinking it was going to be a big combat. Yo. What's this?
Try hard, try hard, try hard, try hard, try hard. Please spam this emote chat. I want to show my GF something.
Okay. Yeah. Well, chat. Compliments of our friend here, Human Saiyan. They're demanding 5 tryhards from everyone right now. Drop down and give them 5 tryhards, please. So, drop down and give me 5. 1 Teletubby, 2 Teletubby. All right, so, all right, for your totally real girlfriend. Thank you, Human Saiyan, for the 420. And, yeah, concerning difficulty and Hollow Knight so far, yeah, I only got stuck when, and not even stuck here. I'd argue just like I tasted friction for once when we talked to the dreamer and Deep Nest, and then I was like, okay, well, fuck, that didn't give me a major point of progress here. And it wasn't until we went back to, Forbidden Caverns or whatever, and then there I acquired, I don't know, whatever the fuck I got. I don't know, I went back there and then I realized actually how you get into the crystal mine a different way, and then from there I was able to, do the get the super dash. With the super dash, and then from there we were good again, right? So then it was just progress stampeding here. Super dash, acid swim, and new attack and everything else here. So the opinions people have on other person's playthroughs is boggling. Like, your opinion doesn't matter to the people playing their own instance of this game. The way they play doesn't affect anyone except themselves. That's not how it works. You're giving a rational take, and I can't farm that for easy likes and dunking here. So, because because the facts are, I'm offended by how you played the game. You played it incorrectly, or some shit here, whatever, right? Again, this is where we queue up all the Elden Ring idiots who fucking just, you're playing it wrong, Anyways, or whatever, right? We already give that all the attention we should give it anyway here. So, okay, but yeah, Hollow Knight's been very fun. I've had no real complaints of its difficulty or whatever here. Like, it's been totally fucking wicked, so I'm cool with that. Let's see who's live here. We're gonna find someone to raid real quick. Let me see here. 1 second. We'll be back tomorrow. I love you all. Hope you have a great night. Sorry it was short. Not really, but oh man, I would work my ass off to get here as early as I could. I was kind of stressed out about that here. Could raid Aaron, who's playing Hollow Knight right now, but I don't know if if I raid there, I'm not gonna be in there at all. If y'all want that. Is there anyone here who's avoiding Silksong? If so, I won't raid him then. Like, are y'all avoiding Silksong because y'all are playing it right now? That's why I figured that. Okay. Looking right now for someone to raid. 1 second. Oh my god, dude. Holy shit. Oh, yeah, we could raid our friend, actually. I could raid Nagorix. That'd be pretty cool. She would be really cool to see that, actually. Let's do her. Though I don't know, she's playing some game. I don't know what game it is here, but fuck it, we'll go over there and raid her. Kind of a derail here, but yeah. We put it on Twitter. Blue checkmark losers on Twitter. Think you're is AI fake? Okay, so that's gonna be part 1, and then I'm gonna have to get the link here for y'all. That way you can explain to her like why. Fuck, I gotta grab this shit now. There you go. All right, so you need that link and you need this link right here. So should probably be confused by here, but you know, there you go. Pretty sure it was Last of Us 2. Last of Us 1 was a long ass time. Wait, was it Last of Us 2? Oh well, too late now. We're already out of here.